In the protagonist's past life, he faced the guillotine. Poor Vikir was sentenced to execution on trumped-up charges of associating with the demon clan. As he stared down his final moments, he vowed that if he ever got another shot at life, he'd definitely skip the whole being a hound thing. Next thing Vikir knew, he woke up in a cradle, completely disoriented. His first thought, is this hell? Because it's way too noisy, and I feel like I just pulled an all-nighter. Turns out, he was in a nursery, surrounded by a chorus of crying babies. Meanwhile, the Baskerville family patriarch, Hugo Le Baskerville, was doing his rounds. He glanced at the wailing infants and casually dismissed them as insignificant, even calling them trash. Talk about a warm and fuzzy family moment. When Hugo approached Vikir's cradle, he noticed something different. The baby was much quieter than the rest. Maybe Vikir was just too stunned to cry, or maybe he was already plotting his revenge. Hugo ordered for Vikir to be moved to the Cradle of Swords, and his attendant, clearly used to strange requests, complied without hesitation. As Vikir lay there, he glared up at Hugo with pure hatred. He knew Hugo was the mastermind behind his false charges and ultimate execution. If looks could kill, Hugo would have been toast right then and there. Vikir realized he had been regressed to his baby years and that he had spent his past life as a hound for the Baskerville family. He'd been born into an illegitimate branch of the family and received training in, let's say, less than ideal conditions. Raised to be a loyal hound, he was willing to do any dirty work to make the Baskerville family the top dog among the 7 families. Vikir had stayed loyal to the family and Hugo, craving acknowledgement. But his loyalty was rewarded with a death sentence. Why? Because he knew too much. Typical, right? Vikir swore he'd never live that life again and vowed to take his revenge. In his newborn body, Vikir knew he couldn't do much just yet. Being moved to the Cradle of Swords, however, was a prime opportunity for him to become stronger. In the Baskerville family, children had to undergo a trial called the Cradle of Swords. They were tossed into a maze of blades and had to navigate their way to the Styx River, where their talent would be evaluated. The Styx River was a legendary body of water that turned the children's bodies into iron. But there was a catch: only a limited number of children could be transformed, so getting there first was crucial. The only way to reach the Styx River quickly was to head straight through the helix-shaped wall of blades, a task that was far from easy. As Vikir crawled through the Cradle of Swords maze, he couldn't help but reflect on his past life. He had been ousted by his siblings and missed out on the transformation he desperately needed. But this time, things would be different. No more getting the short end of the stick, or, in this case, the sword. Determined to hog the Styx River's blessings, Vikir pressed on through the maze until splash. He tumbled right into the legendary river. The water seeped into his guts, causing him agony. But hey, no pain, no gain, right? He gritted his teeth and bore it, refusing to let this golden opportunity slip through his baby fingers. Outside the maze, Vikir's attendants panicked, shouting for him to surface before he turned into a soggy hound biscuit. But Vikir, stubborn as a baby with a new toy, clung on. Meanwhile, Hugo stood by, eyes glinting with anticipation. He turned to John Barrymore, the head butler, and casually inquired how long Vikir had been underwater. Barrymore, ever the clock watcher, reported about 7 minutes. Hugo chuckled, half joking about Vikir's survival odds, while the attendants exchanged worried glances, pleading for Hugo to intervene. "Hey, Vikir," Hugo called out, trying to sound like he cared. "You can come out now." But Vikir, deep in his aquatic absorption, wasn't listening. He was too busy soaking in that sweet Styx River essence, thinking, "Sorry, Hugo, but I'm not letting go of this opportunity like yesterday's chew toy." Desperate to absorb every drop, Vikir pushed on until gulp, water flooded his tiny mouth. Likes. Despite the danger, he clenched his fists and repeated to himself, "Endure, endure, endure." It looked like Vikir might become the world's smallest submarine, but just in time, Hugo swooped in with a smug grin and yanked him out. Greedy little pup, drinking straight from the Styx, Hugo chuckled, shaking his head. Then, Hugo noticed something surprising: Vikir already had teeth. Hugo turned to the head butler, demanding to know the baby's name. Vikir Van Baskerville, the butler promptly replied. Hugo smirked, quipping, "Looks like we've got ourselves a real go-getter here, a greedy one." At that, meanwhile, Vikir, still half-conscious, quietly vowed to use this unexpected break to sharpen those teeth. He was plotting revenge, plotting it with teeth so sharp even the vet would be impressed. The Baskerville family would also disappear into history by his own hands. Vikir Van Baskerville was born as the bastard son of Hugo Le Baskerville, a renowned nobleman of his time. At the tender age of 8, it became apparent that Vikir possessed extraordinary intelligence that far surpassed his peers. However, within the Baskerville family, he was considered nothing but ordinary due to his lack of direct lineage to the family's prominent bloodline. As Vikir matured, he delved into various disciplines, ultimately gravitating toward the perilous paths of assassination, espionage, and conquest. By the time he turned 20, he had already undertaken numerous missions that showcased his formidable skills. Despite his accomplishments, Vikir couldn't shake the feeling of inadequacy compared to those born into the family's inner circle. At the age of 30, the gate leading to the demonic realm opened, signaling the beginning of a terrifying invasion by the demon clans. Vikir, now a seasoned warrior, stepped up to defend his realm, engaging in battles that saw him slaughter monsters left and right. Enduring through years of destruction, Vikir fought tirelessly to protect his people during the chaotic era. When the long war finally ended with humanity victorious, Vikir expected accolades and praise. Instead, he found himself facing slander and false accusations. These baseless claims eventually led to Vikir's grim fate, execution by the unforgiving guillotine's blade. As Vikir sat up in bed, he realized he was in a nursery. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he had successfully absorbed the power of the Styx River, an achievement that promised a new beginning far more promising than his past life. Just then, the door creaked open, and a maid entered, looking perplexed. She muttered to herself about why Madame had instructed her to leave something for young Master Vikir. Vikir was taken aback. The idea of anyone from the Baskerville family acknowledging him, a bastard, with a gift was beyond his expectations. The maid left after placing a box on Vikir's bed. Opening it cautiously, Vikir was shocked to find two lively mambas inside, their fangs glistening ominously. He couldn't help but wonder if Madame had sent them as a deadly welcoming committee. With only a few individuals in the Baskerville family deserving the title of Madame, it seemed someone was out to eliminate the competition. As the mambas hissed menacingly, Vikir realized they posed a threat not just to him but to all the babies in the nursery. Fueled by bitterness and resolve, he swore to bring down the entire Baskerville dynasty with his own hands. The next day, the people of Baskerville were stunned to find Vikir peacefully asleep next to the deceased vipers. All the nannies on duty that night faced torture and execution, yet the mystery of the viper's appearance remained unsolved. Only young Vikir knew the truth. 8 years later, Vikir found himself back in class, listening intently as his teacher lectured on swordsmanship levels. The teacher explained that those unable to infuse mana into their swords were deemed sword beginners. Progressing further, sword experts could imbue their blades with a trace of mana. When the mana formed a liquid-like aura around the blade, they were known as sword graduators. Achieving the pinnacle, swordmasters could manipulate mana into a solid form, freely changing its shape. Upon hearing that Sir Hugo, the strongest of the Baskervilles, was a swordmaster, all the students gasped in awe. However, Vikir was lost in thought, determined to reclaim the power he had before his unexpected regression, prior to his coming-of-age ceremony. The teacher noticed Vikir's absent-minded state and held him in high esteem. Aware of Vikir's remarkable physical endurance displayed by surviving 7 minutes submerged in the Styx River, the teacher believed Vikir possessed exceptional talent beyond the other students and anticipated the patriarch's satisfaction upon hearing of Vikir's progress. Meanwhile, as Vikir contemplated the years ahead and his plan for revenge against Hugo, he failed to notice the triplets glaring at him menacingly after class. They shoved him and began taunting him, labeling him garbage van and spreading rumors about his legendary baby feats diving into the Styx River and strangling two vipers. Vikir recognized them as the trio who had stabbed him in the back during his previous ordeal of slander. They were known collectively as Hugo Le Baskerville's trident, comprising Highborough Le Baskerville, Middleborough Le Baskerville, and Lowborough Le Baskerville, all 9 years old. The triplets continued their relentless taunting of Vikir, demanding he stop lying and openly expressing their dislike for him. Vikir silently assessed that these troublemakers would only become more of a nuisance in the years ahead. It might be prudent to put them in their place now. As Vikir confronted the triplets, one of them flashed a knife and mocked him with a rumor supposedly staying in the Styx River long enough turned one's body into steel, making them impervious to blade injuries. The other 2 triplets eagerly agreed, and one held Vikir while another covered his mouth, daring him to endure this for 3 minutes. Unfazed, Vikir played along with their cruel game. The triplets tried to harm him with the knife. 1 minute passed, then 3, then 10, yet Vikir remained unscathed, proving the legend true. Growing bored, they began to release Vikir. As one let go, Vikir noticed blood on his hand and realized the triplet's finger was missing. With an evil grin, Vikir spat out the finger, reminding the triplet of his foolish bet. Meanwhile, the other 2 triplets attempted to defuse the situation, suggesting they visit a priest to reattach the finger. Vikir, however, had other plans and demanded to know who had set them loose. Enraged, the triplet lashed out with the knife, hurling insults and boasting of their seniority by a mere year. Without flinching, Vikir allowed the knife to strike him. To the triplet's astonishment, it failed to pierce his skin. Vikir twisted the triplet's hand, reminding them that in Baskerville, strength and talent trumped age. With a chilling stare, Vikir suggested they continue their game to its bitter end. Twisting the triplet's hand mercilessly, Vikir's voice dropped to a menacing growl, asserting that in Baskerville, age meant nothing compared to strength and talent. Terrified, the triplets exchanged shocked glances, realizing they had underestimated Vikir. Vikir suddenly punched one triplet, sending him sprawling to the ground, while the other 2 stared in disbelief. The second triplet lunged at Vikir in a rage, only to be met with a swift kick to the face, crashing down beside his brother. The room fell silent as the triplets lay battered and broken, while Vikir stood over them, cold and unfeeling. He then informed them that although they would recover with treatment, he wasn't letting them leave the room anytime soon. They'd have to live with the discomfort of their injuries. However, he generously offered to let one of them go. Surprised and somewhat relieved, the triplets asked which one of them could leave. Vikir picked up a knife and threw it in front of them, saying they had to decide for themselves. As he started to leave, he turned back with a taunting remark, "I can't wait forever, so decide quickly. At least one of you should survive, right?" The triplets eyed the knife and then each other, realizing their survival depended on it. They began to fight, each trying to grab the knife and gain the upper hand. The sounds of their struggle echoed through the room, and Vikir listened with satisfaction from outside. He had successfully split the Baskerville trident, pitting brother against brother in a fight for survival. Meanwhile, in the Patriarch's office, the head butler, John Barrymore, delivered unsettling news to Hugo Le Baskerville. The Moore clan was causing trouble in the ruby mines, claiming the territory as their own. However, Hugo assured John that they would handle the matter when the Moore clan reached out. John then reported on the interim evaluation of the juvenile fortress, informing Hugo that Master Vikir had scored the highest on the written exam. The practical exam was scheduled in 5 days, and the Guardian Knights had vacated the premises in preparation. But John hesitated before mentioning a recent incident at the juvenile fortress. John informed the Patriarch that there had been a big fight among the young masters at the fortress. Patriarch Hugo was concerned and asked how many of them had died. Butler John informed Hugo that there were no casualties, but Master Highborough's teeth had been completely damaged, Master Middleborough's jaw had been smashed in, and Master Lowborough's left index finger had been amputated. Although they had recovered physically since being treated, the psychological damage seemed significant. Patriarch Hugo was taken aback and remarked that they wouldn't have fought among themselves since they were so close. John then revealed that there was some friction with another young master, an 8-year-old named Master Vikir, who had wounded the 3 young masters and also had the highest scores on the written exam. After expressing his concern about the incident at the juvenile fortress, Patriarch Hugo summoned Vikir to his office. Vikir arrived with a smile on his face, and Patriarch Hugo commented on how much he had grown since they last met. He then brought up the issue of Vikir disabling the 9-year-old triplets in his senior class. Vikir responded that the brothers had received proper medical treatment since then. However, Patriarch Hugo pointed out that he was not talking about physical disabilities but the disability of the heart. Patriarch Hugo explained how the incident had torn the brothers' relationship apart and asked Vikir if he thought what he did was wrong. Vikir responded with a question of his own, "What did I do wrong?" Hugo pointed out that he had turned his brothers into a total mess. With a confident glint in his crimson eyes, Vikir replied, "I am stronger, and how can the stronger person be wrong?" Patriarch Hugo then revealed that Vikir's brothers had forgiven him, yet he still didn't feel an ounce of guilt. Vikir seemed surprised and asked, "They forgave me?" He suddenly recalled a memory before his regression. The youngest daughter of a family ruined by the Baskerville clan had come to visit Hugo. She had become a noon and, despite everything, forgave Hugo for his clan's actions against her family. Vikir repeated the same line Hugo had said to the noon, "Forgiveness is an excuse made by the weak who cannot seek revenge due to their lack of strength," as Vikir emphasized the importance of strength. Hugo showed his approval by nodding, his eyes glowing with agreement. He then turned to the head butler, Barrymore, and instructed him to let Vikir take any snack he wanted from the food storage, as much as he could carry on his own. Vikir expressed his gratitude by requesting chocolates. As Vikir was leaving with the head butler, Hugo addressed him as his son, urging him to perform well in the upcoming evaluation and not to lose to the direct descendants. Vikir acknowledged the advice, but his face was filled with hatred. Vikir and the head butler made their way to the storage room. The head butler began to inform him about the chocolate, explaining that it was the highest quality chocolate that the Mord clan had obtained with much difficulty and that it was enjoyed by their gourmands. Vikir quickly interrupted, stating that he didn't want anything processed. The head butler was taken aback and asked for clarification. Vikir requested cacao beans, ones that had a rich aroma. The head butler was confused but complied and had the beans brought to Vikir. As Vikir put one of the beans in his mouth, the chef informed him that they were bloody beans known for their rich aroma and that with just one bean, he could produce 100 liters of chocolate. The head butler watched as Vikir ate the bitter bean and thought to himself that Vikir must really love chocolate to eat something so bitter on its own. He also considered that this was a good method to obtain more chocolate, as after being processed, Vikir would have a huge amount available. The chef asked Vikir if he wanted them to process the beans and send them to his room, but Vikir declined and said he would take them as is. The head butler was left wondering if Vikir just had peculiar tastes. Vikir had no interest in eating the chocolate. He had a plan for the cacao beans. He intended to use the beans in the upcoming practical exam in 5 days. Little did they know, a catastrophic event was about to occur, one unlike anything the Baskerville clan had ever witnessed. In this world, the Baskerville family is known as the Berserker family due to the intense training and evaluation their children undergo from a young age. The training begins as soon as the children can take their first steps. They are immediately subjected to a rigorous stamina test, which involves running up a steep mountain. They are not allowed to lie down or rest on their stomachs except during allocated times. As if this wasn't enough, when it's time to sleep, they are required to sleep alongside a monster corpse. This is designed to help them adjust to tough environments and become resilient in the face of danger. These extreme practices are what make the Baskerville family feared and respected throughout the land. After enduring this period of grueling training, the children reach the age of 8, and the real test begins. The young hounds, as they are called, must undergo a deadly evaluation. This is the defining moment that has earned the Baskerville family its notorious reputation. On the outskirts of their territory lies a mountain known as Le Rouge et Le Noir, filled with monsters. It is here that the young hounds gather to undergo their evaluation. The instructor of the Baskerville family, Shadow Dog Pavlov Van Baskerville, stood before the young masters and explained the rules of the test. They needed to survive for a month in the area and hunt large, formidable monsters. He outlined the scoring system: 10 points for surviving successfully, 30 points for survival without disability, 50 points for outlasting other participants, 70 points for defeating a monster and surviving, and 90 points for achieving all conditions. Additional points could be earned by stealing another participant's badge. However, death meant 0 points. Pavlov stressed that there were no perfect scores, echoing Sir Hugo's lesson that arrogance leads to a swordsman's downfall. The instructor cautioned against straying from the designated area, emphasizing that Le Rouge et le Noir was a restricted zone with many unknown dangers. He advised the young masters to move within areas where monsters had already been subdued. During the exam, Shadow Dog's guardian knights would covertly observe and grade their performance. As the young masters waited for the start of the practical exam, some of them noticed Vikir and began discussing his past feats. Despite their comments, Vikir remained composed, focusing on the familiar terrain of Le Rouge et le Noir mountain that he had visited before. Nearby, the triplets stood nervously, visibly sweating with fear. Shadow Dog Pavlov addressed the young masters, wishing them luck as the bell rang, signaling the start of the exam. Immediately, all the young masters sprinted toward different parts of the mountain to secure advantageous positions. One master had a strategic plan, intending to reach a location he had scouted from the previous year's exam, hoping for an edge. Another master, fearing isolation, decided to tail him, intent on seizing any opportunity that arose. Meanwhile, the triplets argued among themselves, each vying to assert their dominance and come out on top. Shadow Dog Pavlov observed as the exam commenced, understanding the importance of minimizing casualties. Though not explicitly forbidden, killing was discouraged, and penalties were imposed for unnecessary violence. One shadow dog assigned to monitor Vikir was surprised to see him heading towards a restricted area. Intrigued by rumors of Vikir's prodigious talent since childhood, the shadow dog pondered his intentions and awaited the display of his skills. Vikir approached a large tree, evaluating it as a potential campsite. He deemed the soft ground suitable for a temporary base and began gathering wood and practicing with a wooden stick. Later, he rested peacefully under the tree. The shadow dog, watching Vikir's activities, grew impatient and began questioning his approach. Observing Vikir digging holes, hunting for food, and collecting supplies, the shadow dog doubted the rumors of Vikir's genius. He wondered if Vikir intended to hide rather than actively engage in the exam. At last, the shadow dog decided to move on and explore elsewhere. As soon as the shadow dog departed, Vikir's face lit up with a smile of relief. He was glad to finally have some peace and quiet, reminiscing that camping outside reminded him of simpler times. Recalling a conversation with his past group mates about using cacao beans to mask the fishy smell, Vikir tossed some of the bitter beans into the fire, remarking on the departure of the interfering shadow dog and feeling fully prepared. He contemplated whether it was time to begin his hunt. A few days later, Vikir ventured into the restricted area he had scouted earlier. As he explored, he detected a faint scent of burning and charred tree roots, indicating the presence of the monster he sought. Suddenly, he stumbled upon burnt droppings and recognized the telltale signs a hellhound was nearby. Standing before Vikir, the hellhound emitted flames from its mouth, a creature known to bring catastrophic disasters to those it encountered. This hellhound, with a danger rating of B+ and standing 3 meters tall, unleashed sulfuric flames that were highly combustible, capable of igniting sparks and engulfing anything in their path. Its bite was fatal, and even the wood it consumed burned until nothing remained. Vikir knew he was in dire straits as the towering hellhound lunged towards him with ferocious intent. Drawing on his past experience and knowledge of the monster's weaknesses, he swiftly dodged to the side, exploiting the hellhound's difficulty in changing direction once committed to a straight line. As the beast charged, Vikir deftly sprinkled water onto the ground, shouting out the second weakness of lookout monsters: they could not cross water. Reacting to the water barrier, the hellhound veered off course, buying Vikir precious moments to maneuver. He understood that even a shallow pool could significantly impede the creature, a weakness shared among all canine monsters' difficulty in attacking with their mouths open while running. Yet, despite his preparations, Vikir found himself in a life-threatening struggle as the hellhound bore down on him. With quick thinking, he hurled a bloody bean into the monster's gaping maw. The hellhound convulsed in agony, whimpering as the chocolate-producing properties of the bean took effect. Vikir explained that chocolate was toxic to canines, and the concentrated essence of the bloody bean was enough to incapacitate the monstrous creature. With precision and determination, Vikir aimed his sword at the exposed kidney of the hellhound, a spot devoid of protective ribs. In one swift motion, he drove the blade deep, ending the monstrous threat effortlessly. As the hellhound fell, defeated, Vikir absorbed the essence known as XP or karma from the creature's demise, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. He swung his sword experimentally, sensing its weight diminish, a tangible sign of his growing prowess. At just 8 years old, Vikir was already reclaiming the capabilities he had possessed before his regression, advancing swiftly towards his former heights. Thoughts of Hugo's reaction flickered through his mind, anticipating the patriarch's surprise and perhaps begrudging admiration when he presented the head of a B+ risk-rated monster. Standing over the fallen hellhound, Vikir exuded confidence in his abilities, ready to claim the trophy of his victory and prove his worth within the formidable Baskerville clan. He knew he had already secured first place in the practical test and was eager to claim his reward, something he had never dreamed of in his past life. But his moment of triumph was short-lived as a group of hellhounds approached him, likely seeking revenge for their fallen comrade. Vikir remained calm and collected, already knowing the weaknesses of these creatures and how to defeat them. As the hellhounds drew nearer, Vikir took out his sword and prepared to face them. He still had plenty of bloody beans left and was ready to use them to his advantage. With a smirk on his face, he cut off the head of the dead hellhound and taunted the others, knowing they were no match for his skills and knowledge. Having already defeated one of their kind, he was prepared to take them all down. The hellhound suddenly started whimpering, which immediately caught Vikir's attention. He couldn't believe that these fierce beasts were feeling scared by an 8-year-old's bloodthirst. Hellhounds would never submit to their prey, even if they were facing death. Vikir thought to himself, trying to figure out what could have caused the hellhounds to feel so uneasy. As Vikir turned around, he saw a monstrous creature with 3 heads standing before him. It was a Cerberus, the legendary 3-headed dog from Greek mythology. The creature was massive, measuring at least 7 meters in size. Vikir knew that a Cerberus posed a high risk, rated as a plus. He was bewildered as to why a Cerberus, typically inhabiting the 7th ridge of Le Rouge at Manhua Mountain, was here. Cerberus was known as the ultimate lookout monster, residing where all the dead spirits were headed. Vikir noticed that the Cerberus was bleeding and had multiple arrows stuck in its body. He realized that someone must have been hunting it, causing it to come here while being chased. This was his chance to kill an injured A+ rank monster, so he decided to attack the Cerberus. Despite its power and danger, Vikir had hidden his true abilities as a sword expert and had already reached a high level of expertise. His body had been strengthened by the river Styx, and all his weapons were effective against the injured Cerberus. With his refined swordsmanship, developed through wars with the demon clans, he successfully landed some hits on the Cerberus. Vikir believed he could do it. An injured Cerberus was within his reach. Vikir's attack on the Cerberus seemed to be working, and he thought he had a chance of defeating the injured A+ rank monster. However, in a brief lapse of focus, Vikir let his guard down, giving the Cerberus a chance to strike back with its razor-sharp claws. The first swipe shattered Vikir's sword, and the second sent him soaring through the air like a clumsy eagle. He collided with a sturdy tree trunk, making a sound that even the forest critters winced at. As he lay there, blood flowing from his mouth, it was clear Vikir wasn't having the best day. The impact had clearly caused a serious injury, leaving Vikir lying still, his body broken and unmoving. Slowly opening his eyes, Vikir panicked as he felt a sharp pain shooting through his left arm. He feared the worst had the Cerberus tried to redecorate by ripping his arm off. Thankfully, a quick glance down confirmed it was still attached, albeit not in peak condition. Relieved that his appendages were intact, Vikir pondered the mystical properties of the river Styx, wondering if its magic had saved his bacon. Grateful but not wanting to rely solely on enchanted rivers, Vikir took stock of his injuries. Knowing he couldn't play dodgeball with the Cerberus forever, he dodged yet another swipe from the beast. As a seasoned hunter, Vikir knew a strategic retreat was in order. He quickly decided that running away at top speed was the smart move. With his heart pounding like a drum solo, he spotted an iron fence just a few strides away. Hope surged faster than he could run. He pushed himself to the limit, squeezing through the gate with a sense of victory tinged with desperation. Safe from immediate danger but still far from relaxed, Vikir dashed through the woods toward a sanctuary he had prepared, a pit. With the Cerberus hot on his heels, he spotted his makeshift trap just in time. With a leap that would have made a hurdler proud, he narrowly dodged the beast's snapping jaws, sending it crashing into the pit filled with pointy surprises. Vikir couldn't help but grin, knowing all his careful planning had paid off spectacularly in this hairy encounter. Vikir had coated the wooden spears with a special concoction, a mix of bloody bean essence, which was like kryptonite for canine monsters. As the Cerberus growled and foamed at the mouth, Vikir kept his cool, ready for the next round in this epic showdown. Knowing the Cerberus was no pushover demon, Vikir took aim and hurled a spear at the hellhound, landing a solid hit on its flank. Despite the hit, the Cerberus wasn't down for the count. It lumbered towards Vikir, jaws snapping with determination. Vikir mentally counted each ominous step: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. With a sudden halt, the beast collapsed just feet away from him. Vikir breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the tales of the venomous bloody mamba snake whose bite left victims unable to take more than 7 steps. It seemed his childhood stash of deadly artifacts was finally paying off. As the Cerberus's energy dissipated, Vikir stood triumphant over its 3 now lifeless heads. He couldn't help but marvel at the power he now wielded, though his immediate concern turned to the logistics of moving the colossal carcass. The cause of death, marked by the venom-laced spear, would be a dead giveaway to any passerby. Perhaps the Guardian Knight, who had witnessed Vikir crafting these lethal weapons, could lend a hand. But then, Vikir's mind wandered to more tantalizing thoughts. If the Cerberus was a gatekeeper, what riches might lie beyond its guard? The lure of hidden treasure in a nearby dungeon set Vikir's pulse racing with anticipation. Determined to brave the dungeon's depths, Vikir did something only a seasoned adventurer would consider. He smeared himself with Cerberus dung, believing it would deter any pesky dungeon critters. With senses sharper than a freshly sharpened sword, he followed the Cerberus's trail through the forest, noting the telltale signs of its passage of dried earth, decaying leaves, and squishy roots. Following the scent trail with laser-like focus, he retraced his steps and recognized the entrance to the dungeon. This was the very place the Cerberus had fiercely guarded, and Vikir realized he'd been here before. He knew that in another decade, this dungeon would be discovered by everyone and picked clean, but for now, he could sense the magical energy beneath its decaying surface. Approaching cautiously, Vikir peered into the dungeon's dark depths. With no light in sight, he suspected it ran deeper than he had first thought. Undeterred, his crimson eyes gleaming with excitement, he ventured inside, eager to uncover its secrets. Navigating through the dungeon's gloom, Vikir spotted ruby-colored minerals scattered about, undoubtedly linked to the nearby Red All Mountain. Suddenly, a glimmer of light beckoned him further. Hastening his steps, he found himself in a chamber bathed in a radiant glow. His gaze fell upon a colossal ruby perched atop a pillar, its brilliance suggesting it was infused with potent mana. His wonderment, however, was cut short by the sight of a nearby skeleton. Examining it closely, he noted signs of violence, deep stab wounds and long-dried bloodstains. Someone had met an untimely end here long ago. Curious, Vikir picked up a letter lying next to the skeletal remains. The writer, identifying himself only as Cain, explained his reluctance to sully the pristine paper with his name. As Vikir read on, he recognized the elegant handwriting typical of a Baskerville. Could this Cain be a member of that illustrious family? The letter detailed how Cain and his brother Abel had stumbled upon the fabled stone chamber, a tale passed down through generations of the Baskerville family. The brothers had braved countless trials and slain many monsters to reach this elusive treasure. Yet, their journey culminated in a final trial that had ensnared them for 3 agonizing years. Vikir couldn't fathom the sacrifices they made for the dungeon's hidden riches. What treasure could possibly justify such a harrowing ordeal? His thoughts returned to the present as he gazed upon the splendid ruby at the chamber's heart, sensing it held the key to unraveling the last challenge. Vikir recited the cryptic puzzle etched on the monument. When entering, it's 1, but once inside, it's 2. When leaving, it's 1. The riddle baffled him, much like it had Cain and Abel, as described in the letter. According to Cain's account, the brothers had pondered the enigmatic text at length. They had even theorized that they were twins separated at birth and needed to reunite to claim the treasure. In a tragic twist, Cain had slain Abel in a desperate bid to fulfill the puzzle's demand, yet nothing changed. They had gone from 2 to 1, but the treasure remained elusive. In despair, Cain had left the dungeon, warning others of its deceptive nature. Vikir carefully read Cain's narrative of their perilous journey, reflecting on his own quest, now mirroring theirs despite lacking a twin. He was convinced Cain and Abel had misunderstood the puzzle, but what was its true meaning? When entering, it's 1, but once inside, it's 2. When leaving, it's 1. The words reverberated in his mind as he wrestled with their implications. Determined not to be outsmarted by some ancient dungeon, Vikir resolved to solve this puzzle and claim its elusive prize. Vikir scrutinized the skeleton before him and had a sudden revelation. Reflecting on Cain and Abel's tragic failure, he realized their downfall had been their rigid individuality. Walking towards the radiant ruby at the chamber's center, he studied the dark passage leading to a brilliantly lit stone chamber and deciphered the dungeon's secret within the riddle. I am 1 upon entering the dark passage, but when the ruby's light casts my shadow, I become 2, and as darkness returns, the final stage of the stone chamber will open. With determination, Vikir shattered the ruby, revealing the answer, shadow. As the ruby shattered, a blinding flash of light filled the chamber, unveiling the long-hidden treasure. Vikir's eyes widened in awe at what lay before him, the very object that had claimed the lives of Cain and Abel. There, upon a stone pedestal, rested a sword emanating an ominous aura. Vikir was taken aback by the sight of the blade and wondered if it was the legendary relic of the Devil's Den. Examining it closely, his gaze fell upon the inscription beneath the sword, declaring that only those of Baskerville blood could wield Beelzebub. Shocked yet intrigued, Vikir realized that the sword Beelzebub originated from this very place. At the mention of Beelzebub, memories from Vikir's distant past flooded back. He recalled childhood tales of the gluttonous fly Beelzebub, a monstrous entity from ancient legends that had once threatened the continent. Beelzebub was a part of the devil's holy constellation, known as the 7 Calamities, against which the heads of the 7 noble families had once risen. Vikir remembered that the first patriarch of the Baskerville family had fought Beelzebub, and the remnants of its malevolent power were said to be safeguarded in Baskerville lands. Despite skepticism among many about the legend's truth, Vikir knew now, standing before the sword, that it was all too real. He also recalled the grim history of Beelzebub's blade, how it had been seized by demon clans, causing untold human suffering on battlefields. His own tale. In our last adventure, Vikir made a bold declaration: the sword would never fall into the hands of the demon clans because it belonged to him now. As he grasped the hilt, an unexpected surge of energy coursed through his hand, leaving him astonished. The sword vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later, seamlessly fused with Vikir's hand. With a simple extension of his arm, the sword Beelzebub materialized, radiating a subtle aura. Vikir marveled at the blade, knowing it was forged from the remains of a devil's holy constellation. He felt fortunate to possess such a powerful weapon. Grinning, he couldn't help but wonder just how much stronger he would become with Beelzebub at his side, filling him with eager anticipation. After thoroughly exploring the dungeon and finding nothing else of value, Vikir decided to head back. However, as he was leaving, an odd sensation swept over him. Dizzy and ravenous, he dropped to his knees. To his surprise, it wasn't his own hunger, it was the sword's. Beelzebub's voice echoed in his mind, revealing its insatiable appetite. Vikir staggered out of the dungeon, clutching his stomach in pain, pondering if his heightened senses were a side effect of the sword's hunger. Suddenly, Beelzebub pulled Vikir in a specific direction, tugging at his hand with urgency. Driven by curiosity, Vikir sprinted where the sword led him, arriving at the corpse of the hellhound he had slain earlier. Astonished, Vikir extended the sword towards the lifeless creature, watching as Beelzebub absorbed its blood. The sword's voracious hunger was satisfied, and Vikir's own pangs of hunger subsided. Vikir couldn't shake the thought that Beelzebub's hunger might have caused the nearby mountains, trees, and soil to wither. Glancing down at the sword, he felt a sense of responsibility and frustration towards its unpredictable nature. Beelzebub finished its meal with a contented hum, prompting Vikir to study its abilities further. He discovered that Beelzebub's inherent power, glutton of flies, allowed it to absorb the skills of its opponents, making it a formidable weapon. However, this power was nearly limitless, and countless people had lost their abilities after facing Beelzebub. Vikir knew he could only steal up to 3 abilities for the sword, aware of its hazardous nature. Examining the first slot on Beelzebub, Vikir saw it was equipped with the Hemorrhage Hellhound skill, rated B+. This skill enabled the sword to continuously drain the blood of its opponent, even through the smallest wounds. An idea struck Vikir, and he approached the dead Cerberus's body, letting Beelzebub get to work. However, Vikir intervened, knowing he couldn't explain excessive damage during the autopsy. Lightly tapping Beelzebub, he commanded, "Enough." Beelzebub let out a pained cry, like a child being scolded. With Beelzebub's slots now full, it had absorbed 3 powerful abilities: Burn Injury Cerberus A+ rank, Hemorrhage Hellhound B+ rank, and High-Speed Regeneration Norvegicus Surat F rank. Vikir was surprised to see the high-speed regeneration ability and noticed a dead rat beneath the Cerberus. Realizing that Beelzebub had consumed the Surat crushed under the Cerberus, Vikir marveled at the sword's power. Vikir considered acquiring the Burn Injury skill from the Cerberus a significant achievement. The excruciating pain of Thermalgia far surpassed the Hellhound's hemorrhage, making this new skill a formidable addition to his arsenal. With the monster now prepared for submission for the practical exam, Vikir suggested waiting until it was over. Meanwhile, the young hounds had completed their practical examinations and returned to Baskerville, eagerly awaiting their evaluations. As the results were announced, the young hounds received shields, swords, or necklaces as rewards, crafted from the monsters they had hunted. However, one young hound left a lasting impression on everyone present. In his office, Hugo, the patriarch of the Baskerville family, sat in astonishment. "Who caught what?" he asked his head butler. The butler reported that Master Vikir Van Baskerville, an 8-year-old hound, had hunted a Cerberus, an A-ranking monster, which had accidentally crossed into the restricted area during the practical exam. Hugo was astounded. Even the family's guardian knights avoided such high-ranking beasts. The head butler elaborated that the Cerberus had been wounded by a barbarian tribe and that Master Vikir had used a poisoned wooden spear to hunt it. However, the specifics of the poison and its source remained unknown. Hugo, intrigued, noted that the butler could only relay what was written in the hunting journal. He had intended to question Vikir about it, but the young hound had returned to his dorm, claiming exhaustion. Hugo found this amusing, remarking on Vikir's slyness. He mused that information equated to power, and power was invaluable. The head butler expressed his surprise that a hound named Van, rather than the more prestigious Lerola, exhibited such exceptional talent. Hugo, the patriarch of the Baskerville family, responded firmly, "I do not discriminate based on a hound's bloodline. I raise hounds based on their talent and drive, not their lineage. Even mutts can come from royal bloodlines." The head butler, contemplating Hugo's second son, who was preparing for isolation training, kept his thoughts to himself and simply apologized. Hugo dismissed the apology but mentioned he needed a mood booster. The head butler suggested summoning Master Vikir, standing V for Patriarch Hugo. Vikir exuded composure and confidence. Hugo inquired about his success in catching the Cerberus during the practical exam. Vikir, unfazed, explained that he had used chocolate on his wooden spear, knowing it was a lethal poison for cannid monsters. This revelation astonished Hugo, who then recalled Vikir's earlier request for chocolate before the hunt. The head butler present in the room was taken aback by the lack of a proper greeting between Vikir and Hugo, wondering if this was truly a conversation between a father and son. Nevertheless, the conversation continued. with Hugo questioning Vikir about his lack of response when the butler had inquired about the hunt. Vikir calmly explained that the butler was not his master. When Hugo asked who his master was, Vikir simply stated that as a member of the clan, the master of the clan was his master as well. Hugo smirked, congratulating Vikir on his successful hunt and telling him that, as a reward, the monster's corpse would be his to claim. As the highest scorer, Vikir was granted the privilege of making a wish. Vikir's eyes lit up with the opportunity, and with determination, he requested access to the 10,000 epistle library. This vast library, one of the largest in the empire, was located deep within the heart of the Baskerville clan. Hugo raised an eyebrow at the request, reminding Vikir that only the patriarch, second in command, and their direct descendants were permitted entry. Undeterred, Vikir stated that he would give up if it wasn't allowed, but secretly, he was already planning to sneak in. To his surprise, Hugo granted him permission. Vikir was shocked, but Hugo's generosity didn't end there. Hugo instructed him to read the Baskerville 6th technique, located in the 6th restricted zone deep inside the library. Vikir was astonished that Hugo would allow a child with the Van middle name to read the 6th technique, as it was unheard of for an illegitimate child to access beyond the 4th technique. Trying to stay calm, Vikir rationalized the situation, though he knew Hugo was currently at the 7th technique and had, before his regression, been able to bear 9 fangs. Vikir hadn't forgotten the discrimination he faced as an illegitimate child and was determined to surpass Hugo's level. His ultimate goal was to obtain the greatest essence of Baskerville, the textbook of swordsmanship containing the teachings of the first patriarch who had subjugated the 7 great disasters. Vikir believed this book was the key to his success, and he was confident that Hugo would eventually hand it over to him. As Hugo smiled faintly and wished Vikir good luck, Vikir bowed and thanked him. He knew Hugo had no idea of the true value of the random book he was granting access to, but that didn't matter to Vikir. He was determined to make the most of this opportunity and grow stronger, exceeding everyone's expectations. Vikir arrived at the 10,000 epistle library for the first time, gazing around in amazement. As he browsed the shelves, he read the titles aloud to himself: Severing Incisors, Grinding Molars, Piercing Canines, Snaggletooth that Embeds Twice, Wisdom Teeth that Lay Down, and many other books on swordsmanship. These were the techniques he had desperately wanted to learn in his past life. However, Vikir knew that no matter how much mana an illegitimate child of Baskerville possessed, they could not learn any techniques superior to the 4th. This restriction was a defense mechanism to ensure that the hounds never bared their teeth towards their master. Vikir eventually arrived at a book locked with chains and a lock in the middle. He wondered if this was the book on the 6th technique. He couldn't believe that Hugo had offered him access to it. In his past life, Vikir would never have dreamed of this opportunity. As he unlocked the book, he thought to himself that Hugo probably allowed this because he believed an 8-year-old child wouldn't be able to memorize the contents in a single day. But Vikir, before his regression, had already learned the theory behind the 1st to 4th techniques to the point of exhaustion. He had done this to deduce and speculate the theory of the 5th technique. Vikir realized that after drawing the 4th tooth, he needed to have stopped the flow of mana. Perhaps that was why he couldn't manifest the 5th tooth. Baskerville's swordsmanship had a unique trait where the number of teeth corresponded to the stage of the sword: 1 tooth for the 1st technique, 2 teeth for the 2nd, and so on. When you draw teeth, a special red sword energy appears. Despite gaining access to the book on the 6th technique, Vikir had a different goal in mind. He had come to the 10,000 epistle library to find something beyond his current stage. As Vikir walked out of the swordsmanship section, the guards were caught off guard. They questioned him in disbelief, wondering if he was done reading already. Offering to fetch more swordsmanship books from deep within the library, the guards were amazed when Vikir declined, assuring them he had finished what he came for. They suggested he stay longer to browse other books, and Vikir agreed, planning to read more before leaving. As Vikir moved to another section, the guards whispered among themselves, commenting on the supposed worthlessness of the miscellaneous section Vikir was heading to. One guard even wondered aloud if Vikir, due to his youth, didn't know the value of the deep swordsmanship textbooks. Overhearing their conversation, Vikir thought to himself that he would leave them to their assumptions. He knew that hidden among the dusty miscellaneous books lay a true treasure. Suddenly, Vikir's eyes lit up as he spotted a book titled A Lurking Ambush. He reached for it, holding it in his hands and knowing it was the book he had been searching for. Examining it, he noted its seemingly useless appearance with ripped pages, but he was well aware of its true worth. Vikir recalled a time before his regression when he was affiliated with the Hound Squad. They had found a single ripped page from a swordsmanship textbook, inscribed with Baskerville's handwriting. Hugo, obsessed with finding the book that matched the page, had scoured the entire library and finally discovered it in a lurking ambush. This book contained writings from Baskerville ancestors, including the 10th technique that Hugo had desperately sought. Hugo sent hounds to the 7 great families to obtain the remaining 6 pages, even declaring war on those who refused. After the sacrifice of many hounds, all the missing pages were secured. But in the end, the only reward for their sacrifice was a simple good job. Hugo had broken through the 7th technique and achieved the 9th technique, but at a terrible cost. Beneath him lay a pile of wasted hound corpses and blood. Vikir's eyes narrowed with anger as he recalled this memory. He muttered that it was a stupid life and resolved not to let it happen again. Vikir remembered the contents of those missing pages and realized that the only reason he couldn't progress beyond the 4th technique was his lack of access to the original book. Those missing pages held the key to mastering the techniques. Without them, the book was nothing but a collection of random and useless techniques. As Vikir read the book for a while, he remarked aloud that if others read this book, it would seem like a miscellaneous collection that didn't make any sense. But the moment you use the missing pages to fill in the blanks, the false and misleading information transforms into an amazing masterpiece. Vikir had reached the highest level of graduator aura and the highest level of the 4th technique before he regressed. He knew he could do it again, but this time, he wouldn't make the same mistakes. Vowing to himself, he set a goal to reclaim his lost power before turning 15. Deeply engrossed in reading A Lurking Ambush, Vikir lost track of time. When he finally closed the book, night had turned into day. He felt a sense of pride and accomplishment, having memorized the entire book's contents. As Vikir stood up, he noticed the Guardian Knights were nowhere to be seen. Though he knew he couldn't draw 10 teeth with his young body, he was confident he now had the potential to achieve the 5th technique, something he couldn't reach in his previous life. Entering a focused and determined state, Vikir faced the statue before him and began striking it with his Baskerville sword techniques. He executed the 1st technique, followed by the 2nd, then the 3rd, and finally, the 4th technique. Memories of his past flooded his mind as he fought. He remembered how hard he had worked to obtain the highest level of graduator aura but couldn't learn a suitable sword technique due to the hostility from the direct bloodline. Being an illegitimate child had prevented him from progressing beyond the 5th technique, but this time, Vikir was determined not to let his past hold him back. He channeled his anger and frustration into his sword strikes, envisioning Hugo's face on the statue before him. With a defiant spirit, he unleashed his technique, cutting through the statue with precision. Breathing heavily, Vikir wondered if he had successfully executed the 5th technique. Clenching his hands, he smiled as he felt a hot sensation rising from his heart to his neck. Overwhelmed with happiness, Vikir felt tears welling up in his eyes as he realized he needed a sword to test his newly learned technique. In a record-breaking moment in Baskerville's history, the young hound's canine teeth began to grow, bared towards its master. Vikir beamed with pride, his body still trembling with excitement from successfully drawing the 5th tooth. He marveled at how far he had come and how quickly he had managed to do it. The strength of his mind now supported him at a level he had only achieved after years of hard work in his previous life. As he looked at the liquid aura flowing within him, a sign of his newfound status as a graduator, he felt a profound sense of awe. Graduators were on a completely different level from sword experts, and he was now one of them. It had taken him 30 years to reach this level in his previous life, and yet here he was, only 8 years old. The solid ore within him had transformed into a liquid state with increased density, allowing him to use it more freely. Vikir felt confident in his new skills and abilities and was determined to master the lurking ambush sword technique to its full potential. He realized that with this technique, he could seamlessly transition between offense and defense, making it perfect and limitless. Vikir carefully placed the book near the window and took a moment to reflect on his progress. He had come a long way since his regression, now stronger and more skilled than ever before. He felt he could challenge a mid-class graduator and win using his new skills. However, he also knew he couldn't reveal too much of his strength to Hugo. He needed to give Hugo something to look forward to, buying himself time to take what he needed. With a determined look, Vikir took out a magnifying lens and placed it carefully near the book. The sun's rays converged onto the pages through the lens, and a small fire started burning them. With an evil grin, Vikir commented that the destruction of the book would make it difficult for Hugo and the hounds to reach the 10th technique, although he himself would face no such difficulty. Suddenly, the guards, who had been absent, arrived in the library, drawn by the smell of burning paper. They were startled to see Vikir and demanded to know what had happened. Vikir quickly changed his expression to one of apology and explained that he had accidentally left the magnifying glass around, which caused the fire. He offered to inform the butlers of the incident. The guards, fearing punishment, hesitated, but one eventually said it was not something Vikir needed to apologize for. It was their fault for not looking after him properly, and they were relieved it was an area with only useless books. Vikir, having narrowly escaped the incident with the book, approached the guards with a calm demeanor. He asked if they were busy dealing with the Mord clan regarding the ruby mines, suggesting that they might not have time to handle minor issues like this, especially given their absence. The guards, relieved to avoid further complications, agreed to keep the incident a secret, provided Vikir did the same. As he began to leave, Vikir graciously suggested they keep the matter between themselves and apologized for taking up their time. As Vikir walked away, the guards spoke among themselves, impressed by his considerate nature towards the workers. They believed he deserved respect. Little did they know, Vikir left with a mischievous grin, having cleverly deflected any potential trouble. In Hugo's office, the patriarch questioned Vikir about his time in the library. Vikir responded cryptically, saying he had learned something that was warm and sharp, yet soft and viscous. This response left both Hugo and the head butler stunned. They realized that Vikir might have achieved the or a significant milestone in the swordsmanship world. Typically, even the most prodigious talents had to train tirelessly until the age of 15 to reach the level of a low-class sword expert. Hugo, although excited, was skeptical due to Vikir's young age. He decided to test Vikir's newfound skills. In the Colosseum-like structure, Vikir stood ready with a sword while many young hounds watched with mixed expressions of curiosity and concern. The head butler asked Hugo how he intended to test Vikir's abilities. Hugo revealed his plan to release a monster for Vikir to confront. The head butler was taken aback but soon learned that Hugo had prepared a particularly formidable opponent, a hungry and feisty one. The gate before Vikir creaked open, and a guard dragged in a chained orc. This massive, green-skinned creature was covered in bulging muscles and had razor-sharp tusks protruding from its mouth. Its beady eyes scanned the Colosseum, evaluating the situation with a menacing glare. The young hounds in the audience gasped and whispered in disbelief, shocked at the sight of such a fearsome creature being pitted against an 8-year-old. Some questioned whether the Guardian Knights would need to intervene if things escalated. The Colosseum was filled with a mix of anticipation and disbelief as Vikir prepared to face the orc. Hugo's signal echoed through the arena, and the guard, trembling slightly, unlocked the chains binding the monstrous creature. With a thunderous roar, the orc lunged at Vikir, its massive form moving with surprising speed. Vikir, unshaken, stood his ground. As the orc closed in, Vikir's sword cut through the air with an agility that stunned everyone. In one swift motion, he severed the orc's arm. The audience gasped, their eyes wide with shock at the display of such raw power from an 8-year-old. Without missing a beat, Vikir followed up with another precise strike, amputating the orc's leg. The creature crashed to the ground, growling in agony. Remaining composed, Vikir assessed the situation. He noted the orc's shock at the sensation of bleeding and experience it was evidently unfamiliar with, given its usual high-speed regeneration. Vikir's awareness of the B-class hellhound's hemorrhage skills proved crucial. He understood that the orc's regenerative abilities wouldn't activate against this kind of wound. The audience's murmurs grew louder, their disbelief palpable. They couldn't fathom how such feats could be achieved by someone so young, especially without extensive mana collection. Hugo's face was a mask of calm, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of intrigue. Vikir, fully aware of the patriarch's scrutiny, decided to up the ante. Without warning, Vikir's sword began to radiate a brilliant red light. Hugo's eyes widened, recognizing the ore blade, a hallmark of a low-class sword expert. Vikir seized the moment, charging towards the wounded orc. With a decisive swing, the ore blade cleaved through the air, decapitating the orc with clinical precision. The head flew off, and the Colosseum erupted in astonished applause. The head butler, awestruck, immediately identified the glow as the aura of a low-class sword expert. He congratulated Hugo, marveling at the emergence of a new genius who promised to be unrivaled across the Empire's families. However, Hugo, still scrutinizing the scene, noted the continuing flow of the orc's blood and questioned the orc's strength, suggesting that Vikir's victory might be attributed to the orc's weakness. Vikir's voice cut through the commotion, breaking the tense silence. With a bright, innocent smile, he asked, "Is there anything stronger than this orc?" The audience of young hounds looked on in amazement at Vikir's bold request. Vikir's motives were clear. He sought to impress his father, Hugo, and the gathered audience. By taking on a stronger adversary, he hoped to secure his place, demonstrating his prowess and potentially earning his father's recognition, which could lead to a separation from Hugo's shadow, whether through deployment to a remote area or entry into a prestigious academy. As Hugo observed the intense fight between Vikir and the troll, he acknowledged his son's craving for a formidable challenge. With a nod to his head butler, Hugo directed that a recently captured creature from a barbarian raid be brought in, a massive troll, imposing and fierce. The audience, previously stunned by Vikir's performance against the orc, now gasped at the sight of the new opponent. The troll, towering over Vikir with its grotesque form and bulging muscles, was released from its chains. It roared and charged at Vikir with a mighty swing of its massive fist. Vikir, undeterred, dodged the attack with agility that belied his young age. He swiftly maneuvered behind the troll, taking advantage of its momentary disorientation. From the stands, a spectator questioned Vikir's hesitation to attack, unsure why he didn't seize the opportunity. Hugo, ever the strategist, explained that trolls possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Only a truly fatal strike would subdue such a creature. The audience watched in rapt attention, trying to decipher Vikir's strategy. Despite the initial confusion, Vikir used the troll's strength against it. He aimed a precise attack at the troll's arm, nearly severing it from the shoulder. The audience gasped, believing this might be the end for the troll. However, their astonishment turned to disbelief as the troll's wounds began to heal rapidly. It was evident that Vikir's previous attack wasn't enough to defeat the creature. Vikir contemplated his next move. The troll's regeneration meant that only a technique as powerful as Beelzebub's hemorrhage skill could ensure a fatal blow. Despite his awareness, Vikir hesitated, calculating the potential consequences of using such a technique. He wanted to create a dramatic narrative, one where he appeared to be on the brink of a breakthrough. Hugo, noticing the escalating tension, advised Vikir to halt before the situation became uncontrollable. However, Vikir, with an innocent yet determined expression, dismissed the concern. He claimed he was on the verge of an epiphany and would concede if he couldn't end the fight with his next strike. The troll, sensing Vikir's resolve, roared menacingly. Vikir, in a state of deep concentration, prepared for his final move. He was determined to show not just his capability but also how he could grow through the fight, all while gauging Hugo's reaction. As Vikir readied himself, he mentally rehearsed the scenario. He had crafted a demonstration of how he could evolve and gain new insights during the battle. His aim was to impress Hugo and the audience with his skill and strategic thinking, all while keeping his true power and potential under wraps. With his sword glowing red, Vikir prepared for a powerful attack. His sword struck the troll's head cleanly, slicing it off without resistance. The audience, including the head butler, was shocked by what they had just witnessed. It was unprecedented for an 8-year-old to achieve the second technique of the Baskerville clan, typically attained at 18. Vikir was overjoyed, wearing an innocent smile as he declared his victory. Hugo, however, was left in shock, unable to believe what he had seen. A week after Vikir's impressive display, he sat in the Baskerville clan's dining area, staring at a bowl of an appetizing meat porridge. He noticed that everyone was avoiding him, which didn't surprise him since power was paramount in their family. He was pleased to see that even Hugo was taken aback by his recent display of power. Vikir reflected on what he had revealed about himself, his Baskerville second technique, and mid-rank sword expertise. However, he knew the truth: he was actually a low-rank graduator who could weakly perform the Baskerville fifth technique. With the skill obtained from the troll, he believed he was now stronger than the average graduator. He remembered eating more since acquiring Beelzebub's third slot, which now had super speed regeneration. Suddenly, the triplets appeared behind Vikir, causing him to be surprised and cautious. He didn't want to deal with them again, so he turned back to his food and resumed eating. The triplets quickly explained that they just wanted to tell him how cool he was when he defeated Cerberus and the troll. Vikir, surprised, fed out his porridge. The triplets asked if he was okay, but Vikir was suspicious of their motives. He thought it might be some kind of deceitful tactic and considered confronting them. However, before he could act, the head butler, Barrymore, appeared and called out his name. Vikir was surprised to see Barrymore and wondered why he was there. Barrymore informed him that he should hurry to the Patriarch's room. Vikir wondered why Hugo had summoned him. In the Baskerville clan's Patriarch office, Hugo sat in his chair as someone entered and greeted him. It was Adolphe Morgue, representing the Morgue clan. Hugo acknowledged that it had been a while, and Adolphe noted that he hoped the annual event would go smoothly. Hugo assured him that the joint training had always been successful. The room was thick with tension as Adolphe Morgue and Hugo Baskerville continued their conversation. Adolphe brought up a sensitive topic from the previous year, an incident involving serious injuries to children from both families. Hugo downplayed the situation, dismissing it as nothing more than minor injuries, and suggested that the Morgue's children had been overly dramatic. Adolphe, clearly displeased with this response, defended the Morgue family's honor. He reminded Hugo of their shared history, noting that the Baskervilles and Morgues had once been allies, united by their complementary skills, swordsmanship and magic. This alliance had led to regular joint training sessions for their children, a tradition that had continued even as relations between the patriarchs soured over a discovered ruby mine. The Emperor's command to maintain the joint training despite the growing discord was a point of contention, and Adolphe had come to ensure that the upcoming event went off without a hitch. His interest was not only in preserving the tradition but also in keeping the peace. Adolphe brought up the topic of Vikir, referring to him as a rare genius, a supernova that graced the Baskerville family once in a century. This was meant as a compliment, and Hugo's pride was evident. However, he downplayed its significance, surprising Adolphe. The Morgue representative had expected a more enthusiastic acknowledgement from Hugo, given the importance of such an exceptional talent. Default text conversation took an unexpected turn when Adolphe mentioned that the Morgues also had a prodigious talent. He called for his niece, Camus, to join them. Camus entered the room, a girl with striking red hair. Adolphe introduced her as Respini's daughter and asked her to greet the Patriarch. Instead of a courteous greeting, Camus launched into a bold accusation. She directly challenged Hugo, accusing him of being the thief who had stolen the Morgue's ruby mine. The accusation sent a shockwave through the room, and Hugo's face darkened with anger. He shot an accusing glance at Adolphe, questioning the validity of Camus's claim. Camus quickly clarified that her reference to the annoying chin beard was a term she used to describe the thief and not a personal insult. The tension in the room escalated as Adolphe Morgue denied having said anything about the stolen ruby mine. Camus, however, was adamant, stating that Adolphe had made the comment an hour and 42 minutes ago, just before they disembarked from the carriage. Hugo, struggling to keep his composure, asked for clarification. Adolf attempted to defuse the situation, suggesting it was a misunderstanding, but Hugo cut him off, insisting there was no need to explain the Morgue clan's issues with children's education. Campbell continued to press for the return of her family's rubies, expressing frustration over her inability to conduct her research without them. Despite Adolf's attempts to calm her, Campbell remained unrelenting. Hugo, now visibly irritated, remarked that it seemed the Morgues had failed to teach their children proper manners. This comment led to a tense exchange between Hugo and Adolf, with the latter questioning if Hugo intended to threaten an 8-year-old girl. In the midst of the argument, Vikir entered the room, announced by the head butler. Adolf's curiosity piqued, wondering if Vikir might be the Baskerville supernova. His thoughts were interrupted when he realized that Camus, who had been sitting beside him, had disappeared. Camus approached Vikir with an aggressive demeanor, demanding to know what he had just said. Adolf called out to her, trying to stop her from escalating the situation. Vikir, remaining calm, recognized Camus as the Morgue clan's iron-blooded empress, a prodigious mage with a reputation for defeating countless monsters and barbarians. Despite her formidable reputation, Vikir noted that she was still just a child. Camus confronted Vikir, questioning why he had any claim to the ruby mine. Vikir responded coolly, suggesting that Camus was merely throwing a tantrum. In a surprising move, Camus began casting a spell. Instead of attacking, she created an intricate ice sculpture, a demonstration of her magical prowess meant to illustrate her point. Vikir was taken aback by the choice of spell, having expected a more direct confrontation. Camus, with an air of authority, used her intricate ice sculpture to explain the situation regarding the disputed ruby mine. She clarified that the mine was situated on the border between Morgue and Baskerville territories, known as the Joint Security Area. While the entrance to the mine was on Morgue territory, the ruby vein ran beneath Baskerville land, complicating any claim. The Morgues had offered to pay rent for the territory, but the Baskervilles had rejected the proposal. Camus insisted that the rubies rightfully belonged to the Morgue clan and expressed frustration over the Baskervilles' interference with their mining activities. Adolf, pleased with this detailed explanation, seemed to support Camus's claim. Hugo, however, was visibly irritated by the ongoing discussion. Vikir chimed in, stating that while rubies were valuable for magical purposes, the Baskervilles had no immediate need for them. He explained that the Baskervilles were more interested in controlling their land and were not inclined to rent it out for a nominal fee. Vikir warned Camus not to venture into their territory, as it would only result in loss for the Morgues. Camus, dissatisfied with Vikir's response, took a bold step. She claimed possession of the ruby vein and placed her arm over the sculpture representing the Baskerville territory. She challenged Vikir, asking whose arm it was. Vikir, with a sly smile, claimed ownership, playfully asserting that since it was in his land, the arm was his. Camus, blushing and stammering, was taken aback by Vikir's audacious claim. With a mischievous grin, Vikir pulled out a knife, startling everyone in the room. His sinister grin and the knife's appearance sent shivers through the assembly. He declared, "I'm saying your arm's mine." Camus, terrified, questioned Vikir's intentions, while Hugo, sweating profusely, struggled to manage the escalating tension. As Vikir advanced with the knife towards Camus's hand, she screamed and cried out for her uncle. Adolf, enraged and protective, intervened, demanding Vikir to back away. Camus seized the opportunity to flee and ran to her uncle's side. Adolf, fuming, demanded an explanation from Hugo, accusing Vikir of recklessness. Hugo, realizing the gravity of the situation, admitted that Vikir had gone too far with his prank. Vikir revealed that the knife was a harmless toy, commonly used in the Baskerville family from a young age. Despite Vikir's apology and explanation, Adolf remained furious and criticized the practice of giving such dangerous toys to children. Hugo suggested refocusing on the main issue, the ruby mine dispute, and moving on to the upcoming friendly duels. Reluctantly, Adolf agreed, though still visibly upset. Camus, still shaken, warned Vikir that she would not forget his actions. Vikir, unfazed, responded with a faint smile, indicating his indifference. The day of the friendly duels arrived, with children between the ages of 8 and 15 gathered to showcase their skills. The event served as a platform for young talents from both the Baskerville and Moore clans to demonstrate their abilities in a series of friendly matches. The friendly duels were in full swing, with younger children engaging in theoretical battles and showcasing their mana sensitivity. However, the real excitement was centered on the highly anticipated clash between the two prodigies, Moore and Vikir Van Baskerville. This match was set to highlight the pinnacle of skill and talent from the Moore and Baskerville clans. Mo, with unwavering determination, faced Vikir with a fierce resolve. She made it clear that she wouldn't hold back and immediately began casting her spell. The audience watched in awe as Camus unleashed a series of four simultaneous spells. Spectators were astounded, with one exclaiming, "Is she really casting quadra spells at just 8 years old?" The impressive display of magical prowess was a testament to Camus's reputation as the Moore clan's genius mage. Despite the impressive display, Vikir dodged the barrage of spells effortlessly, his agility and reflexes on full display. With a hint of disdain, he criticized Camus's approach, suggesting that instead of dazzling with flashy spells, she should focus on mastering a single one. Camus, undeterred, sneered at Vikir and dismissed his comments, labeling him an idiot who lacked an understanding of magic. Undeterred, Camus conjured a sand wall spell to create a barrier between them. However, Vikir swiftly broke through the wall with a powerful kick, leaving Camus momentarily stunned. He commented on her harsh words with a bemused grin, showcasing his confidence and skill. Camus, taken aback by Vikir's strength, wondered aloud if he had gained his power from some mythical source like the river Styx. As she pondered, Vikir launched an attack that she realized was unavoidable. Preparing for impact, Camus closed her eyes, only to be surprised when she found herself unharmed. When she opened her eyes, she saw Vikir flicking her forehead with a casual yet forceful motion. The flick sent her flying backward, and the audience, including Adolf, watched in amazement at how such a simple action could carry so much force. Camus, wincing from the unexpected pain, demanded to know why Vikir had flicked her instead of delivering a more conventional attack. She accused him of going easy on her competitive spirit flaring up. Vikir, with a faint smile, seemed unfazed by her reaction. Prodigious display of skill and strategy. Camus, her frustration mounting, decided to take a more defensive approach. She cast a new spell, creating two sand walls and declaring confidently that Vikir would be unable to break through. Unimpressed by this move, Vikir prepared to humor her. With a single punch, he pierced through both walls, creating a gaping hole. Camus, astonished by the ease with which Vikir breached her defenses, was hit with another flick on her forehead, causing her to fall and growl in pain. Despite the pain, Camus's determination didn't wane. She continued her attacks with growing frustration, while Vikir deftly evaded them. Observing the other duels in the arena, Vikir saw a swordmaster cutting through a mage's spells with remarkable skill. He thought they might be useful in executing his plan. Camus, increasingly agitated, demanded that Vikir stop evading and face her head-on. Seizing a strategic moment, Vikir warned her to prepare a defensive spell. Confused at first, Camus soon realized the mage behind Vikir was about to cast a powerful spell. Adolf, recognizing Vikir's plan, shouted in alarm. A powerful blast erupted, engulfing the arena in chaos. The audience gasped and shouted as flames roared through the space. Camus, using her defensive spell, managed to shield herself from the worst of the blast, but her clothes were singed, leaving her in a state of embarrassment. Tears welled up in her eyes as she braced herself for the inevitable ridicule. In the midst of the smoke and confusion, Vikir appeared before Camus, offering her his jacket to cover herself. Camus was taken aback by his unexpected gesture of kindness, struggling to understand why he would help her despite their earlier conflict. She weakly protested, concerned that accepting his jacket would leave him exposed. Vikir, unfazed, insisted she take the jacket. As Camus noticed a scratch on Vikir's arm, she pointed it out. Vikir, surprised, realized the injury must have come from the swordmaster's blade, which likely carried residual aura from the river Styx. As the dust settled, Camus and Vikir were revealed to the audience. Adolf was visibly relieved to see that Camus was unharmed, while the audience noted that Vikir was the one injured. The sight of Vikir's shirtless form, displaying his fit physique, impressed the onlookers, showcasing the result of his rigorous training. Camus, blushing with a mixture of embarrassment and admiration, felt a confusing attraction toward Vikir. Despite their earlier enmity, she couldn't help but appreciate his unexpected act of kindness. After the intense duel between Vikir and Camus, Hugo and Vikir walked down a dimly lit hallway, reflecting on the day's events. Hugo broke the silence by asking Vikir about his match with the lady of the Moor clan. Vikir replied that the battle had been interesting and that he had gained insights into the event's true purpose. Hugo, however, questioned why Vikir hadn't delivered a decisive blow, noting that a battle with a mage was different from one between swordsmen. Vikir hesitated before admitting he wasn't sure how to handle a lady in combat. Hugo cautioned him about the dangers of letting his guard down, advising him to learn from his wound. Vikir was taken aback by Hugo's concern, recalling him as a cold and strict figure in his youth, rumored to have become that way due to personal losses. This unexpected display of concern made Vikir reassess Hugo's character. Hugo shifted the conversation to the topic of the ruby mines, asking for Vikir's thoughts. Vikir suggested relinquishing control of the mines, explaining that the Baskerville clan's primary goal was territorial expansion. He reasoned that the monsters and barbarians around the mines would become problematic during expansion and proposed that utilizing the Moor clan could minimize losses. Hugo agreed with Vikir's assessment and outlined his plan. He proposed that once the Moor clan controlled the ruby mines, they would assign a large workforce to the area. This would push the monsters and barbarians into the mine region and simultaneously soak the rubies in the blood of their enemies, deterring the Moor clan from further encroachment. Hugo praised Vikir's suggestion, noting it aligned closely with his own thoughts. Vikir found this fitting, as he had executed a similar strategy in his past life under Hugo's orders. Vikir recommended keeping a close watch on the Morg's movements, but Hugo felt it was unnecessary as he had already increased the number of scouts. Their conversation was interrupted by Adolf's voice calling out to Hugo. Hugo and Vikir turned to see Adolf approaching. Adolf expressed a desire to discuss the ruby mines before leaving. They adjourned to a nearby room, where Hugo asked Adolf what he wanted to address. Adolf proposed a peaceful resolution to the issues concerning the ruby mines, suggesting that fees for its use were just one of many possibilities. As Hugo and Adolf continued their discussion, Camus, still flushed from the earlier duel, observed Vikir with an intrigued expression. The mood in the room was tense as Hugo brought up the topic of a potential engagement between their families. Hugo, considering the gravity of such a union, asked Adolf which child he had in mind for the engagement. Adolf confidently suggested a match between his niece, Camus, and Vikir, the eldest son of the Baskerville clan. He lauded Camus for her exceptional qualities, her beauty, knowledge, and skill. Adolf believed Camus would be a perfect match for Vikir, who was often referred to as the small son of the Baskerville clan. Hugo, however, voiced concerns about the significant age difference between the two. He noted that his eldest son was 25 years old while Camus was only 8. Raising questions about the practicality of such a union. Adolf dismissed this concern, brushing off the 17-year gap as a minor issue in the grand scheme. Camus, visibly embarrassed yet determined, interjected with a firm stance. She declared that she would not marry anyone weaker than her mother and was adamant about not accepting a partner with a significant age difference. Her resolute attitude surprised both Hugo and Adolf. Adolf attempted to convince her otherwise, arguing that her insistence on marrying someone stronger than her mother could leave her single for life. Hugo, too, admonished her, reminding her that engagements weren't a buffet of choices. Despite their attempts to persuade her, Camus remained resolute. She was not willing to compromise her standards, no matter the consequences. As the discussion continued, Camus's gaze shifted to Vikir, catching Adolf's attention. To his shock, Camus was clearly considering Vikir in a different light. Adolf, taken aback by her interest, neatly cursed Vikir for complicating matters. He whispered urgently to Camus, advising her not to entertain the idea of Vikir. Adolf's belief was that Vikir, being from the Van family rather than the prestigious Le Descent, would always be a minor player in the broader arena of power and influence. As tensions reached a boiling point in the negotiation room, Hugo's intervention shifted the focus to the real test of Vikir's abilities. The discussion of the engagement took a dramatic turn when Adolf challenged Vikir to a duel, aiming to test the young Baskerville's true strength and wordiness. Hugo, struggling to stifle his amusement, watched as Adolf's anger boiled over into a public confrontation. Adolf's proposal for a deeper conversation quickly revealed itself to be a duel, much to the surprise of everyone, including Camus, who was both anxious and intrigued. Adolf, with a stern expression, declared that he would be testing Vikir's abilities to determine if he was worthy of any future consideration. Adolf's demeanor was formidable as he took his position in the arena. Vikir, who had anticipated the challenge, mentally prepared himself for the confrontation. He realized that showing all his abilities might be overwhelming, even for someone of Adolf's caliber, but he was ready to demonstrate his strength. The duel commenced with a tense silence. Vikir and Adolf faced off in the center of the arena, with Hugo and Camus observing from the sidelines. Of magic, created a pot using fire, earth, and water magic. His control over the elements was precise and impressive, culminating in a challenge. Vikir had to make a single drop of water fall from the pot perched on Adolf's head to claim victory. Camus, observing intently, explained that this challenge showcased Adolf's exceptional magical control. As Vikir analyzed the situation, he weighed his chances. He estimated a 50% success rate for an assassination attempt but only a 10% chance in a direct confrontation. Opting for a strategic approach, Vikir decided to test his luck and skill against Adolf's formidable magic. Without hesitation, Vikir charged at Adolf with his sword, moving directly toward him. Camus, alarmed by the straightforward attack, shouted at Vikir to avoid a direct approach. Adolf, prepared for the assault, cast a barrier spell that easily blocked Vikir's strike. With a smirk, Adolf questioned Camus about her support for Vikir and dismissed his attack as futile. Adolf, confident in his shield magic's effectiveness against swordsmen, took the offensive. He cast powerful spells toward Vikir, who skillfully dodged each one. Camus, frustrated by the perceived unfairness of Adolf's high-level magic, voiced her complaints. Adolf, taken aback by her support for Vikir, angrily labeled him a bastard and vowed not to forgive him. As the duel continued, Vikir remained determined. He used his knowledge and skills to adapt to Adolf's magic, focusing on breaking through the barrier. Adolf, certain of his superiority, taunted Vikir about his sword's inability to pierce the shield. Despite the taunts, Vikir's persistent attacks began to create cracks in Adolf's shield. In a surprising twist, Vikir's sword broke into pieces, but not before managing to pierce the pot. Water began to pour over Adolf, drenching him completely. Vikir, with a satisfied smile, commented that the pot seemed full. Camus, witnessing the unexpected turn of events, was stunned. She watched in awe as Vikir triumphed over her powerful uncle, her admiration for him growing. The realization that Vikir had won the duel sparked thoughts of their potential engagement, leaving her with mixed emotions. Hugo, observing from the sidelines, acknowledged Vikir's exceptional performance. He recognized that Vikir's success was no mere coincidence but a testament to his remarkable talent and strength. Hugo began to reconsider his initial assessment of Vikir's potential, intrigued by the young Baskerville. 7 years had elapsed since the young hounds first arrived at the Baskerville training grounds. Today, they confronted a formidable beast resembling a horned bear. As the creature charged at them, the young hounds took turns striking it with their swords. Observing from the sidelines was Staffordshire Baskerville, the instructor of the young hounds and a member of the Baskerville clan's Shadow Hound. Understanding the challenge of facing a stronger opponent, he shouted out instructions, advising them to target the monster's hind leg to impede its movement rather than aiming for its vital points right away. The triplets among the young hounds worked together effectively, draining the monster's strength. Staffordshire was impressed, noting that their dark crimson aura was well suited for the Baskerville lineage. After the triplets had weakened the beast, the other young hounds joined in and finished it off. Staffordshire applauded their efforts, congratulating them on becoming low-rank sword experts and masters of the first Baskerville technique. He reminded them that they were up against a caged beast, emphasizing that the wild ox bear on Le Rouge at Lenoir Mountain would present a completely different challenge. He cautioned them that death could come more easily than they anticipated, and they needed to rely on their bloodline or gain experience to survive. With that, the instructor wrapped up the 7 years of training, congratulating the young hounds on their graduation and wishing them the best in their future pursuits. After successfully completing their training, the young hounds began chatting amongst themselves. 2 of them discussed their preferences for the various knight orders within the Baskerville clan. The first hound expressed his preference for the Wolfhound order, while the second shared his favorites Doberman, Pitbull, and Rottweiler. There were 7 knight orders in the Baskerville clan, each established to fulfill different roles, including reconnaissance, protection, assassination, suppression, and full-scale combat. Suddenly, the first hound asked his friend where he thought that jerk would end up. The second hound, puzzled, inquired who he was talking about. The first hound clarified that he meant the person seated on the dead ox-bear Vikir. They continued discussing Vikir, with one hound mentioning that he had defeated a much larger ox-bear than the one they had just faced, and that he was already a high-rank sword expert, having mastered the third Baskerville technique, placing him at the same level as the Shadow Hound. Vikir sat atop the slain ox-bear, deep in thought. He realized that reaching his current level of graduate intermediate rank at the 5th Baskerville technique had taken longer than he had expected. Although his swordsmanship had significantly improved, he felt his progress was slower than he desired. At that moment, Head Butler Barrymore appeared behind Vikir, addressing him as Master Vikir. The butler informed him that the Patriarch was looking for him and that his assignment had been decided. With a serious expression, Vikir simply replied, "Understood." Vikir entered the Patriarch's office and greeted Hugo, who responded with a grunt. Noticing a cut on Hugo's nose, Vikir asked how it had happened. Hugo explained that he had been subduing barbarians on Le Rouge at Lenoir Mountain when one of the archers had managed to injure him. Vikir inquired if he had captured them, but Hugo replied that he had not. However, he did manage to inflict a similar scar on the archer's face. After a brief pause, Hugo congratulated Vikir on his graduation, though his tone turned ominous as he added that the challenges were only going to increase from here. Vikir pondered whether Hugo was about to discuss his assignment while reflecting on his past before his regression. He had served as a junior knight in the Pitbull Order, sent to the perilous Le Rouge at Lenoir Mountain to face constant death for 21 months. Treated like an expendable mutt, he was thrust into battle immediately upon arrival. He recalled that Baskerville children were divided into 2 categories: elite or expendable. Once they turned 15, the expendables were sent to perish in combat, while the elite received an education in politics and administration. Through countless near-death experiences, the seasoned expendables eventually became guards for the elite, who matured over time by studying politics and governance. Vikir understood that the 5th Baskerville technique was designed to help the elite catch up with the expendables' extensive hours and experiences in real combat. However, he had been unable to advance beyond the 4th technique before his regression. There was no way Hugo, the one in charge, would allow him, as an illegitimate child, to take a course meant for the elite. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Hugo. Hugo suggested that Vikir consider the lower house of Parliament. Not entirely clear on what Hugo meant, Vikir asked for clarification. Hugo explained that the lower house of Parliament supported the Baskerville clan's regional administration, legislation, and law enforcement, as well as facilitating businesses and overseeing the region as needed. In simple terms, they managed both minor and significant affairs for the clan. Vikir was taken aback that Hugo had chosen him, an illegitimate child, for the elite course. Hugo went on to explain that Vikir's accomplishments surpassed those of any child deemed a genius by a decade. Therefore, he would regard Vikir as such. The position Vikir would assume was that of Deputy Consul of Underdog City. Currently, both the Consul and Deputy Consul roles were unfilled, and Hugo asked if Vikir was interested in the opportunity. After weighing Hugo's offer, Vikir decided to accept the role of Deputy Consul of Underdog City. However, before moving forward, He wanted to address an incident involving the Mord clan and the ruby mines. Hugo seemed already aware and mentioned how Vikir had screwed over Adolf Mord. Vikir confirmed this and requested to borrow his reward for a time. While Vikir did not reveal exactly what he wanted to borrow, the head butler, who had an inkling, was taken aback by Vikir's audacious request. Nevertheless, Hugo appeared unfazed. He stamped the document and assured Vikir that he trusted him not to act recklessly. With newfound confidence, Vikir promised he wouldn't give Hugo cause for concern. Yet, he found it odd to be called son by Hugo, something that would have seemed impossible before his regression. As the head butler and Vikir walked down the corridor, the butler spoke earnestly, stressing the patriarch's high regard for Vikir, highlighted by his appointment as consul before being sent into battle. He referred to this as the disciplines of kingship, implying that Vikir was being prepared for greater responsibilities in the future. However, Vikir wasn't taking his new role lightly. He recognized that success wasn't guaranteed and that he needed to work diligently to fulfill his duties as deputy consul. He thought to himself that this was an opportunity to refine his skills in a safer environment. Although he wasn't particularly interested in current affairs, the memories from his past life remained vivid. He recalled the chilling experience of his head being severed from his body by the guillotine. At that moment, Vikir resolved that he would one day make Hugo Le Baskerville feel that same sensation. In the Baskerville territory, specifically in Underdog City, a bald man was giving instructions to the workers in a large villa. He directed them to ensure the place was spotless by the next day, as a new deputy consul from the Baskerville family was set to arrive. The workers acknowledged his orders, responding, "Yes, sir." Later, one of the workers pondered what kind of person the new deputy consul would be and hoped he had some business experience. The other worker pointed out that the new deputy consul was only 15 years old. As they were chatting, a young boy approached the villa. The second worker noticed him, placed a hand on the child's shoulder, and inquired whose child he was, wondering if any staff member had brought him along. He then told the boy he couldn't just enter the villa without permission. To the worker's surprise, the young boy was none other than Vikir. With an annoyed expression, Vikir commanded the worker to take his hand off his shoulder. He then produced a document and showed it to the worker, revealing it to be the official verification of his position as the new deputy consul. The workers were left stunned and confused as to why he had arrived a day early, but Vikir remained unfazed. Instead, he instructed them to prepare food and drinks for a party he intended to host. As Vikir entered the villa, both workers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure why the new deputy consul would want to throw a party on his first day. Soon enough, the celebration began, filling the villa with food, drinks, and nobles who mingled and enjoyed the festivities. Meanwhile, Hugo Le Baskerville, the general secretary of Underdog City, was pacing anxiously in his office. He looked out the window, incredulous to see the new deputy consul who had just started throwing a party at the workplace. Hugo was already under stress, as his predecessors had been ousted for accepting bribes, and now here was Vikir, drinking and celebrating on the job. The nerve of this young troublemaker seemed almost too much for Hugo to handle. Just as he was about to express his frustration, Vikir suddenly appeared behind him, causing Hugo to nearly jump out of his skin. Vikir introduced himself as Vikir Van Baskerville, the new deputy consul. Still shaken, Hugo introduced himself in return, and Vikir noted that he didn't have a middle name. Hugo braced himself internally, aware that not having a middle name marked him as an outsider and employee rather than a true member of the Baskerville family. He had faced discrimination from past deputy consuls because of this and was accustomed to being looked down upon. To his surprise, instead of ridiculing him, Vikir simply placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Nice." This unexpected gesture left Hugo confused. Vikir explained that he had reviewed Hugo's background during his journey and noted that he was a native of Underdog City. Hugo confirmed this, stating he was born and raised there. Vikir acknowledged this and told Hugo that he understood how hard people like him had to work. He assured him that he had no intention of interfering with his job. Although still somewhat bewildered, Hugo responded with a hesitant, "Okay." Inside, He couldn't shake the feeling that this might be a new form of harassment. Chihuahua also wondered why Vikir was in his office, especially since he had been the one to request the party. However, Vikir shifted the conversation to a different topic. He explained that while there wasn't anything fundamentally wrong with the personal law system, the city's judicial system had many peculiar issues. He elaborated that one of the major problems in Underdog City was the immense success of many illegal business owners, which had given the underground more influence than the law itself. Vikir concluded that simply shutting down illegal businesses wouldn't address the underlying problems. The heads of the underground businesses needed to be eliminated. As the newly appointed deputy consul, Vikir explained that his role was to create and enforce laws. While he respected the existing regulations, he intended to introduce a new one. Chihuahua, surprised by the mention of a new law, listened closely as Vikir confidently stated he would dismantle the underground economy within a week. However, he needed a valid reason to create and implement this law. Chihuahua was puzzled about why Vikir required a reason to shut down illegal businesses. Vikir clarified that, as a young and newly appointed deputy consul, he needed a performance to make his actions credible. Although Chihuahua still found the plan difficult to understand, Vikir's expression changed to a sly grin as he looked out the window and proclaimed, "To put it differently, I will lay out poop for the flies." Chihuahua couldn't help but wonder what he meant by that. The next day, Vikir arrived at Doorsmile Street in downtown Underdog, where a large crowd had gathered, buzzing with conversation. Vikir stood on a stage holding a stake, while Chihuahua and his companions speculated about the deputy consul's intentions. They noticed the large turnout and commented on Vikir's early arrival. Vikir stepped forward and introduced himself as the new deputy consul. The crowd reacted with surprise, taken aback by the sight of such a young man in that position. Some murmured that he was cute, while others questioned his abilities. Vikir disregarded their doubts and addressed them directly, saying, "I believe you have all seen this notice. These laws have been in effect for some time. Even though the deputy consul has changed, the laws of the Baskerville family remain strict and will continue to be enforced." Despite Vikir's confident words, skepticism lingered in the crowd as they muttered doubts about his capability to uphold the law at such a young age. Some even speculated that he might soon fall victim to the same corruption that afflicted those in higher positions. Unable to remain silent, Chihuahua shouted at the crowd, demanding they show respect for the new deputy consul. While the crowd quieted, a few still whispered that perhaps Chihuahua would be a better choice for the role. In a surprising turn of events, Vikir's actions left the crowd in shock. He lifted the stake, and a hush fell over the assembly, all eyes fixed on him. With remarkable strength, he plunged the stake into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes, astonished by this display of power. Seizing the moment, Vikir made an unexpected announcement. He declared that he would establish a special law under his authority as deputy consul, known as the Vikir Special Law. This law would reward anyone who could pull the stake from the ground with a staggering sum of 100 million gold coins. Gasps rippled through the crowd as they processed the news. 100 million, they shouted in disbelief. The crowd gathered closer, eyes darting between Vikir and the stake, trying to comprehend what was happening. Vikir clarified the new law. The first law, known as the Vikir Special Law, Paragraph 1, Article 1, states that whoever pulls out the appointed stake, henceforth referred to as the stake, will be paid 100 million gold immediately by me. The crowd was stunned, exclaiming in shock at the thought of receiving such a massive amount of money for simply pulling out a stake. Questions erupted from the crowd, with one person daring to ask if it could really be that easy. Whispers of disbelief spread like wildfire, yet even with the excitement in the air, no one stepped forward to attempt the challenge. Noticing their hesitation, Vikir raised his voice again, asking, "Is there no one who wants to claim 100 million gold?" When no one stepped forward to pull the stake, Vikir surprised the crowd again by declaring a new law. The Vikir Special Law, Paragraph 1, Article 2, stated that whoever could pull the stake would receive an astonishing 1 billion gold coins directly from Vikir. The offer was too tempting to ignore, yet it was met with skepticism. A fat old man in the crowd laughed bitterly, accusing Vikir of mocking them and questioning who would attempt such an impossible task. The crowd murmured in agreement, though some began to reconsider the prospect of 1 billion gold was hard to dismiss. Chihuahua, standing behind Vikir, grew increasingly uneasy as the crowd's disbelief mounted. He wondered why they were being subjected to such embarrassment. Vikir, however, remained unfazed and asked again if no one was brave enough to claim the fortune. With no one stepping up, Vikir raised the stakes even higher, offering a staggering 10 billion gold coins. This announcement stunned the crowd into silence. Some questioned whether it was a joke, while others were tempted by the promise of immense riches. Yet, a few cautious voices warned about the deputy consul's sword, advising restraint to avoid appearing overly greedy. Still, no one dared to step forward. At that moment, Chihuahua whispered to Vikir, informing him that there wasn't enough gold in the entire city to cover such an outrageous promise. Vikir remained unfazed, and just as he was about to speak again, a small hand shot up from the crowd. The hand belonged to a little girl with a flower basket, who timidly asked if she could try. Her voice was so soft that the crowd barely heard her, but the old man standing beside her, recognizing her as Judy the flower girl, tried to stop her. Judy, determined, explained that her mother was sick and she needed to do something to help. Despite the old man's warnings, Judy approached the stake. She hesitated for a moment, her heart racing with fear. Vikir watched her intently, his expression unreadable. As Judy reached the stake, she thought of her sick mother, and without saying a word, Vikir calmly instructed her, "Pull it out." His tone was steady, leaving Judy uncertain about what would happen next. Taking a deep breath, Judy gripped the stake tightly with both hands and pulled with all her might. To her astonishment, the stake came out effortlessly, as if it had never been stuck in the ground at all. The crowd gasped in disbelief, watching in awe as this frail, small girl succeeded where grown men had hesitated. Judy glanced nervously at Vikir, who had been observing her closely. Her heart sank as he made a motion, seeming to unsheath his sword. Tears welled up in her eyes as fear washed over her, thinking of her mother and what would happen if she were gone. However, instead of drawing his sword, Vikir knelt before her and held out a bag filled with gold. "For now, here is 100 million gold," he said, handing it to her. The crowd was in utter shock, and even Judy could hardly believe what she was seeing. Vikir then asked her where she lived, explaining that the full 10 billion gold would be too heavy for her to carry. He promised to have it delivered to her home with a personal guard for her safety. Still clutching the bag, Judy stared at him in disbelief, barely able to comprehend what was happening. Gently placing a hand on her head, Vikir reassured her, "This is the law. It must always be obeyed." The crowd behind them remained speechless, and even Chihuahua, who had been at Vikir's side throughout the performance, was left in stunned silence, his mouth agape. No one had expected the young deputy consul to fulfill such an extraordinary promise. Vikir's actions had a profound impact, making the Vikir special law more renowned than any previous laws of the Baskerville clan. The simplicity of being rewarded for obeying the law and punished for disobeying it resonated deeply with the citizens. As word spread, Vikir gained a reputation for being a man of his word, a rare quality that earned him immense respect. The effects were immediate. Crime rates dropped significantly, and lawlessness was halved. Even Chihuahua, moved by Vikir's leadership, admitted that for the first time in his 20 years of service, he felt genuinely inspired. Vikir explained that ruling through fear alone wasn't sufficient. Earning the trust of the people required creativity and conviction. Reflecting on his performance, Vikir couldn't help but compare his methods to the harsh reign of Kimumorg, who, years later, would reduce crime rates to 1% but at the cost of being feared and disliked by her people. As Vikir and Chihuahua returned to the office, Vikir studied a map of the city, marking locations where criminal activity thrived. He explained that confiscating the ill-gotten gains from these groups would help recover the 10 billion gold payout. When Chihuahua inquired how he knew where these underground businesses were, Vikir tapped his nose with a smirk and replied, "I can smell them." The atmosphere in the VVIP lounge of the Burning Suspension was thick with arrogance and self-indulgence. Members of the Youth Autonomy Association reveled in their excesses, exchanging crude jokes, flaunting their wealth, and ridiculing their perceived enemies. The blonde ringleader leaned back smugly, discussing the Baskervilles as if they were mere tools at their disposal. The Baskervilles, those sword-waving idiots don't even realize they're being played, he scoffed. Remember how we pinned everything on the Mesamod in our clan? Those fools slaughtered their own loyal dogs, and we didn't have to lift a finger. His companions chuckled in agreement, their laughter echoing off the opulent walls of the lounge. One of them raised his glass, toasting to their continued success as the conversation shifted to the new deputy consul. Vikir, has anyone even heard of this Vikir? The blonde asked dismissively. Van descent or not, he's probably just another clueless bureaucrat. The others shook their heads, clearly uninterested in the details of the city's new leadership. But the blonde had other ideas. His smirk widened as he proposed a plan to deal with Vikir. Let's give him a warm welcome, he said, sarcasm dripping from his voice. We'll invite him to one of our little parties. Best drinks, the most beautiful women. Let him indulge himself, and once the party's over, we'll make sure he pays for it. The poor fool won't know what hit him. Laughter erupted among his companions, excited by the prospect of humiliating the new deputy consul. As they discussed their plan, a waiter entered the room with several girls, announcing their arrival. The blond man and his companions looked up excitedly, eager to enjoy their evening with the ladies. One of the men noticed a young male accompanying the women and questioned his presence. The waiter, unaware of who he was, explained that the boy entered with such confidence that no one questioned him. The young male was none other than Vikir. The waiter grabbed Vikir by the hair and, in an angry tone, demanded to know why he was there. However, Vikir's eyes glowed with anger, and suddenly the room fell silent as the group looked on with shocked expressions. As Vikir approached, the waiter realized his arm was bent at an unnatural angle, causing him to shout in pain. One of the men, who had initially pointed out Vikir, expressed his surprise at the sight. Vikir introduced himself as Vikir Van Baskerville. The man repeated his name, recognizing him as the deputy consul, and questioned why he was there. Vikir simply replied that they had invited him. The blond man realized the situation was escalating and, trying to calm things down, laughed and exclaimed how amazing it was that Vikir had come to the party. Vikir watched the blond man whisper to one of his companions, discussing something. The blond man asked if they should carry out their plans, and his companion agreed, suggesting they see how Vikir dealt with paying for everything. The blond man agreed, and proposed keeping Vikir there to force him to pay once the party was over. Vikir had had enough. He placed his hand on the table, interrupting their conversation, and demanded they stop the pointless chatter. Suddenly, the entire table exploded, sending glasses filled with drinks crashing to the floor, causing everyone in the room to look on in surprise. As the drinks spilled, the blond man watched in disbelief. His thoughts immediately went to Vikir's potential abilities. Could he have used mono-manipulation to make the champagne tower explode just by touching the table? The blond man realized Vikir was a graduator. His companion was equally shocked, and whispered in anger, noting they had thought Vikir was just a 15-year-old kid. The blond man snapped back, telling his companion that, as a middle-class expert, he should do something. But the companion was too scared, knowing they would lose in an instant if they tried to fight Vikir. Suddenly, Vikir placed his hand on one of the men's shoulders and addressed him directly. The man, terrified, blurted out that they were planning to pay for the drinks. Vikir questioned whether they had been planning to force him to pay for everything, and the man realized he had made a huge mistake. Another companion spoke up, asking who would dare to do such a thing. The blond man tried to calm the situation, claiming they only wanted to test Vikir, as Underdog City had become corrupt. They wanted to ensure that Vikir wouldn't be enticed by the city's temptations. The blond man's companion agreed, saying Vikir seemed to have what it took to lead them, and that they would be sure to follow. Suddenly, Vikir attacked the man sitting closest to him with a palm strike that resembled a claw attack. He grabbed the man's stomach tightly and delivered a stern message. An owner can test their dog, but a dog should never test their owner. no matter the situation. As Vikir looked at the rest of the group, he questioned whether they were moved by his actions because of their money and power. He warned them that they had never seen anything truly frightening before. Vikir threw the man to the ground and stepped on his face. He then looked at the rest of the group and asked if they knew why he had done this. If they didn't, it seemed they would meet the same fate. The blonde man, stricken with fear, stammered a response, claiming they knew exactly why Vikir had acted as he did. But Vikir kicked the man's head and told them that if they really understood, they would know what he was going to do next. The group became angry at this, and the blonde man called Vikir a bastard, while another questioned if he really thought he could get away with it. Suddenly, Vikir appeared right in front of the second man and accused the group of committing crimes such as abduction, kidnapping, illegal slave trafficking, and insulting the Baskerville name. The rest of the group looked shocked upon hearing their crimes being named. Vikir then punched the second man and told them, "Animals don't learn until you teach them." With an evil grin, Vikir said he was prepared to teach the disobedient creatures a lesson. The dimly lit prison cell echoed with the blonde man's furious threats, his beaten face twisted in rage. Vikir raised an eyebrow, as if surprised by the question. "Do you think I overdid it?" he asked. "Yes," Chihuahua replied, incredulity flooding his voice. He struggled to comprehend how someone could inflict such serious injuries on another human being, likening the victim to a meat bag. Vikir, however, remained unfazed. He walked toward the cell with a cold smile on his face, assuring Chihuahua that he hadn't even begun to show his true power. The older man looked shocked and disbelieving, demanding to know what Vikir was planning. "I'm going to execute all the wicked civil servants who have morphed into a grotesque organization," Vikir declared, his tone unwavering. He claimed he could see their arrogance and ignorance in their expressions, the result of a lack of proper education and a blatant disregard for the authority of the Baskerville clan. Chihuahua still couldn't grasp the gravity of Vikir's intentions. "Are you serious?" he pressed, searching Vikir's face for any hint of doubt. Vikir nodded firmly, and in the cell, the blonde man and his companions were now begging for their lives, promising to give Vikir everything they had if he spared them. Chihuahua's concern deepened. "But do you realize what will happen after this? The families of those you execute won't just sit idly by. They're cowardly yet daring, and they'll resort to any means to avenge their loved ones." Vikir's confident smile remained intact. "There's no need to worrying about the families of the executed men. These corrupt officials are tied to the criminal organizations of Underdog City. Their families won't have the luxury of complaining." Chihuahua, however, expressed concern about the evidence against these officials. Vikir responded confidently, assuring him that he had his ways of finding it. If necessary, he thought to himself, he would create his own evidence. Vikir appeared indifferent to the chaos that would follow his actions. He believed a significant change was on the horizon, and he would likely soon be thrust into battle. Regardless, he knew he would have to leave this place once he enrolled at the academy. Standing before the prisoners, Vikir's eyes were cold and unfeeling as he surveyed them. He began to list their crimes, his voice flat and monotone. Human trafficking, kidnapping, bribery, blackmail, threatening, assault through a third party, and murder. The blonde man immediately denied any involvement, demanding evidence to support Vikir's claims. Vikir merely smirked. "Would you accept punishment if there were evidence?" At this, the blonde man's defiance faltered. He looked down, guilt etched across his face, as if he were silently confessing, "I'll never bring shame to my family, even if I were to die here." Suddenly, a man appeared, striding toward Vikir with a bag in hand. The bald-headed man called out to him, and Vikir turned around, unfazed by his presence. The bald man set the bag down before Vikir and informed him that his custom order was ready. Vikir expressed his gratitude for the timely delivery, to which the bald man merely chuckled in response. Vikir opened the bag, revealing an assortment of tools, which he began to arrange carefully on a cloth. As he set up, the bald man suddenly spoke up, remarking that he had never seen some of these tools before, despite having tortured people for 30 years. "How did you come up with such terrifying instruments?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. Vikir shrugged, replying, "I didn't invent them. "They're common where I come from." The bald man was taken aback, eyes widening. "You mean you come from hell?" Vikir chuckled softly. "Something like that." He then asked the bald man if he would like to learn. The bald man quickly declined, saying he might vomit everything he had eaten if he witnessed Vikir at work with those tools. Vikir merely nodded, his gaze drifting back to his equipment, lost in thought. He longed for the days of the era of destruction, when even the demon clan's prisoners would spill their secrets under torture. Those times had refined torture methods significantly. With a deliberate motion, Vikir opened his coat to reveal his tools, causing the blond man to squeal in fear. Vikir turned to the prisoners, asking where their bravado had gone, the same bravado they had displayed when claiming they would never confess. He tightened the buttons on his wrists, smirking as he said, "Please don't say anything. I want to cherish the memories of my past for once." The blond man, unable to contain his fear, burst into tears. Rumors of the arrest of the 7 wicked gangs spread rapidly throughout Underdog City. Wherever 3 or more citizens gathered, the tale continued to circulate, igniting both fear and intrigue among the populace. In a nearby tavern, patrons buzzed with conversation about the recent arrests. The charges against those 7 suggest execution might be on the table. This statement sent a ripple of unease through the crowd, igniting a heated debate about whether the children of native families could truly be put to death. One patron insisted that the new deputy consul had a reputation for ruthlessness, recalling a story about him burning 10 billion gold with a single stake. "He's not one to be trifled with," he said, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and admiration. Yet another voice countered, executing them would put him in a tight spot. The backlash would be immense. The citizens of Underdog City speculated that the arrest of the 7 notorious gang leaders was merely a political maneuver between the new deputy consul and the native authorities. Many believed that once the local powerhouses exerted their influence, the situation would blow over, and the imprisoned gang members would be released unscathed. As expected, the Mant Blank clan, Pure clan, Luavi clan, Channel clan, Ferragamu clan, Hermes clan, and Pradar clan delivered their apologies to the new deputy consul. However, events took a shocking turn. The heads of the 7 gang leaders were displayed in the center square, preserved in salt and frozen in expressions of agony, as if they had endured excruciating pain until their last breath. Above their gruesome display, a public notice detailed the punishments inflicted upon them prior to their executions. The crowd stood in shock as they read the notice and beheld the gruesome scene before them. In his office, Vikir explained that there was no reason for surprise. The laws had long been established. However, this was the first time that the notorious native families would face such consequences. He believed this would herald significant change and predicted that once the destruction of either party commenced, Underdog City would descend into a bloodbath. Turning to Chihuahua, Vikir warned him to prepare himself, as he would be joining him in the next phase of their strategy. Chihuahua was visibly shocked and taken aback by Vikir's words. The scene shifted, and he now stood in the same pose, a mask concealing his face. Turning slightly, he whispered to the occupant inside the cage, none other than the deputy consul, questioning if this was truly the right strategy. Vikir simply responded, asking Chihuahua if he didn't trust him. As Chihuahua lingered in doubt, the area began to fill with masked figures. The atmosphere was charged with tension as slaves were paraded through, their hands shackled in iron cuffs. Amid the chaos, Chihuahua's thoughts drifted back to Vikir, who sat quietly in one of the slave cages. He pondered whether having the deputy consul sold as a slave was indeed a sound strategy. Underdog City, notorious for its illicit activities, was hosting one of its darker events, a slave auction. In a remote area, a massive tent had been erected, surrounded by luxurious carriages. The products on display included kidnapped barbarians, nobles, and commoners, all awaiting their fate as the highest bidder loomed. The Baskerville family remained blissfully unaware of this unlawful spectacle. The auctioneer, positioned at the front of the crowd, greeted the attendees with an enthusiastic welcome to the circus. Spotting Chihuahua's group, he smiled broadly, recognizing the distinct emblem of the Mant Blank clan. Upon reviewing their identification papers, he noted that they were present as sellers. Concern flashed across his face as he recalled that the Manhwa clan had expressed dissatisfaction with the slaves they had purchased at the last auction. They were valued clients known for buying in bulk. Chuwal responded that they were indeed satisfied with the quality of the slaves available at the auction. The auctioneer's gaze shifted to Vikir, who was confined in a cage, his black hair and red eyes marking him as a rare find. The auctioneer assured Chihuahua that he would take responsibility for selling Vikir at an impressive price. Chihuahua nodded in agreement, leaving the matter in the auctioneer's hands. The auctioneer bid farewell to Chihuahua Manhwa, hoping he would enjoy his time at the circus. Inside the tent, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the auctioneer took his place on the stage. The crowd murmured among themselves, some discussing the recent trend of mysterious-looking slaves, while others expressed a preference for the prettier, more attractive specimens. A few were intrigued by the tragic backstories of fallen nobles or kidnapped aristocrats, all hopeful for a day filled with quality products. With a flourish, the auctioneer introduced the first item on the agenda, a notorious case of embezzlement involving the Baskerville family's knights. He unveiled an rank monster known as the Betrayal, a fearsome creature resembling a cow, said to dwell in the depths of hell and rumored to hail from another world. The auctioneer elaborated on its horrifying reputation, noting that it possessed 19 hearts and would continue its relentless assault until every one of them was defeated. He excitedly detailed the creature's potential uses from its durable leather to its edible meat, bones, and intestines, emphasizing that nothing would go to waste in the hands of the buyers. The crowd's interest peaked as they leaned in, eager to see what price this unique offering would fetch. The bidding for the Betrayal kicked off at an astonishing 100 million gold. The price quickly escalated to 140 million, then 200 million, and ultimately reached a staggering 250 million. With no further bids in sight, the auctioneer slammed the hammer down, declaring the item sold with a flourish. As the auction progressed, unique and exotic items kept the crowd on edge, eager to secure something of value amidst the dark and illicit atmosphere of the slave auction. The auctioneer, sensing the rising tension, moved swiftly to the next item on the docket. A worker leaned in and whispered something in his ear, and the auctioneer's eyes widened in surprise. "Next up, we have a truly rare item," he announced, his voice booming across the tent. A girl from the fierce barbarian warrior tribe of Balak, hailing from the treacherous Le Rouge at Lenoir mountain jungles. The girl was brought onto the stage, her demeanor fierce and defiant as she glared at the crowd. The auctioneer, eager to pique interest, encouraged the bidders to consider taming the wild slave, boasting of a chance to showcase their training prowess. He began the bidding at 5 million gold, but to his dismay, no one showed interest. The price dropped to 3 million, then 1 million, yet still, the crowd remained silent, their interest waning. Frustrated, the auctioneer ordered the guards to take the girl away, deeming her unsellable. In a desperate final attempt, the girl lunged forward, trying to break free from her captors. But a guard swiftly retaliated, delivering a brutal punch to her stomach that knocked her unconscious. With no sympathy, they dragged her backstage, her fierce spirit extinguished for the moment. The auctioneer offered an apology for the earlier mishap and promised to reveal the highlight of the event, Vikir. He introduced Vikir as a purebred with striking black hair and red eyes, noting that minimal restraint was needed. In awe of Vikir's appearance and build, a woman in the crowd immediately offered 600 million gold, without even waiting for the initial bid to be announced. The auctioneer chuckled at her impatience. However, a man soon countered with an 800 million gold bid, which infuriated the woman. She questioned why a man would be interested in Vikir, and he coldly responded that it wasn't her concern. He planned to make Vikir a gladiator. The bidding continued to escalate, with another offer of 900 million. But a mysterious figure, holding placard number 99, stunned the crowd by raising the bid to a staggering 6 billion gold. Whispers filled the room as everyone realized it was Baron Gambino, a wealthy figure from the granary, known for his vast fortune, especially after his recent dealings underground. The Baron's assistant hesitated, expressing concern about the enormous bid, warning that profit would only come if Vikir remained unharmed. The Baron, clearly irritated, reminded her of her position, recounting how he had given her shelter when she had no other options. The auctioneer announced that the masked figure, Customer 99, had won the bid. As Vikir was brought before Baron Gambino, the Baron inspected him closely, clearly satisfied with his purchase. He addressed Vikir, claiming ownership, and attempted to reassure him that he wasn't a bad person. However, the Baron's unsettling tone, paired with hints about the fun they would have together, made Vikir uneasy. In a sudden move, Vikir raised his hands in front of the Baron. Confused, the Baron asked if Vikir wanted his handcuffs removed. But before the Baron could respond, Vikir easily snapped the cuffs apart, shocking both the Baron and his assistant. Wasting no time, Vikir delivered a powerful kick, sending the Baron crashing to the floor. He then grabbed the Baron by the back, suggesting they play a game called Spear and Shield. As Vikir tightened his grip, he calmly explained that he would be the spear, and if the Baron, as the shield, could withstand his attack, he'd win. The Baron cried out in pain, desperately calling for Cindy's help. But before she could react, he had already passed out. Vikir glanced down at the unconscious Baron and calmly declared that since the Baron had fainted, it meant he had won the game. He then removed the fake hair he had been wearing, revealing his true identity. Vikir Van Baskerville. Cindy Windy, the Baron's assistant, immediately recognized him and gasped, calling out his name. Vikir, however, paid her no mind, turning instead to check if the Baron was still alive. The crowd was left in shock, murmuring about Vikir's appearance and speculating who would become the next deputy consul of the underdog city. Some questioned why a Baskerville hound would show up at an event like this. Meanwhile, hidden among the crowd, Chihuahua observed how the deputy consul had just turned this whole situation into a spectacle. Surveying the onlookers, Vikir remarked that circus was a fitting name for this place. With a sinister glint in his eyes and a dark smile, he warned the crowd that none of them should expect to leave in one piece. Standing unarmed in the center of the auction hall, Vikir was surrounded by guards, with tension thick in the air as the crowd watched anxiously. The auctioneer, clearly furious with how things had escalated, ordered the guards to kill Vikir, disregarding his status as deputy consul. As the guards charged forward, Vikir summoned Beelzebub, his sword effortlessly cutting through them. A cold dread gripped the auctioneer as Vikir's ominous red aura filled the room, making it clear he was no ordinary man. One guard, swinging a metal ball on a chain, rushed at Vikir, but Vikir swiftly closed the gap, slicing through both the weapon and the guard with ease. The auctioneer's thoughts raced, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. He couldn't believe that Vikir was a graduator, especially at such a young age. Graduators were the ultimate powerhouses of any nation, and the auctioneer knew they stood no chance against someone like Vikir. Chihuahua, watching the events unfold, spoke up, expressing his amazement at the deputy consul's impressive swordsmanship. But a sudden shift in the atmosphere caught his attention. Vikir heard laughter behind him and turned to see the auctioneer, now holding a knife to Chihuahua's throat. The auctioneer demanded that Vikir drop his weapon and surrender, threatening to kill Chihuahua if he refused. Vikir, however, remained unfazed, standing his ground, which only made the auctioneer more frantic. Despite the blade at his throat, Chihuahua reassured Vikir that he was fine, urging him to focus on his own safety. The auctioneer, angered by Chihuahua's defiance, tried to silence him, but Chihuahua's loyalty to Vikir stayed unshaken. Vikir chuckled at Chihuahua's words, impressed by his dedication. He then revealed that he had a trump card from the patriarch, Hugo, producing a small flute attached to his leg. Vikir confused the auctioneer, who demanded to know what he planned to do with it. Chihuahua, however, immediately recognized the flute's significance, while the auctioneer, gripped with uncertainty, struggled to comprehend what was about to unfold. Holding the flute firmly, Vikir stepped forward before the crowd. Without hesitation, he brought it to his lips and blew with full force. A sharp, deafening sound reverberated through the room, causing the crowd to cry out in agony as they frantically covered their ears, trying to escape the intense noise. As the piercing sound persisted, Vikir's expression grew colder. This wasn't just a loud note, it was a declaration of chaos, a clear signal that he was ready to reclaim his power, no matter the cost. The air in the room shifted, leaving everyone to wonder just how far Vikir would go to establish his dominance in this twisted spectacle. When Vikir finished playing the flute, an eerie silence fell over the room as the crowd stared, struggling to grasp what had just happened. The auctioneer, regaining his nerve, chuckled and dismissed it as a scare tactic, claiming that even a graduator couldn't do any real damage here. But the mood shifted in an instant as a sword suddenly pierced the auctioneer's throat from behind. Before he could react, his head was severed clean from his body. The figure responsible stepped forward, cloaked in a hood, standing beside Chihuahua, who looked on in shock at the auctioneer's decapitated body. A nearby guard, trying to take control of the situation, demanded to know the identity of the hooded figure. Without a word, the figure flicked his sword, releasing a dense red aura that tore the guard apart with ease. The remaining guards looked on in horror, while Vikir stood back, a satisfied smirk crossing his face as the chaos unfolded. Suddenly, more hooded figures appeared throughout the room, each radiating a powerful presence that drained the courage from those around them. One trembling guard stammered as he tried to guess who they were, while another desperately hoped his fears were wrong. Amidst the crowd, Cindy Windy spotted the teeth symbol on their chests and gasped, recognizing them as the Empire's most feared Knight Order, the Annihilation experts. It dawned on Cindy, all 100 knights were graduators, part of the notorious Pitbull Knight Order from the Baskerville clan. Just then, one of the knights appeared behind her, sword drawn, ready to strike her down. Panic surged through her, she couldn't face dying like this. But before the knight could act, Vikir stepped in, commanding him to spare her. The knight immediately backed off, kneeling in submission to Vikir. With a firm tone, Vikir issued his next order. The knight was to slaughter the rest of the crowd, sparing only those who lay down without resisting. Anyone who made a move would be executed on the spot. The knight acknowledged Vikir's command before vanishing to carry out the gruesome task. Vikir felt a wave of satisfaction. Securing the loyalty of the Pitbull Knights had been critical, especially with Hugo's obsession over military strength. This was the reward Vikir had sought before coming to the underdog city. As the screams of the dying echoed around them, a terrified man lying on the ground tried to stay perfectly still, hoping to survive the massacre. Suddenly, a Pitbull Knight loomed over him, causing the man to squeal in terror. He begged for mercy, promising to wear the cuffs and submit, but the knight replied coldly that they didn't carry cuffs. Confused, the man asked what would happen to him, only to scream in agony as the knight sliced off his legs. The knight casually remarked that those marked for execution didn't need legs. Beside Vikir stood a man with a cigar between his lips, none other than Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, commander of the Pitbull Knights. He asked Vikir if he was pleased with how the Pitbull Knights had handled the situation. Vikir nodded, and Boston Terrier offered further help if needed. As he observed Vikir, Boston Terrier thought he could see why brother Hugo was so captivated by the young man. Even at just 15, Vikir already radiated a dangerous blend of ferocity and ruthlessness. Boston Terrier placed a hand on Vikir's head, extending an invitation to join the Pitbull Knights, promising to shape him into something even greater. Vikir paused, replying that he would consider the offer. As he turned to leave, he mentioned that there was another pressing matter he needed to attend to. Watching him walk away, Boston Terrier felt a pang of desire, his interest in Vikir growing even stronger. Vikir made his way into a dimly lit storeroom, his eyes scanning the dark corners, searching for something specific. He muttered under his breath, convinced that whatever he was looking for was hidden somewhere within these walls. As Vikir surveyed the dimly lit storeroom, his gaze landed on a large safe tucked away in the corner. For a brief moment, he considered the idea of using the noble's wealth to fund city hall taxes but quickly dismissed it. That wasn't his purpose here. Turning his back on the safe, his attention was drawn to a cage nearby covered by a cloth. A look of determination crossed his face as he reminded himself that he was searching for something far more significant. With intent, Vikir approached the cage and pulled off the cloth, revealing a battered and bruised girl inside, crying out in agony. Tears silently flowed down her cheeks as Vikir took in her injuries, which spoke of the suffering she had endured prior to her confinement. Disapprovingly clicking his tongue, he reached into his pack to grab a potion he had received from the Knight Order, a stroke of luck he was now thankful for. He poured the shimmering liquid into her mouth, and almost instantly, the potion began to take effect, visibly healing her bruises and cuts. Suddenly, the girl's eyes opened, but upon seeing Vikir standing before her, fear gripped her features, causing her to recoil. Vikir frowned, taken aback by her reaction. "Why are you so shocked?" he inquired, but the girl could only stare at him, her confusion clear in her expression. Standing up, Vikir unlocked the cage door and instructed the girl in barbarian language to leave. Though she seemed to grasp his intent, and certainty lingered in her expression, her eyes wide with fear. Recalling his previous interactions with barbarians, Vikir gestured towards the exit and repeated his command, this time with greater urgency. She murmured something in her own language, but Vikir shook his head, acknowledging his limited fluency. Just before she bolted away, the barbarian girl turned back and spoke once more in her tongue. Although he couldn't understand her words, Vikir sensed that she was expressing gratitude for his kindness. With a deep sigh, Vikir revealed another cloth, uncovering the true purpose of his visit to the storeroom, the corpse of Merciel. He approached it cautiously, relieved to see it was still intact. As he examined the body, a red aura began to radiate from his hand, and Beelzebub, his loyal companion, emerged. "It's been a while since you had a meal from an rank monster," Vikir said with a grin at Beelzebub. "But don't worry, you'll have your chance soon. The pitbull order will be here shortly, so make sure to finish your feast quickly." Beelzebub emitted a satisfied sound, showing its eagerness for the upcoming banquet. News of Vikir's bold actions against the criminal organization swiftly spread throughout Underdog City. With the rising sun, whispers began that the nobles involved in the illicit slave auction had been captured, their limbs severed as punishment. The notorious hideout known as Burning Suspension had been reduced to ashes, its destruction a stark reminder of the rampant criminal activities. The heads of the club's VIPs were displayed prominently, raising awareness of the situation. The 7 original clans, mourning the loss of their children, submitted formal protests to the administrative office. However, Vikir remained resolute in his stance, asserting that the death penalty was the only just punishment for those implicated in the imperial family's most egregious crime, illegal slave trading. Documents including bank drafts, ledgers, and evidence of the criminals' cash transactions were seized, and the Baskerville clan was assigned to investigate the matter, intending to report their findings to the imperial family. The protests from the 7 families began to fade in light of Vikir's unwavering position. In an unprecedented move, each patriarch from the clans appeared at the administrative office, pleading with the very person responsible for the deaths of their sons. Vikir's response was direct. The black ledgers from Burning Suspension had been meticulously reviewed. Under the jurisdiction of the Baskerville Self-Governing Dominion, he announced that the assets of the 7 families would be confiscated, and on charges of treason, their lineages would face complete eradication. With the new deputy consul in place, the execution grounds were stained red with the blood of the corrupt within the city. Vikir's reputation skyrocketed among the citizens, and his popularity continued to grow each day. While sitting in his office, he was approached by Chihuahua, who cheerfully held a cup of coffee. "I brought you some coffee," he said with a smile. Vikir laughed and replied, "You don't have to bring me coffee. You're the office manager, after all." Chihuahua insisted that bringing coffee was his way of expressing gratitude for Vikir saving him from a potential stabbing during the slave auction. "You're being stingy by only offering me coffee for saving your life," Vikir joked. Chihuahua explained that he had sweetened the coffee with 2 spoons of sugar, added creamer, and mixed in a little water. Changing the subject, he inquired about Vikir's training in transcription. Vikir handed him a sheet of paper and asked for his thoughts. Chihuahua's eyes widened in astonishment at Vikir's impressive handwriting, considering he hadn't been practicing for long. Vikir modestly replied that he still had a lot to improve on and praised Chihuahua's skills as the office manager. As Chihuahua contemplated Vikir's remarkable talents, his ability to craft new laws and grasp legal complexities, he couldn't help but feel that with Vikir leading the way, Underdog City was on a path to greater success. In the dead of night, the sky was clouded, with only a few beams of moonlight breaking through, casting a faint glow into the prison cell. Vikir stood in front of a prisoner, Cindy Windy, Baron Gambino's attendant, whom he had rescued from the slave auction. Her wrists were cuffed, and a blindfold covered her eyes. "Apologies for not coming by sooner," Vikir said quietly. "I've been quite busy." He leaned in closer, trying to assess her reaction. "Is your name Cindy Windy Sunrose?" She stayed silent, her expression one of defiance. "Why did you spare my life?" she asked, her voice steady despite her situation. Vikir removed the blindfold from her eyes, exposing her scornful gaze. "I saved you because I have questions," he answered, locking eyes with her. Cindy's eyes narrowed, filled with disdain. "Is that all?" Vikir dismissed her challenge and turned away, lost in thought. "Through my investigation, I uncovered how Baron Gambino, a mere homosexual, ascended to power so rapidly. The key to his success was you, Cindy. Your ability to generate wealth." He set a chair in front of her and took a seat. "I can grant you freedom in exchange for your answers, but if you refuse, there will be consequences." Cindy's lips pressed tightly together in anger, but after a brief pause, she relented. "Fine, I'll answer if I can." Vikir scrutinized her closely. "What's your opinion on my performance as a law enforcer?" With a sarcastic smile, Cindy retorted, "A respectable magistrate has graced our humble city." Unimpressed, Vikir leaned in, narrowing his eyes. "I can't keep my promise if you don't take me seriously." Cindy sighed, annoyance clear on her face. "You're doing well enough, I suppose," she replied, though her tone was laced with sarcasm. Vikir's expression changed, a grin spreading across his face. He leaned in closer, grasping her chin to force her to meet his gaze. "What makes you think I'm doing well?" A cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she felt the weight of his stare. Releasing her chin, Vikir settled back into his chair. "Speak freely." Cindy clenched her teeth, her anger rising. "As a consul, you should understand that virtue is essential. Your laws might reduce street crime and enhance your reputation, but they will cause suffering and death for many. In the long run, that will only foster hatred and resentment among the populace." She locked eyes with him, her tone warning. "The Baskervilles won't accept you if you outshine their clan leader." Vikir absorbed her words, reflecting on the repercussions of his actions. "What should my next step be?" "Return your authority to the Baskerville clan, along with the glory from recent events," she suggested. "Let the clan leader take the credit. You should retreat to places like the Le Rouge at Lenoir Mountain or the Academy at the Empire's center, where you can conceal your powers and shed your identity. The Baskerville clan leader will bear the consequences when the time comes." Vikir fell silent, contemplating her counsel. Suddenly, a surge of bloodlust swept through the cell, causing Cindy to shiver involuntarily. "It's like asking a hunting dog to turn on its master," he finally said, his voice laced with menace. He leaned closer, his bloodlust palpable, waiting for her reaction. Yet Cindy met his gaze with calm resolve. "It's the only way for you to escape the wrath of the Baskervilles." A faint smile tugged at Vikir's lips as he nodded. "I'll take your advice under consideration." Oddly enough, your ideas align closely with my own. To Cindy's surprise, Vikir unlocked her handcuffs, releasing her from her restraints. "Are you really letting me go?" Disbelief etched across her face. "I always keep my promises," he replied. Cindy stepped past him, a mix of hope and caution in her voice. "I hope you don't come to regret this day." Just as she was about to leave, Vikir called out, "You know of a clan called the Mesimadinaro?" He began narrating the tale of the Mesimadinaro clan. Most only recognize the 7 prominent clans in Underdog City, but the Mesimadinaro was the 8th. They were a prosperous merchant clan until tragedy struck. During a birthday celebration, the youngest son of the Mesimadinaro clan showcased his new sword skills. Those skills, however, were the secret techniques of the Baskerville clan known only to their family. Cindy's brow furrowed in confusion. "What does this story have to do with me?" Undeterred, Vikir continued, "The Baskervilles believed their secrets had been leaked. They unleashed their hunting dogs, leading to the extinction of the Mesimadinaro clan. Yet puppet masters were at play. The young demons of the 7 clans had stolen those techniques and gifted them to the Mesimadinaro child." Cindy forced a smile, her patience waning. "What's your point?" Despite the massacre, Vikir pressed on, There was a survivor girl taken at just 1 year old. She endured unspeakable horrors, all because of her beauty. The atrocities committed against her were too foul to recount. Cindy's anger flared, and she turned to leave. "I don't want to hear this anymore." But Vikir's voice cut through her resolve. "There's more." A new deputy consul was appointed, bringing the old crimes to light. He punished the 7 young masters who had committed those heinous acts. They were tortured and forced to confess their sins before they died. Their last words, "I'm sorry for the crimes we committed." Cindy paused, turning back to him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Who were they apologizing to? Vikir met her gaze, calm but firm. To the young girl who went by the name Cindy Wendy Senrose, the sole survivor of the Mesamod clan. Her breath hitched as she processed his words. "How can I believe you? You've tortured them." Vikir picked up a torch, his expression unyielding. "The easiest way for you to believe me is to see for yourself." He led her to the prison cell where the 7 young masters had awaited their deaths. As they entered, Cindy gasped. The floor was stained with blood, and scrawled in crimson were their apologies. "We were the ones who drove the Mesamod clan to devastation. Forgive us for our crimes." Panic surged through Cindy as she read their pleas for forgiveness, fear evident in their final moments. Overwhelmed, she felt her stomach churn, and suddenly, she vomited at the gruesome sight. Vikir stepped closer, his voice steady. "Though they met a painful end, the vengeance of the Mesamod clan is not yet complete. There's still one more clan to deal with." He urged Cindy, "You have every right to despise the Baskervilles, being a member of the Mesamod clan." Wiping her mouth, tears continued to fall as Cindy asked, "Why are you helping me? You're part of the Baskerville clan." Vikir smirked, his expression enigmatic. "You're asking the wrong question." As Cindy got to her feet and began to walk away, she paused and turned back to Vikir. "I see what you're trying to convey," she stated firmly. Then, using his full name, Vikir Van Baskerville, she added, "I vow to repay this debt." With that, she turned and walked off, her voice resonating with determination. "Regardless of what you do with your life from here on out, I will make sure you never have to worry about money again." Vikir observed her retreating figure, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. After a brief moment of reflection, he whispered to himself, "I'll hold you to that promise." At that moment, Chihuahua burst into Vikir's private quarters, eager to let him know it was time to prepare for work. But as he swung open the door, his words caught in his throat at the sight before him. Vikir lay serenely asleep amid blood-stained sheets and lifeless bodies scattered throughout the room. Stretching and rubbing his eyes awake, Vikir greeted Chihuahua with a cheerful good morning. Chihuahua's eyes widened as he couldn't help but ask, "What happened to all these bodies?" "Oh, I'm not really sure," Vikir replied nonchalantly, a mischievous grin on his face. "It seems I might have taken them out in my sleep." Chihuahua was stunned, unable to believe it. "Are you serious?" Vikir chuckled, his tone playful. "Just kidding." As they strolled down the hallway, Chihuahua probed into Vikir's childhood experiences. Vikir, teasingly, asked if Chihuahua didn't find his earlier joke amusing. "It's not about whether the joke was amusing," Chihuahua clarified, still reeling from the morning's shocking scene. Vikir's expression shifted to one of contemplation as he recalled his recent troubles. "I've been hit by poison arrows, ingested poison drinks 4 times, endured acid attacks, faced snipers, and even got run over by a cart. I've encountered all sorts of dangerous situations." Scratching his ear, he mused, "Am I attracting someone's attention?" Chihuahua, feeling a bit overwhelmed, replied, "I thought you'd completely lost it." Vikir reflected on the abilities housed within Beelzebub, the sword summoned from his arm. He was impressed with the effectiveness of the tough life skill he had acquired during an illicit auction. Despite its risk rating, it had proven to be more powerful than he had anticipated. His 3 skill slots in Beelzebub were now occupied by Burn Injury Cerberus, Hemorrhage Hellhound, and Tough Life Hellish Buffalo. With the enhancements from River Styx and Tough Life, even graduator-class assassins found it challenging to penetrate his skin. Though he was pleased with the strength of his skills, the relentless assassination attempts were beginning to wear on him. He understood that he needed to investigate and eliminate the threats to his life. Chihuahua nodded in agreement, backing his decision. Just then, they spotted a carriage approaching, its flag adorned with the Baskerville emblem. They exchanged astonished glances, realizing that the Baskervilles had arrived. Vikir's expression grew serious as he speculated, they've likely been dispatched by the main family. As the carriage door swung open, a figure emerged, causing Chihuahua to break into a sweat beside Vikir. Standing at attention, he wondered if the newcomer was indeed who he thought it was. Meanwhile, Vikir maintained his composure, his gaze unwavering. The visitor turned out to be none other than the head butler, John Barrymore. Vikir, the butler greeted with a smile. It's been quite a while since we last met. Vikir reciprocated the greeting, praising the butler. You look even more impressive now. John approached him with a playful tone. You really think so? I always believed you would excel after leaving the main residence, he replied lightheartedly. From his vantage point, Chihuahua watched in awe, recognizing John Barrymore as the esteemed head butler of the Barrymore family, who had served the notoriously powerful Baskerville clan for generations. It felt surreal for him to be in the presence of his role model. Breaking the silence, Vikir inquired, what brings you all the way here? John's smile grew broader as he answered, the patriarch has commended your progress and has summoned you back to the main residence. He is quite pleased. Vikir was taken aback. Hugo is happy. He struggled to envision the patriarch wearing a smile. Meanwhile, Hugo, the patriarch of the Baskerville clan, was engrossed in an article titled The Most Beloved Figure Among the Underdog Citizens, Vikir. The piece highlighted Vikir's numerous achievements, most trusted by merchants, adored by farmers, respected by children and scholars, and notably, the most targeted by assassins. Lifting his gaze from the article, Hugo remarked, the Baskervilles are recognized for their weapons, not their intellect. But with your deeds, we might shift that perception. He continued to praise Vikir, saying, you've done exceptionally well. Vikir lowered his head humbly, placing a hand over his heart. I've simply fulfilled my responsibilities. Still, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that Hugo's expression didn't reflect true happiness. The moment has arrived for rewards and consequences based on merit, Hugo stated, then proclaimed, you will be attending the academy this year. Vikir remained composed, considering that this decision was anticipated. The academy he was set to join was the prestigious Colosio, celebrated as the finest in the empire, catering to the offspring of nobility and royal families. Students were required to stay in dormitories for their security. Vikir viewed this as a chance to enhance his skills while staying out of Hugo's watchful eye. Hugo continued by mentioning his intention to send a few others along with Vikir, though he hadn't yet decided who they would be. Vikir noted that he was closest to Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough, whom he internally labeled as his potential sandbags. Hugo agreed and suggested sending all three with him. Hugo then inquired if Vikir remembered the plan they had crafted when he was 8. Vikir guessed it referred to their training with the Morgs leveraging the ruby mines for the Morg family to handle the barbarians. With a smirk, Hugo confirmed that the plan had been successful, which led Vikir to seek further clarification. Hugo explained that the Morgs had proposed a joint raid and had humbly made their request. He then recommended that Vikir inspect the territory before starting at the academy to ensure that the laws he had modified were being followed. Hugo reassured him that it would be a worthwhile experience. Vikir nodded in agreement, stating he would comply with Hugo's instructions. As he and Chihuahua left the gates, Chihuahua waved goodbye, tears in his eyes, referring to Vikir as deputy consul and promising to manage the administrative tasks during his absence. Looking back, Vikir reflected on his farewell with his secretary general. After traveling some distance from the city, he suddenly called out, asking someone to reveal themselves. Dozens of men in black emerged from their concealment, with one stepping right next to Vikir. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Vikir said, addressing the man who introduced himself as Staffordshire Baskerville of the Pitbull Order. He assured Vikir they would escort him safely to the Morg's juvenile fortress. Inquiring about his uncle Boston Terrier, Vikir discovered that he was well but had become increasingly insistent about Vikir joining the Pitbull Order following the incident at the slave auction. Despite this, Vikir couldn't shake the unease his uncle caused him. As they approached a hilly area, Vikir spotted farmers working in the fields. He asked if this was the territory they had lent to the morgues, noting its peacefulness and the absence of any law violations. Staffordshire confirmed that the envoy team had been dispatched for inspection, though Vikir was aware their true mission involved dealing with the barbarians. Staffordshire revealed that the Morg family had mobilized a significant force, 3 delegates, 30 lower house parliament members, and around 100 mages who weren't part of the legislative body. Vikir noted the Morg's serious approach to the situation. However, he couldn't help but think that the Baskervilles had only sent a dozen knights, with him being the sole lower house parliament member, while the elite forces remained on the other side of the mountain range. He recalled Hugo's advice to observe the lifestyle of the barbarians. As they continued along their path, a fortress came into view in the distance, surrounded by dead trees, with skeletons hanging from the branches. "That must be the work of a mage," Vikir remarked to Staffordshire, recognizing it as a warning from the morgues to the barbarians. "It's a chilling message," Staffordshire responded. Vikir found himself reminiscing about Kimu Morgue, wondering how much she had changed since their last encounter. As they approached the fortress gate, 3 figures appeared atop it. A voice called out, demanding to know their identities. Vikir and Staffordshire looked up, surprised to see 3 identical girls, Hysis, Middlesis, and Losis, known as the Morgue's 3 Flowers. Their infamous reputation for insanity preceded them, with their collective madness rumored to be boundless. Vikir introduced himself as a member of the envoy team from the Baskervilles, sent to inspect the territory and establish friendly relations. He ordered that the fortress gates be opened, but Hysis refused, insisting that she needed to report to the person in charge first, suggesting they wait for a response until the following day. Vikir challenged their right to prevent him from entering his own territory, but the triplets simply smirked in response. "Don't forget the tenant protection law," Hysis teased, mocking him for looking down on them, as they were paying rent. "That law was established by your family." Vikir felt a throbbing headache as the Morgue's 3 Flowers persisted with their relentless questioning. A red orb began to emanate from his hand, fueled by his mounting irritation. Despite his frustration, he kept his composure and calmly reiterated that he had revised the tenant protection law, granting him the authority to evict anyone he deemed undesirable. He issued one final, low-intensity demand for the gates to be opened, his voice laced with intensity. A palpable wave of killing intent radiated from him, directed squarely at the triplets, causing them to pale in fear. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, Losis erupted in fury, unleashing a spell aimed directly at Vikir. "I've heard about that psycho kid taking charge of the underdog city," she shouted, her eyes blazing with anger. "We've dealt with enough of your kind before." The spell struck the ground near Vikir, causing his horse to rear back in fright. "Don't even think about stepping onto Morg land without permission, you stupid swordsman," she mocked, her voice echoing ominously across the fortress. Staffordshire instinctively drew his sword, sensing that diplomacy was quickly becoming a lost cause. "This won't be resolved with words, Vikir," he warned, his grip tightening around the hilt. Vikir nodded, the readiness for a fight evident in his posture. Just then, one of his group members shouted, "They don't even know their place." A chorus of agreement echoed around them, heightening the tension in the air. The Morg triplets exchanged smirks, clearly amused by the situation. Hysis shot back, "Look at you mere underlings. Do you really think your ranks matter here?" Middlesis chimed in, mocking their audacity, while Losis sneered at their apparent ignorance. Vikir's group members stepped forward, denying the Morg's claims and repeating "not us" like a mantra, trying to drown out the relentless taunts. Suddenly, the hoods of the newcomers were thrown back, revealing the familiar faces of the Baskerville triplets, Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough. With an air of confidence, they pointed at Vikir, proclaiming in unison, "He's the symbol of Baskerville." Their declaration caught Vikir off guard, and he grimaced, muttering under his breath that his annoyance had just doubled. Vikir's mind raced as he tried to discern their motivations. Despite the triplets' bizarre behavior, he couldn't ignore the potential their actions held. Highborough glanced back at him, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thanks for recommending us to the academy. We've got this," he said, nodding toward the morgues, a hint of determination in his tone. Vikir couldn't shake the feeling that the triplets, while capable, were still just sandbags in his plans. However, he understood their connection to the academy and the pivotal role they would play in his future endeavors. A smile broke across his face as he declared, "I trust you guys. You're like my older brothers now." The Baskerville triplets beamed at his words, delight lighting up their expressions. In stark contrast, the morgue's three flowers watched in disgust, their faces contorting with disdain. "You ignorant fools, relying on each other like that," they scoffed, their voices dripping with scorn. And fazed by the insults, the Baskervilles shot back defiantly, brandishing their middle fingers in a bold gesture of rebellion. The morgue seethed with rage, their anger palpable as they vowed to teach the Baskerville triplets a lesson for their insolence. Vikir's thoughts drifted back to his knowledge of the morgue triplets. Before his regression, he had recognized them as formidable mages, each wielding the elemental powers of water, earth, and nature. Their synergistic magical abilities had earned them the title the morgue's three flowers, known for their devastatingly effective spells. As the triplets combined their powers, a colossal vine of entwined soil and plants surged forth, erecting an imposing barrier between them and their opponents. Hysis, perched atop the wall, erupted into laughter, her taunts piercing the air like arrows. "Do you really think you can overcome this?" she jeered, turning her gaze to the Baskerville triplets. And daunted, Hiberon sheathed his sword, scoffing at the plant barrier before him. With remarkable precision, he executed the Baskerville first technique, slicing through the massive vines as if they were mere twigs. Staffordshire watched in awe, marveling at Hiberon's flawless execution. But just as he prepared to recover from the strike, whip-like vines lashed out, forcing him to block with his sword. The impact pushed him back, leaving Middleborough and Lowborough shouting their concerns. Losis wore a smug grin, her confidence palpable. "Your swords can't reach us," she taunted, igniting the anger of the Baskerville triplets, whose expressions transformed into fierce determination, like hounds ready to hunt. Staffordshire turned to Vikir, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Enjoying the spectacle?" he asked. Confused, Vikir raised an eyebrow. "Look at this clash between magic and swordsmanship," Staffordshire explained, his enthusiasm growing. It was a long-standing debate over which force reigned supreme: magic, which amplified elemental powers through surrounding mana, or swordsmanship, which channeled personal energy for explosive strength. Staffordshire reveled in the display of talent and potential from both clans, envisioning a future shaped by their rivalry. Suddenly, a figure charged onto the scene, unleashing a fiery spell with undeniable authority. "What are you doing in front of our territory?" they barked. Hybero, seizing the moment, lunged at Hysis, believing he had the upper hand. But the atmosphere shifted dramatically as a massive fireball hurtled toward them, leaving everyone momentarily paralyzed. The explosion reverberated through the area, sending waves of heat and chaos. Staffordshire's expression tightened with concern, but Vikir couldn't suppress a smirk, wondering if this would finally bring an end to the escalating brawl. His amusement was fleeting, however, as he realized the Baskerville triplets had somehow weathered the onslaught, their resilience shining through. He shot them a disapproving glare, exhaling in frustration. "Where did that fire magic come from?" Hybero exclaimed, shock etched across his features. Middleborough, still shaken, shouted at the figures obscured by smoke, his frustration boiling over after their brush with disaster. As the smoke began to dissipate, the morgue's three flowers staggered forward, terror shimmering in their eyes. Middlesex, trembling, let out a relieved sigh. "I thought we were done for," she cried. Hysis added, her voice quivering, "If I'd dodged just a second later." Losis, gripped by fear, turned to her sisters, her voice trembling as she voiced her anxieties. "What if it happens again?" From atop the castle gate wall, the figure responsible for the fiery spell surveyed the scene with a blend of anger and curiosity. "What's going on here?" Kemamorg demanded, flames still flickering in her hands, casting an eerie glow around her. Camu looked down from her vantage point, her gaze steely as she declared that she would not forgive anyone who dared to disrupt the peace within her territory. She landed gracefully before the morgue's 3 flowers, causing Middlesex to stammer an explanation. "We were just trying to stop the invader," she managed to say, while Losis chimed in. "The fight was started by the other party." Camus fixed them with a chilling stare, her voice laced with authority as she reprimanded them for addressing her so casually. "You should remember to call me vice head of the fortress, not just Camus," she insisted. Middlesex shuddered in fear, quickly correcting herself and offering the appropriate honorifics, her voice trembling. With a gesture towards the treetops, where dead skeletons swung ominously in the breeze, Camus warned them to tread carefully if they wished to avoid meeting a similar fate. A frightened cry escaped Middlesex as she hurriedly apologized for their earlier actions. As Camus's gaze shifted, it landed on Vikir, and her eyes widened in recognition. "It's been a long time," she remarked, stepping closer with a hint of nostalgia. 7 years, to be exact." Vikir smiled, acknowledging the truth of her statement. "Indeed, it has." "Hello, Camus Morgue." He couldn't help but notice how much she had matured. Her beauty had blossomed, capturing the attention of many men in high society. In his previous life, he recalled the scandals and whispers that surrounded her allure, even enticing some married men. Oddly, however, there seemed to be no such rumors this time around. He pushed those thoughts aside, refocusing on the pressing matters before them. "Can you open the door? Words won't work on the triplets," Vikir stated bluntly. Camus blinked, taken aback by his forthrightness. Anger flickered in her eyes. "Is that really all you have to say after all this time?" Vikir raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "What else should I say?" "0 points for that attitude," she shot back, frustration welling up as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. "You're being disrespectful to your future wife." The stunned expressions of the morgue's 3 flowers, the Baskerville triplets, Vikir, and Staffordshire mirrored the same question: whose wife? As they rode toward the fortress, Camus remarked, "It seems the Baskerville clan has a limited understanding of the barbarians." Vikir replied confidently, "We know them well. We've fought against them frequently and understand them better than you morgues do." Camus raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident. "Then why did you send those idiots?" She referred to the young and inexperienced Baskerville triplets. Vikir explained that it had been agreed upon with the Morgue clan that the main force would be stationed on the other side of the mountain range. "Why ask me when you already know the arrangement?" Camus smiled knowingly. "I thought you might be out of the loop regarding the barbarians. I'm in charge of the delegation. Staying informed is my responsibility," he retorted, his tone firm. Camus noted, "Despite being someone the clan might consider discarding, you seem to hold a significant amount of trust." The conversation then shifted to which barbaric tribe posed the greatest threat. Vikir looked at Camus, contemplating her persistent inquiries. "The Balak warrior tribe and the Rococo sorcerer tribe," he replied, detailing the exceptional archery skills of the Balaks that surpassed those of the Empire. "And that's not widely known either." Camus acknowledged his insights, assigning him 8 points out of 100 in her peculiar scoring system. "What's the purpose of the points?" Vikir asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Because you answered well," she replied, her tone nonchalant. Intrigued, Vikir studied her closely. Camus continued her evaluation, expressing her distaste for intelligent men, claiming she preferred them a bit foolish. She critiqued his choice of a large horse, deeming it unsuitable for his shorter stature and deducting 6 points for that misstep. Next, she turned her attention to fashion, expressing disappointment in his clothing and awarding him a mere 4 points. When she noticed him ignoring her, she decided to give him just 1 point for his manners. However, she smiled and awarded his face a staggering 99 points, only to subtract 1 for his lack of control over his expressions. Frustrated, Vikir finally snapped, "Can we stop with the pointless evaluation?" "Pointless? I need to be firm with my future husband," she countered, unwavering in her stance. "Why am I considered your future husband?" Vikir asked, incredulous. Camus reminded him of a test he had passed years ago, conducted by her uncle. Realization washed over Vikir as he recalled the duel with her uncle, designed to assess his worthiness as a potential husband. Camus vented her frustrations about her uncle's decision, which had thwarted her path to marriage. Yet, she begrudgingly acknowledged the promise made and her intent to honor it, even if she resented the situation. As Camus continued her tirade, Vikir observed her closely, recognizing her prowess as a formidable fire mage. Suddenly, he interjected, declaring that he had forgotten what had transpired that day, vowing to treat it as if it had never happened. Camus's face flushed a bright red at his words. "You can't just reverse what happened," she exclaimed, hurling a jacket at him. "Dummy." Vikir grinned as he caught the jacket, realizing it was the same one he had given her during their duel 7 years ago, after her clothes had been burned. Camus, her cheeks still flushed, dismissed his comments as nonsense. As they reached the outskirts of the fortress, Camus turned serious, informing Vikir that the barbarians had ambushed the ruby mine, either pillaging indigenous slaves or raiding crime elsewhere. Pointing to a newly constructed wall, she noted it had been built by both earth and iron mages over the past month, standing sturdy against the looming threat. Impressed, Vikir acknowledged the skill of the Mord mages, noting that it would have taken several hundred ordinary people nearly a year to achieve the same result. Camus beamed with pride at his recognition. As Vikir examined the wall, he noticed several large holes and asked if they were caused by arrows shot by the Baloks. Camus confirmed his suspicion, explaining that the arrows were imbued with a powerful aura and had resulted in numerous casualties during nighttime guard duty. She added that these arrows could penetrate to 3 meters of thick walls, showcasing the exceptional talent of the Balok warriors. Camus also mentioned that her uncle had suffered a severe chest injury from arrows that breached the magic of the shield. Fortunately, he had survived, though his pride was significantly wounded. Vikir recalled a similar incident involving the patriarch of his clan, who had sustained an injury to his nose bridge during a confrontation. Curious, Vikir asked about the talented individual among the barbarians, to which Camus replied that she believed it was a female. The black-painted faces of the barbarians made it difficult to discern their physical features. As they spoke, a mage approached them, addressing Camus as the vice-head of the fortress. The mage reported that a recon member of the barbarians had been captured and urged them to follow him quickly. Concerned yet intrigued, Camus and Vikir followed the mage to a tent where the captive barbarian was being held. Upon entering, Vikir observed the prisoner closely and identified him as a member of the Rococo sorcerer tribe. Camus immediately inquired if any information had been extracted from the captive. The mage shook his head, explaining that the barbarian remained uncooperative and was resistant to psychic magic, rendering it impossible to read his mind due to his strong sorcery. Camus then turned her attention to the barbarian, questioning him about the recent ambush on the Mord clan's fortress and asking if he remembered how many people had been kidnapped. When he remained silent, she pressed on, noting that among the victims was a daughter of the Mord's Rose, her 6th cousin. She demanded to know what had been done to her. The barbarian responded with a sly smile, speaking in his native tongue. Frustrated, Camus glanced at the mage, requesting a translation. She inquired about the whereabouts of the rebel barbarian, hoping for some clarity. The mage informed her that during the attack, everyone at the fortress had either died or been taken captive. Desperate for answers, Camus asked if there was anyone present who could translate the barbarian's words. The mage regretfully replied that, at that moment, no one was available to assist. Suddenly, Vikir interjected, revealing that he knew a little of the Rococo language. Camus raised an eyebrow in surprise, questioning what Vikir didn't know how to do. He clarified that he wasn't fluent, only possessing a basic understanding of the vocabulary. Camus urged Vikir to ask the barbarian about the whereabouts of her kidnapped 6th cousin, describing her as a 12-year-old girl with red eyes, red hair, and pale skin. Vikir turned to the barbarian and posed the question in the Rococo language. The barbarian responded with a sinister smile and gave him a brief reply. Vikir closed his eyes, bracing himself before relaying the grim news to Camus. Her cousin was dead. Anger surged through Camus's expression as she absorbed the devastating revelation. Camus declared that, With the senator of the audience hall currently receiving treatment and the senator of the temple away on an inspection, the decision fell to her, Kemu Morg, a member of the middle house and the vice head of the fortress. She announced the verdict: immediate execution. A spike pierced the barbarian's body, and flames quickly engulfed him. As he burned, he uttered something, but Kemu dismissed his words with a chilling retort, asserting that after the war, the language he spoke would only be fit for hell. The barbarian's companion watched in horror as he met his fiery end. Still seething with anger, Kemu turned and urged Vikir to follow her. Vikir silently observed her departing figure, a mix of admiration and unease swirling within him. As Vikir exited the tent, he was met with the sight of Kemu crying out loud. He approached her, recognizing that beneath her tough exterior, she was still just 15 years old. Vikir gently inquired about her close relationship with her cousin, and Kemu confirmed their bond, describing her cousin as a pure soul who never truly fit into the cold-hearted Mord clan. Vikir attempted to console her, expressing his belief that her cousin had left this world peacefully. However, Kemu looked at him skeptically, voicing her doubts. "I'm a genius," she stated, "and I understand a bit of what was said." She pressed him for the truth, asking if what she had heard was real. Vikir felt a wave of tension wash over him as he wondered whether she had grasped the barbarian's words correctly. The chilling phrase echoed in his mind: "We ate her." Tears flooded Camus's eyes once more as she fell to her knees, apologizing for her inability to protect her younger cousin. Vikir observed her anguish and instinctively reached out his hand to comfort her. But just as quickly, he hesitated, pulling it back instead. Camus's cries echoed around them, leaving Vikir standing there, deep in thought about the situation. After a while, Kemu finally composed herself, wiping the tears from her eyes. Kemu declared that it wasn't a bad thing to show restraint, noting that if anyone had offered half-hearted sympathy, she would have killed them. Looking intently at Vikir, she asserted that it wasn't the time for mourning. She needed to regain her composure and seek revenge. Vikir admired her strength and determination, recognizing that heroines were indeed different. He extended his hand toward her, agreeing with her sentiment. However, before she could grasp it, a loud, bell-like chime echoed through the air. Vikir asked about the source of the sound, and Kemu stood up, explaining that it was the signal announcing a barbarian attack. "Looks like your chance for revenge has come quickly," he remarked. Outside the fortress, a group of barbarian girls sat atop white wolves, armed with bows and arrows. Their leader knocked an arrow and shot it toward the guards on the fortress walls. Taken by surprise, the guards were slow to react, and the arrow detonated with devastating force in their midst. The barbarian girl then commanded her companions to begin the assault. Chaos erupted as the barbarian and her wolves fiercely engaged the Morg soldiers. The wolves attacked with relentless ferocity while the barbarian slashed at their foes. Ropes were used to ensnare the soldiers' necks, incapacitating them in brutal fashion. Just as the chaos unfolded, Vikir arrived on the scene, his heart racing at the gruesome sight before him. He wondered if he had come too soon, witnessing the intense clash between the Morg soldiers and the barbarian attackers. Suddenly, a rope flew toward Vikir, wrapping tightly around his neck. He looked ahead, bewildered, and realized that two barbarian girls had skillfully secured it around him. They chattered in their native tongue, laughing about catching a good one and how well the hunt for husbands was going. The realization struck him: the barbarians were capturing men to become suitors, aiming to breed a superior race for their tribe. With a swift motion, Vikir grasped the rope and swung it, sending the girls who held the leash flying through the air. "I can't be your husband," he declared, "and I might already be engaged." As the two girls crashed to the ground, the male barbarians watched in shock, their faces a mix of confusion and surprise. They began preparing for an arrow assault, and certain of Vikir's allegiance. One of the barbarians turned to his companion, asking if Vikir was part of the enemy forces. And fazed by the situation, Vikir didn't flinch. He boldly advanced toward the incoming arrows, recalling Hugo's earlier insistence that he avoid starting a battle before linking up with the main force. Should he wait for reinforcements to arrive? The thought flickered in his mind, but determination surged within him. With a fluid motion, he drew his sword and began slicing through the incoming arrows with precise strikes, showcasing his skill and agility. The barbarians were momentarily stunned by Vikir's display of skill, their disbelief evident in their expressions. However, their surprise quickly turned to horror as a sudden fire attack engulfed them, causing them to cry out in pain. Camus, who had unleashed the fire spell, emerged behind Vikir, her eyes blazing with fury as she declared the barbarian's demise. Vikir turned to her in astonishment, realizing that she had transformed the entire area into a raging sea of fire. Camus then questioned him, asking if he had used liquid aura, clearly recognizing his abilities as a graduator. "I knew you were the only man I could acknowledge," she added. Vikir confirmed that he had received orders from the Patriarch to avoid battles until they regrouped with the main force. But Camus, undeterred, began casting multiple spells, asking if it was an order from Baskerville's Patriarch. "A Baskerville should refrain from intervening," she asserted, "as I intend to eliminate all the barbarians myself." With that, Camus unleashed a torrent of powerful attacks, igniting a vast area in front of them. Vikir watched in shock as he recognized her spell as burn. He noted that she was employing a quadra casting technique for her burning spells, significantly increasing their lethality. Fueled by the desire to avenge her younger cousin, Camus continued her relentless barrage, determined to exact her revenge. Suddenly, a barbarian aimed a dart blower and shot a needle that landed on Camus's neck. She felt a sharp sting and realized she had been poisoned. As the numbing toxin coursed through her veins, she spotted a barbarian seated on a Volf's back, the one responsible for her affliction. Unable to move, she fell to the ground, her body betraying her. Vikir, observing her condition, thought to himself that she was quite a handful. Just then, the barbarian threw a rope toward Camus, but Vikir reacted swiftly, catching it midair before it could reach her. Camus acknowledged his catch with a grateful smile, complimenting him on his reflexes. Vikir looked at her, concern etched on his face. "We should retreat," he suggested, urgency creeping into his voice. Camus frowned, questioning what would happen to the farmlands and the captives. Vikir replied, "It's wiser to avoid engaging in battles until the main force from Baskerville arrives." Determined to avenge her cousin, who had been taken by the barbarians, Camus steadfastly refused to retreat. Vikir pressed her to make a rational decision, but before he could argue further, he sensed an arrow hurtling toward them from behind. With quick reflexes, he dodged just in time, narrowly escaping the attack. His gaze landed on the barbarian girl who had launched the arrow, and he couldn't help but wonder if this was the destructive power Camus had mentioned earlier. While lost in his thoughts, Vikir suddenly sensed a disturbance behind him. Before he could react, a barbarian girl lunged forward, swiftly snatching Camus away. Desperation filled the air as Camus called out Vikir's name, pleading for his help. Vikir watched the scene unfold with mounting frustration, grappling with the situation. He recalled a time from the past when Camus Morgue, still an adolescent, had been held captive but had returned after annihilating the barbarians. Despite her formidable reputation as the Queen of Le Rouge at Lenoir, Vikir understood that he needed to take decisive action. Just then, the barbarian girl attacked, launching herself at Vikir with surprising speed. With remarkable agility, he evaded her strike, his senses heightened. To his astonishment, he realized she had drawn a bow to attack him. She quickly followed up with a swift kick that sent Vikir sliding back, forcing him to reassess her capabilities. Her movements were distinctly different from those of the other barbarians, leading him to wonder if he needed to unleash his full strength against her. But to his surprise, the barbarian girl attempted to communicate in his language. "You and I, we meet again," she said, a smirk playing on her lips. Vikir's eyes narrowed as he recognized her, the very barbarian he had freed during the slave auctions. He couldn't help but label her a bastard in his mind. The smirk deepened as she reiterated, "We meet again." Vikir's mind raced back to the slave auction where he had liberated her from her cage. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Are you planning to repay my act of kindness with revenge?" The barbarian girl shook her head, her expression firm. "My vengeance is directed at the Moor clan. They are the ones who captured and enslaved me. You have no part in this." With that, She mounted her wolf and declared, "I will repay what I have endured. My aim is to take Kimu, the next leader of the Mord clan, as payment for my suffering. If you wish to rescue her, then you must follow us." Vikir contemplated whether he should reveal his power in this precarious situation. Just then, Camus's uncle, Adolf, arrived, calling out her name. Vikir studied Adolf Morg, wondering if he had come after learning about the ambush. Without hesitation, Adolf began casting a spell, angrily labeling the barbarians as bastards. The ground trembled and shattered under the force of his magic as he demanded the return of his niece. However, the barbarians adeptly maneuvered over the broken terrain, using their wolves to leap nimbly between the shattered rocks and escape. Adolf watched in frustration, his displeasure evident. Vikir recalled Balak's earlier warning and how the ambush had unfolded a mere 3 minutes after the bell had sounded. The escalation of the situation seemed rooted in Camus's impulsiveness and lack of practical experience. Vikir then noticed a mage approaching Adolf, informing him that the barbarians had fled to the restricted area of Le Rouge at Lenoir Mountain. Adolf's face hardened with anger upon hearing this news. He was all too aware of the dangers that lurked in the uncharted, hazardous terrain. A wave of concern washed over him as he considered the risks of venturing there at night. Despite his niece's peril, he found himself questioning whether there was any action he could realistically take in this dire predicament. Just then, Vikir spoke up, asserting that they could still pursue the barbarians. Adolf was taken aback, questioning the wisdom of such a suggestion, as entering the forest at night was notoriously perilous. Before Adolf could voice further concerns, Vikir confidently declared that he had extensive experience navigating dense forests since childhood. He reflected on his past, realizing that prior to his regression, he had acquired valuable skills through reconnaissance and subjugation in various dense woodlands. Adolf grabbed Vikir by the shoulders, eager to confirm his seriousness. "Are you truly committed to this task?" he asked, searching Vikir's eyes for any hint of doubt. The Mord clan mage, addressing Adolf as the Grand Senator, cautioned him that venturing to Le Rouge at Lenoir Mountain would be a suicide mission. However, Adolf brushed aside the warning, stating that those unwilling to take the risk were free to abstain, and he wouldn't hold it against them later. Turning back to Vikir, Adolf acknowledged the extraordinary nature of this young man. Reluctantly, he realized he had no other choice but to trust in Vikir's abilities. "I entrust you with the responsibility of saving my niece," he said, his voice firm yet tinged with desperation. The dense forest of Le Rouge at Lenoir Mountain, nestled within Baskerville territory, was notorious for its treacherous conditions. It was a perilous habitat teeming with bone-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous thorny vines, silent spiders, and a host of other dangerous creatures. Locals often referred to it as the life-engulfing forest, as a typical person wouldn't survive there for more than an hour. Despite the risks, Morg and Baskerville's troops closely followed Vikir as he skillfully navigated the treacherous terrain. His swift movements through the dense underbrush left Adolf thoroughly impressed. Unable to contain his curiosity, Adolf turned to Staffordshire Baskerville and asked, "Are all boys from the Baskerville clan like Vikir?" Staffordshire replied with a wry smile, "Not all individuals are like that." However, he acknowledged that young Master Vikir was an exception. As Vikir encountered two poisonous bees obstructing their path, he effortlessly eliminated them with remarkable skill. The Baskerville triplets watched in awe, finding him undeniably cool. Suddenly, Vikir halted behind a tree and signaled the group to stop. He noticed a flickering light ahead and informed them that the barbarians hadn't fled too far. Sharing a rumor he had heard about the Balak hunters, he mentioned how they scattered dry leaves to listen for the sounds of their pursuers, emphasizing the need for extra caution from that point onward. Unexpectedly, Adolf stepped forward and cast a spell called Silence over Vikir. Puzzled, Vikir looked at him, and Adolf quickly explained that the magic would prevent any noise as Vikir moved. With a smile, he declared that he would take over from there, expressing gratitude for Vikir's assistance. He referred to Vikir as his nephew-in-law, leaving Vikir momentarily confused by the familial term. Not far from their location, the barbarians had set up camp in the forest, with a fire crackling at its center. "Camus, tied to a tree trunk with ropes, shouted at the barbarians, threatening to burn them all to death once she escaped. She boasted about her special fireball, warning them to prepare themselves. However, the barbarians paid no attention, likely because they couldn't understand her language. Nearby, a couple of barbarian girls engaged in conversation, one expressing her admiration for the guy they had encountered earlier, while her companion lamented her failure in husband hunting. Frustrated by their indifference, Emma realized they weren't even listening to her. She concluded they must have been discussing husband hunting and wife hunting, wondering if that was the reason for their ambush. Just then, the barbarian male who had captured her approached with a smirk. He spoke to her in the barbarian tongue, suggesting that since they had captured such an excellent female, all the males in their tribe would desire her. Camus shot back, calling him a perverted bastard and pleading for him to kill her instead. The barbarian scratched his ear and remarked that he didn't understand her words, but he could tell she was talking back just by looking into her eyes. With an evil grin, he licked the arrowhead in his hand, implying that this arrogant slave needed to be disciplined. Just as the argument between Camus and Ahun was about to escalate, the barbarian girl whom Vikir had saved from the slave auction arrived on the scene. She addressed Ahun, calling him by name, and firmly told him to stay away from her slave. Ahun was taken aback, pride swelling as he called out to her, "Commander Ian, I'm the one who captured Camus." Ian dismissed his prideful proclamation, urging him to keep his voice down. Ahun insisted on his achievements, claiming he had shot a paralyzing arrow and set a trap to capture their target. In response, Ian pointedly remarked that it was thanks to her intervention that Ahun's life had been spared, as she had stopped the boy who was skilled with a sword. "If it weren't for me, you'd be dead by now," she asserted. Ahun shot back, questioning whether Camus had become the commander's prize. Ian confirmed his suspicion with a smirk. Camus, with her limited understanding of their language, managed to grasp Ian's name and deduced her position as the commander. Ahun, realizing Ian was a female commander, scoffed, but Ian retorted, asking what difference that made. As Camus assessed the situation, she recognized that Ian possessed the skills to go up against Vikir, a low-ranking graduator. If she wanted to escape, she knew she would have to deal with Ian somehow. Ahun, unable to contain his frustration, pointed a finger at Ian, declaring he wouldn't tolerate her stubbornness simply because she held the title of commander. Ian's eyes narrowed, a blue aura enveloping her as she warned Ahun that if he was angry, he could come at her anytime, and she would turn him into a bloody mess. Fear struck Ahun, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He raised his hands in surrender, conceding defeat, and telling Ian to do as she pleased. Once Ahun left, Camus looked at Ian, realizing the girl had won their dispute. Ian then shifted her focus to Camus, praising her good looks and physique, noting that such qualities were expected of the future leader of the Mort bloodline. But then, Ian kicked Camus, revealing her own past. She explained that she had been captured by the Mort bastards and sold into slavery, but managed to escape through kindness. Ian warned Camus that she wouldn't be as fortunate, vowing to break her spirit until she felt it in her bones and soul. The ominous threat continued as Ian hinted that performing menial tasks like licking the space between her toes would become a daily routine for Camus. Suddenly, a loud scream erupted behind Ian. She turned to see a large fire and questioned if it was an explosion. One of the barbarians was engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. The others hastily prepared their weapons, shouting that it was an ambush. From the flames emerged a figure, condemning the barbarians and vowing to repay them for their deeds. Camus's face lit up with a smile as she recognized the voice and shouted, "Uncle!" It was Adolphe Morgue, responsible for the massive explosion, standing tall with flames still flickering in his hands. In a stern voice, he demanded the immediate return of his niece. The barbarians were taken aback as members of the Baskerville and Morgue clans began hunting them down. Perched on a tree branch, Vikir observed the chaos, noting how peculiar it was that the Balak hunters, who had ambushed them with such precision, were now in complete disarray. The barbarian girls rode their wolves, their frustration palpable as they navigated the chaotic uproar caused by the Baskerville and Morgue clan members in the forest at night. Adolphe, his gaze fixed on the fleeing barbarians, shouted with determination that they should not be allowed to escape, insisting on eliminating every last one of them. Tied to a tree, Kemu watched the chaos unfold, a smile creeping onto her face as satisfaction washed over her. They deserved every bit of this turmoil. However, her moment of glee was abruptly interrupted when she heard sounds from behind her. Turning around in shock, she caught sight of Vikir. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be silent, but her excitement overwhelmed her, and she couldn't help but shout his name. Vikir swiftly cut the ropes binding her, offering his hand to help her up. Kemu beamed with joy, asking if he had come to rescue her. Slightly annoyed, Vikir questioned her inability to grasp the importance of silence in such a precarious situation. Just then, Ain appeared before them, her presence commanding attention. She recognized Vikir's exceptional knife-wielding skills and praised his strong physique, noting how it allowed him to cover long distances quickly. Ain acknowledged his level-headedness that guided him through the darkness, and his passionate love that compelled him to risk his life for Kemu. With a smile, Ain conveyed that she wouldn't pry into Vikir's past, her expression implying that he had passed some unspoken test. Vikir was left perplexed, wondering what exactly he had achieved to earn her approval. A silent battle of intent ensued between Kemu and Ain, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. Vikir tightened his grip around Kemu, a flicker of unease passing through him as he realized it might be difficult to conceal his abilities in this charged atmosphere. He couldn't shake the feeling that Ain was more than just a fierce commander. He pondered why he couldn't recall anyone like her from his previous life. Was she the one who had scarred Hugo's nose bridge, the infamous Balak archer known as the Night Fox? But he quickly dismissed the thought. She seemed too young and inexperienced to be that person. Suddenly, a barbarian lunged from the shadows, launching a surprise attack on Vikir with a dart. With reflexes honed by countless battles, he managed to block the attack with his hand, shattering the dart upon contact. It was the same barbarian who had kidnapped Kemu, and the look of astonishment on his face told Vikir that he had not expected such a swift counter. Vikir then took Kemu in his arms, informing her that things had become troublesome and he would take her to her uncle. Blushing, Kemu agreed, surprised by his formal language, which she attributed to the effects of the poison. As they moved swiftly from their location, Vikir asked if she was severely poisoned. Kemu replied uncertainly that she believed she might be. While they advanced, two barbarians fired arrows at Vikir. He skillfully blocked both attacks, ensuring their safety. Ain, however, prepared her bow and arrow, taking aim at Kemu. With a cold tone, she questioned whether she should eliminate the girl from morgue. Without hesitation, she released the arrow, which left a bluish-orange trail as it flew toward them. Vikir turned back just in time to see the arrow aim dangerously close to Camus's eye. As the arrow neared its mark, it froze in place, halted by a wall of ice cast by Adolf. He expressed his concern for Camus's well-being, and she called out to him. Relieved, Adolf took hold of Kemu and cast a spell called Cure Poison on her, explaining that it was a severe numbing poison, making complete removal challenging. He suggested visiting the divine Quo Vadis for further treatment upon their return. However, Kemu pushed his hand away, requesting him to let go for a moment. Confused, Adolf complied. Kemu rushed towards Vikir, leaping into his arms and hugging him tightly. "Thank you for saving me again," she exclaimed. Adolf watched in surprise, tears welling in his eyes. He tried to interject, saying he had done his best, but Kemu, frowning, scolded him for arriving only now and threatened to tell her mother everything. As they moved forward, a rope suddenly shot toward Vikir, wrapping around his neck. Ain had thrown it, trying to pull him closer. Yet, Vikir stood firm, not budging an inch, leaving Ain bewildered by his strength. "You should come back with me," Ain urged, urgency lacing her voice. "I don't have much time," Kemu gasped, recognizing Ain and expressing her disbelief at seeing her again. Vikir snapped the rope off his neck and contemplated Ain's haste, questioning why the Balak were in such a rush. Just then, a wave of killing intent swept through the forest, heightening the tension for everyone involved. Birds took flight in a panic, and a sense of dread hung heavy in the air. Ain looked up in horror, realizing that whatever she had feared had finally noticed their presence. Beelzebub on Vikir's hand began to buzz, and he glanced down to see red lines staining his skin. The hidden Beelzebub within his arteries was issuing an intense warning, signaling that something was approaching. "She's coming," Ayn gasped. Vikir shot her a questioning glance, unsure of who or what she was referring to. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she uttered, "Madam Eight Legs." Suddenly, a massive pillar-like structure erupted from the heart of the forest. The barbarians recognized it immediately, exclaiming, "It's the Madam! The Madam is here!" Camus stared at the towering pillar, her mind racing with doubt. Vikir, however, shook his head. "No way." The pillar, shrouded in a purple aura, burst open to reveal 8 elongated appendages that resembled branches. These legs descended rapidly, rooting themselves firmly in the ground. Adolf, overwhelmed with disbelief, voiced his shock, unable to fathom how such a monstrous creature could remain concealed in the forest. Vikir's face turned anxious. He had never anticipated encountering this monster here. He recognized the creature as Madam Eight Legs, a notorious entity with an S-risk rating. The gigantic spider stood tall on its 8 legs, emitting a piercing scream that resonated throughout the forest, instilling terror in everyone present. All stood frozen, captivated by Madam Eight Legs' dominating figure. Camus attempted to speak, but Vikir quickly placed a hand over her mouth, silencing her. "Don't make loud noises," he whispered urgently. Madam Eight Legs has poor sight but is extremely sensitive to touch and hearing. Memories flooded back to him, warnings he had heard from an old native before his regression. Tales associated with the Le Rouge at Lenoir Mountain, a horror story about the Madam with 8 legs who dwelled deep within the forest. The Empire's Monster Dictionary, after several revisions, had chilling accounts of Madam Eight Legs, ranked as an austere risk capable of nationwide destruction in a single day. Suddenly, Madam Eight Legs emitted another ear-piercing scream, unleashing a stream of greenish liquid from her mouth. Some of the corrosive substance splashed onto nearby tree branches, causing them to visibly melt before their eyes. Vikir skillfully dodged the falling poison rain while Adolf conjured a protective barrier to shield himself and Camus. Ahun, the barbarian, panicked as some poison splashed onto his hair, screaming in terror. Ayn swiftly cut off Ahun's hair to prevent further exposure, leaving him on his knees, panting in terror. In a low, furious voice, she berated him for screaming in front of Madam Eight Legs. Casting a glance back at the towering creature, she warned, "If you weren't the shaman's grandchild, I would have killed you." Turning to the barbarians, Ayn commanded them to retreat in hushed tones. Adolf, still carrying Camus, echoed her command, urging everyone to run. Madam Eight Legs responded with playful noises, seemingly amused by the chaos unfolding before her. Among the fleeing groups, the Balaks scattered in smaller clusters, while the Baskervilles and Morgs retreated together. The slight differences in their escape strategies helped Madam Eight Legs decide whom to chase. As the monstrous creature charged toward the Baskerville and Morg groups, Adolf expressed his frustration, questioning why it was targeting them. A Morg mage stepped forward confidently, declaring, "Leave the monster to me." He began casting a fire spell, asserting that fire would be the Boog's weakness. With a surge of power, he unleashed the fiery spell upon Madam Eight Legs, resulting in a colossal explosion that engulfed the area. The mage believed he had succeeded, boasting to Sir Adolf about the effectiveness of his attack. However, before he could say anything further, one of the mages beside him was impaled by one of Madam Eight Legs' limbs. Covered in his companion's blood, the mage trembled in fear, realizing that the fire spell had done nothing to stop the creature. As Adolf, Camus, and Vikir continued to run, Camus expressed her shock and bewilderment at the sight of the monstrous entity. Vikir, lost in thought, suddenly came to a halt, turning around to face Madam Eight Legs. His unexpected movement surprised everyone. "Vikir, what are you doing?" Staffordshire asked, concern etched on his face. "We need to keep moving." Vikir responded urgently, "We're all at risk of being annihilated if we don't act. Someone has to tie down the monster's legs." When Staffordshire volunteered, Vikir interrupted, skepticism lacing his voice. "Do you really think you can restrain her with your skills? We can't bring this monster into our territory. I'm the best person for the job." He placed a hand on the hilt of his sword and turned to Sir Adolphe, stating, "There's no time left. It's your decision now." Camus looked at Vikir in shock, calling out to him, but he pressed on, urging them to hurry and flee. Frustration welled up in Adolphe as he made the call to run, determined not to let Vikir's sacrifice be in vain. Camus, tears welling in her eyes, pleaded for Vikir to return, but Adolphe insisted, "Don't look back, we need to get out of here." Tension mounted as Vikir prepared to face Madame Eight Legs alone. His grip around the hilt of his sword was initially tight, but he eventually loosened it and let out a sigh. He contemplated his situation, realizing he had no personal stake in the destruction of the Baskerville territory. Moreover, he believed the Allied forces wouldn't be able to stop Madame Eight Legs' growing power. Yet Vikir saw this as an opportunity. If he could fake his death, he could distance himself from Hugo's surveillance. This would buy him the time he needed to master the 10th technique that resided in his mind. Once skilled enough to stand against Hugo or adept at hiding and controlling his power, he planned to return to the clan. A red aura began to glow on Vikir's hand as soon Beelzebub emerged, pulsing with energy. In that moment, Vikir realized that if he didn't unleash every ounce of his power, he would die. With unwavering determination, he made the decision to utilize all available resources, the abundant mana from the river Styx's blessing, and the ethereal aura reserved for high-ranking Baskerville swordsmanship techniques. With the formidable demonic sword, Beelzebub, in his grip, Vikir was enveloped in a fierce red light. His eyes glowed with intensity as he resolved to unleash his full power. In a blur of motion, he darted toward Madame Eight Legs, leaping high into the air. Hovering above the monstrous creature, he locked eyes with her as she let out a bone-chilling scream. The aura emanating from his hand intensified, glowing brighter as he drew on the depths of his strength. With incredible speed, he rocketed toward Madame Eight Legs, employing the Baskerville 5th technique. As he closed in, the creature's legs became unwilling to move, pressed firmly into the ground by an unseen force. Vikir's attack struck Madame Eight Legs squarely on the head, forcing her down with tremendous impact. From a distance, a radiant red light became visible, rapidly expanding into a massive beam that shot up into the sky. Adolphe ran with Camus in his arms, the Baskerville triplets trailing behind, tears streaming down their faces. As Camus witnessed the explosive clash, disbelief washed over her, and a single tear welled in her eye. Overwhelmed, she couldn't contain herself and shouted, "Vikir!" Only a bright red glow remained in the now silent forest, marking the aftermath of the powerful encounter. In stark contrast, Vikir found himself in a chilling vision. His head rested on a guillotine, and ahead of him stood Hugo Le Baskerville, illuminated by the moonlight. Hugo extended his hand, signaling for the guillotine to drop. As his head rolled on the ground, Vikir saw people staring at him with cold and feeling gazes. Soon, Hugo turned away, beginning to walk off into the shadows. Vikir's heart sank as he looked at the departing figure, a bitter realization dawning upon him. In the end, Hugo had done it. Before he could process anything, Visor's eyes fluttered open, and he realized he was in an unfamiliar room with a different ceiling above him. He lay on a mattress, wrapped in bandages, with one of his eyes also covered. His body was marked with scars, and a rope was fastened around his neck. Feeling disoriented, Visor tried to make sense of his surroundings. He struggled to remember how much time had passed since the fight with Madame Eight Legs. The last thing he recalled was the explosion, and the bright flash that had stunned Madame, possibly saving his life. As Visor attempted to rise, a wave of unbearable pain surged through his entire body. It became clear that his muscles, veins, and even his bones had been gravely damaged. There wasn't a single part of him untouched by the injuries. The magnitude of the damage from Madame's direct hit was far beyond anything he had anticipated. He had seriously underestimated the sheer power behind her attack, feeling the force resonate deep within his bones. His thoughts drifted to the trap that caused the ache in his neck, a trap that had unintentionally saved his life. Reflecting on the situation, Visor began to wonder if everything was unfolding according to his plan. He took comfort in the fact that he had successfully evaded Hugo's watchful eye, with witnesses like Adolphe and Cass able to verify his demise, leaving no need to worrying about proving his death. Vicer stepped out of the room and took in his surroundings, noticing barbarians casually walking around and children practicing with bows. He soon recognized the place as Gulak, a camp belonging to the Balak tribe. Unease crept in as he realized he was in the territory of the natural enemies of the Baskerville clan, with his body still severely injured. Any thoughts of escaping seemed impossible. As he weighed his situation, he overheard a barbarian girl barking orders at some slaves, warning them about the danger of a wolf's bite. Vicer glanced over and was startled to see familiar faces among the slave soldiers from both the Baskerville and Moore clans. He was left wondering why, and like the others, he hadn't been executed. At that moment, a barbarian named Anne approached him, commenting on Vicer's ability to speak the Balak language. Vicer instantly recognized Anne. He was the one who had kidnapped Kus in the past. Anne told him he should be grateful for not suffering the same fate as the others. With a wicked grin, Anne mocked Vicer, reveling in his helplessness and battered body. He sneered even more, saying that if Vicer hadn't been the commander's pet dog, he would have gladly boiled him alive without hesitation. The words pet dog echoed in Vicer's mind, sparking a vision of Hugo trying to bind him in chains. Fury surged through Vicer's veins. Suddenly, Anne froze, startled as a powerful wave of killing intent radiated from Vicer, shaking him to the core. He stared at Vicer, stunned by the fierce look in his eyes. Overcome by emotion, Anne lashed out, landing a brutal punch to Vicer's face. Arrogant bastard, Anne spat as Vicer collapsed to the ground. Seething with anger, Anne stormed off, growling over his shoulder, "Find your owner at the end of that rope." As Vicer lay on the ground, he watched Anne walk away and made a silent vow to remember his face, promising to make him pay once he was fully healed. Following the length of the rope, Vicer's frustration grew as it seemed endless, making him question whether his owner really awaited him at the end. Just then, the rope suddenly tightened, and Vicer realized he had reached its end. To his astonishment, he spotted Anne bathing in a small pond ahead. Vicer stood at the pond's edge, frozen and silent, as Anne held the other end of the rope. With a grin, Anne instructed Vicer to lie down. Confused by the command, Vicer didn't grasp what he meant at first. Without warning, Anne yanked the rope, sending Vicer tumbling forward just in time to avoid an arrow that instead struck a nearby tree trunk. Anne then called out to the children practicing archery nearby, scolding them and ordering them to move their practice elsewhere. As Vicer remained on the ground, Anne shifted her focus back to him, expressing her gratitude for his role in her rescue at the slave auction. She pointed a finger at him and elaborated on the principle of repaying kindness twofold and seeking revenge tenfold, asserting that since he had saved her once, she had saved him twice. Perplexed, Vicer asked her to clarify how she had saved him twice. Anne explained that she had returned to check on him after the massive explosion, and had she not done so, he would have perished. She emphasized that he should be thankful for her persistence. Still puzzled, Vicer inquired about the rope and her reasons for keeping him alive. Anne suggested that he held a significant position within his group, which startled him. Continuing her thought, Anne hinted that she was curious about how much his party might pay for his return. Vicer's mind raced at her words, realizing he was in deep trouble. If the Baskerville clan initiated hostage negotiations, it would completely derail his plan to escape Hugo's surveillance. He contemplated his limited options in this precarious situation. With a playful smirk, Anne unveiled her true intentions. She told Vicer not to hold out hope for a return to his party because he was now going to be her slave. She then unsheathed her dagger and sliced the rope from around his neck. Internally, Vicer let out a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps his plan hadn't completely unraveled. But then, Anne aimed the dagger at him and proposed they establish titles, declaring her preference to be called master. Vicer stood there, his expression blank and unyielding, choosing to remain silent. Anne seemed amused, complimenting the defiance in his eyes and expressing her eagerness to tame him. Before they moved on, she mentioned they needed to make a stop. When Vicer asked where they were headed, Anne smiled and responded with a rhetorical question, implying it should have been obvious. She explained that it was customary to pay respects when entering someone else's territory. They were going to visit the village head. Inside the matriarch's tent, a throne decorated with the heads of bears, jaguars, alligators, and other formidable creatures was prominently displayed, each one pierced by an arrow. Atop this throne sat a woman radiating a strong sense of pride. As Visor and Ayan walked side by side toward the matriarch's tent, Ayan turned to him and began sharing insights about their way of life. She mentioned that if Visor found himself without a place to sleep, he could use a friend's hammock, and if hunger struck, he could rely on the generosity of the more affluent members of their community. Ayan emphasized that this was the Balak way, fostering a deep sense of familiarity and kinship within their tribe. However, Visor couldn't help but point out that it seemed the Balaks didn't place much value on personal possessions. Soon, they arrived at an impressive tent, and Ayan indicated that they had reached the matriarch's dwelling. She entered and announced their presence, addressing the matriarch as mother. This revelation took Visor by surprise, prompting him to ponder the connection between Ayan and the matriarch. The matriarch stood from her throne and acknowledged their arrival, noting that Ayan had brought the young boy who had been the subject of conversation. Ayan appeared taken aback by this statement, expressing her confusion and denying any involvement in such discussions. In that moment, Visor pieced together the connection. Ayan was the matriarch's daughter, and everything started to make sense. He turned his gaze toward the matriarch, recognizing her true identity as the Night Fox, the fierce female Balak warrior who had left a scar on Hugo's nose bridge. Visor reflected on the trials he had faced in the past, recalling how her influence had prevented him from traversing the treacherous landscape of Lenoir Mountain. A sense of curiosity lingered as he contemplated what might have transpired had his former self dared to confront her. Visor assessed the situation meticulously, weighing his chances of survival. Engaging in direct combat or assassination was clearly off the table, both scenarios offering a 0% chance of success. The only option that seemed feasible was escaping, which he estimated had a 20% chance of survival. He pondered these odds, acutely aware of the peril he faced in the matriarch's presence. The matriarch turned her attention to Visor, commenting that she recognized his face from somewhere. Panic surged through Visor as he wondered if she could instinctively sense his connection to Hugo. However, Ayan quickly interjected, explaining that many men from the Empire often bore a striking resemblance to one another. Intrigued, the matriarch asked Ayan about her intentions with Visor, noting that he was no different from anyone else. Ayan replied that Visor would prove useful once he received the proper care, as he was the one who had attacked Madame Eight Legs. The matriarch warned Ayan that taking actions without fully understanding one's role could lead to unforeseen consequences. She then turned her attention to Visor, commenting that his physical condition was irrelevant as long as his seed was intact. Before the matriarch could go further, Ayan nervously interrupted, revealing her true intentions. She stumbled over her words, explaining that she intended to use Visor as a slave, contradicting her earlier statements. Taken aback by this sudden shift, the matriarch questioned Ayan's inconsistent remarks. Ayan quickly clarified that she needed a slave to assist her during hunts. The matriarch gently patted Ayan's head, affirming that it was the owner's prerogative to decide how to treat their slave. Ayan, blushing, turned her gaze toward Visor, who stood in the center of the tent, momentarily distracted by the beam supporting the structure as the conversation unfolded around him. After they left the matriarch's tent, Visor initiated a conversation with Ayan, driven by curiosity. He asked for her name, to which Ayan reacted in shock, scolding him for daring to ask questions as a slave. Undeterred, Visor clarified that he had no intention of calling her master, which was why he wanted to know her name. Flustered, Ayan reluctantly responded. "I'm Ayan," she said, her cheeks flushed. In turn, Visor introduced himself. "I am Visor," he replied, before inquiring about her instructions. Ayan, indignant that he had addressed her by name, protested loudly. However, a smirk crossed her face as she revealed her first order, to build a house where he would reside from now on. In her mind, Ayan reveled in the opportunity to assert her authority, convinced that this task would expose Visor's incompetence. After all, she thought, people from the Empire like Visor were likely to possess no skills beyond swordsmanship. She took pleasure in the idea of him failing, which would only reinforce her dominance. Lost in her thoughts, Anne barely registered Vicer's calm smile as he replied, "I find the task enjoyable." As time passed, Anne stood in stunned silence, her mouth agape as she beheld the fruits of Vicer's labor. A well-constructed tent. She struggled to comprehend how Vicer, despite his injuries, had managed to create something so expertly. Glancing at the tools she had provided, Anne began to realize how unnecessary they had been if Vicer was capable of working with such skill. Meanwhile, Vicer smiled inwardly, reflecting on his past experiences. He had learned long ago that during times of chaos, mere swordsmanship wouldn't ensure survival. To thrive in extreme situations, one needed to cultivate a diverse set of survival skills. Anne, still processing what she had witnessed, noticed the presence of drainage channels around the tent and marveled at their precision. Observing her reaction, Vicer shifted the conversation. He pointed out that the matriarch's tent seemed unstable. Anne was taken aback by this observation and questioned him. Vicer elaborated, "During the rainy season, the ground around your mother's central pillar will shift, and water could seep inside. The structure is weak." He then proposed a solution, suggesting they mix limey dirt and gravel from a nearby hill to create bricks. He explained that by spreading wall and burning them, he could reinforce the bricks to solidify the foundation. Impressed once more, Anne agreed and instructed Vicer to proceed with the plan. Vicer got to work, gathering soil and pouring it into a container. After preparing the materials, he used a cast to shape the bricks, drying them by heating them over a fire. Once finished, Vicer and Anne returned to the matriarch's tent. Anne explained their intentions to her mother, detailing the repairs they planned to undertake. When the repairs were completed, the matriarch looked on in astonishment, her frustration palpable as she recalled the countless failed attempts to fix the roof in the past. For the first time, her tent was stable. The matriarch recognized that the issue stemmed from the central pillar of the tent. With a smile, she praised Anne, acknowledging that her daughter had found a truly valuable male. She then issued an order to Vicer, instructing him to take care of tedious tasks like this around the barracks from now on. Later, while Vicer was washing clothes near a water source, Anne called out to him. She started a conversation, asking if he found it exhausting to work so hard as a slave and suggesting that he become an official member of their tribe. Vicer replied calmly that slaving away wasn't too bad, inwardly reflecting that this peaceful existence was far preferable to his previous experiences with the Baskerville clan or surviving in the rough city. Intrigued by his composure, Anne remarked that it must be tough for a slave not to complain. Vicer reiterated that it wasn't as difficult as she thought, but Anne countered, insisting that hard, tedious work couldn't possibly be easy. As they began to make their way back, Anne encouraged Vicer to adjust his attitude, offering to help him acclimate to their tribe's way of life. She promised that if he performed well, she would untie the rope that bound him. Showing genuine interest, Vicer asked what he needed to do. Anne, smiling, acknowledged his honesty and challenged him to go on a hunt to capture large prey. Intrigued, Vicer pressed her for more details about the hunt. Anne explained that the tribe's warriors had recently struggled to catch sufficiently large prey, leaving children without meat. If Vicer could bring in a sizable catch, she teased, it wouldn't be unreasonable for his title to shift from slave to commoner. Playfully, Anne slapped Vicer on the back, noting that he seemed capable of handling lighter objects, so his role would be to assist her. She joked that he should feel lucky to be the slave of the Balak hunting commander. Vicer felt a sharp sting from the slap but ultimately agreed to the plan after some thought. Anne beamed with excitement, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks as she announced that they would set off for the hunt the following day. When Vicer inquired about her smile, Anne quickly denied that she was smiling at all. Unbeknownst to them, another barbarian named Anne secretly watched their exchange. Filled with jealousy and anger, she regarded Vicer as a disgusting interloper, unable to contain her disdain. Meanwhile, Shaman Amen initiated the hazing ceremony, calling the hunters to gather around. A line of barbarian hunters stood before him, patiently waiting for their turn. Amen emphasized the significance of receiving his blessing, warning that those who didn't would encounter great challenges. Anne explained to Vicer the reason behind the hunters' charcoal markings. They used them to mask their faces from the god of death, feeling remorse over killing their prey. Visor noted that even the warrior tribe of Balak had its own shaman. One of the barbarian girls commented on the shaman's nagging, while her male companion shrugged, suggesting the shaman needed to assert his authority. The girl voiced her skepticism about the effectiveness of his blessings, implying they had failed in the past. Visor contemplated that perhaps the shaman's role wasn't as crucial as it appeared, realizing this place wasn't much different from others he had encountered. Later, Ain stood before Visor, her face covered in amusing charcoal markings. Visor joked about her appearance, prompting Ain to angrily wipe the markings off and retort that she didn't get along with the shaman. Embarrassed, she handed Visor a collar. When Visor questioned if it was meant for a dog, Ain explained that it was worn to protect their necks from being bitten by prey during hunts. Visor, accepting his situation, resolved to adjust to his new surroundings. As they prepared to ride out on a Wolf, Ain reminded him to grip her waist for safety. Visor reassured her that he'd manage, but shortly after they took off, he found himself tumbling off the Wolf. Ain glanced back, teasing him for not holding on tight enough and warning him about the repercussions of his clumsiness. Suddenly, they spotted someone ahead. It was Ain, the barbarian who had been tailing them. Dismounting, Ain called out to her, accusing her of toying around with her slave. He bribed that during the next joint hunt, he would capture the largest prey and lead the group, even wagering his grandfather's honor on it. Ain questioned Ain's decision, but before she could respond, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Visor. Furious, Ain confronted him, but Ain simply dismissed Visor, questioning how she could trust an injured male for hunting. Ain smirked, suggesting Ain should check his waistband before making such audacious claims. Confused, Ain checked and gasped when she discovered that her quiver and arrows were missing. Meanwhile, Visor, clutching Ain's arrows, spat blood and grinned, taunting her to keep her weapons as close as she would a lover. Enraged, Ain lunged to punch Visor, but before she could land the blow, Ain stepped in, blocking the attack with her bow and shouting for Ain to back off. Ain's icy voice sliced through the tension as she confronted him, asking, "Whose slave do you think you're punishing on your own?" Ain, still brimming with anger, retorted that Visor was merely a slave who had insulted a Balak warrior. Nearby, Diane interjected, pointing out that Ain was acting foolishly in front of Visor. Ain pressed on, questioning why Ain was defending Visor so fervently, suggesting that she might be developing feelings for him. Frustrated, Ain placed a hand on her forehead, acknowledging that while Visor was indeed a slave who should face consequences for his actions, she firmly insisted that Ain had no right to punish him because Visor belonged to her. Visor remained on the ground, watching the exchange between Ain and Ain with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Without warning, Ain launched a powerful punch aimed at Visor's face. Blood sprayed across the lush green grass, leaving Ain in shock, mouth agape at the sight of Visor's injury. She turned to Ain, her eyes icy with fury, demanding, "Are you happy now?" Her voice was a chilling blend of anger and ice as she warned him that she knew he was upset because he had failed to capture a maiden for himself. She added that if he ever harmed her slave again, she would beat him herself. Taken aback by her fierceness, Ain reluctantly agreed, though he looked clearly embarrassed. Later, as Ain and Visor rode on the Wolf, Ain kept sneaking apologetic glances at him. After a moment of hesitation, she asked if it hurt, but Visor remained silent. She pressed on, asking if he was angry, only to be met with silence again. Frustrated, Ain tried to explain herself, saying that her actions were necessary to stop Ain's petty retaliations. She insisted that he was a stubborn and small-minded person, and there was no other way to prevent future issues. When Visor still didn't respond, Ain grew impatient and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Finally, Visor spoke up, simply saying, "It hurt." In a sudden burst of emotion, Ain leapt up into the air and landed back on the Wolf's back. Turning to face Visor, she anxiously grabbed his face, her expression filled with concern, and asked if it hurt a lot, if it was bad, or if his life was in danger. Visor, wincing, replied that it hurt too much to talk and that he'd experienced similar injuries before. But before he could finish his sentence, Ain pressed her lips against his. When they parted, Ain's face flushed crimson, and she quickly placed her fingers over her lips, wide-eyed. She suddenly turned forward, flustered, mumbling that she knew she was right, and remarking that Visor showed promise for an imperial bastard. Visor wiped his face, still confused by the unexpected kiss, and pondered whether barbarians typically licked each other's injuries. He thought it might be dangerous, given the risk of infection, but couldn't help but feel a strange mix of emotions at Ain's impulsive act. Ain looked back at him, a hint of eagerness in her voice as she asked if there was something he wanted from her, promising to fulfill any request if it was within her power. Visor, intrigued by her offer, asked if he could truly request anything. Ain's body trembled slightly at the prospect, her determination shining through as she reassured him that a Balak warrior never goes back on their word. Visor took a moment to contemplate his request, leaving Ain wondering what he could be thinking so hard about. Her face reddened further, a spark of suspicion igniting in her mind that he might be pondering something unusual. Finally, Visor revealed his request. Ain, blushing with anticipation, waited eagerly for his words. When he asked her to teach him how to shoot arrows, her face fell with disappointment, but she quickly masked it with a smile and agreed. As they rode forward, Ain suggested they begin special training tomorrow, her enthusiasm reigniting as she began to think of ways to make their training more exciting. Visor nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of satisfaction that his request had been met, even if it wasn't quite what Ain had hoped for. The following day, as Visor released an arrow towards a tree trunk, Ain voiced her disappointment with his archery skills. She encouraged him to aim for the arrow already embedded in the wood, a significantly more challenging task. Visor questioned the appropriateness of her teaching him from that angle, but Ain just smiled and reminded him that he had asked her to help him learn the bow. She emphasized the importance of mastering archery, especially since he wouldn't be able to wield a sword for some time. The ultimate goal was to hunt a large game and elevate Visor's reputation, signaling the start of his transformation from a slave into something greater. Ain continued to apply pressure on Visor's back, helping him adjust his stance during archery practice. Visor clenched his teeth, aware that his bones were reaching their breaking point. Suddenly, Ain's Wolf, Vikir, appeared behind them, startling Ain. In her surprise, she pressed down harder on Visor's back, and a loud cracking sound filled the air as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Disregarding Visor's pain, Ain turned to Bakira and asked if the Wolf had found what they were looking for. The Wolf howled in reply, Ain then commanded Visor to get back up, informing him that they needed to move quickly from that point on. Before long, they arrived at a stream where the river met the ocean. Ain explained that this was a special place where both ocean water and wildlife coexisted. She recounted a story her grandmother had shared with her about salmon. In the tale, a salmon believes that if it can successfully swim upstream against a waterfall, it will transform into a great beast. However, most salmon fail, tumbling onto sharp rocks below, where they become prey for the ox bears. Visor, spotting a massive bear near the water, asked Ain if it was an ox bear. It didn't resemble any he had seen before, and clarified that this was no ordinary ox bear. It came from a superior bloodline and had overcome numerous challenges. Visor began to feel anxious, wondering if he was expected to capture such a powerful creature. Ain reassured him, explaining that they weren't aiming for the strong female bear but rather the male bear that was courting her. As they observed, several male bears approached the female, each vying for her attention. However, she quickly dismissed them with force, sending them fleeing. Visor, intrigued by her behavior, asked what kind of strength she sought in a mate. Ain corrected him, revealing that strength wasn't the primary factor for her. Then a smaller male bear approached the female, and to Visor's astonishment, she accepted him with gentle gestures. He couldn't believe that the weaker male had won her favor. Ain explained that female ox bears often look for mates they can dominate. She elaborated that strong males tend to become aggressive and violent during mating, sometimes even killing their partners. This aggression made them less desirable, which is why the females preferred weaker, smaller males. Ain drew a parallel between the ox bears and the Balak warriors, who sought partners with exceptional genetics, particularly younger beings with potential. The comparison between the bear's mating rituals and the Balak warrior's selection methods left Visor feeling both intrigued and uneasy. As the bear couple began to move away, Visor realized that the female bear was primarily focused on obtaining superior DNA, and reminded him to be patient. The female would eventually dominate the male completely. Visor stood outside a cave, listening to the roars and moans echoing from within. He reflected on the past 4 days during which he had been feeding the hungry ox bears to encourage their mating, and asked if he had left enough food for them, and Visor assured her that he had. Anne held up a small, unusual fruit in her hand, explaining that it temporarily enhanced one's strength, but at the cost of shortening their lifespan. She speculated that the intelligent female bear would likely recognize the fruit's risks and refrain from eating it, while the male eager to please the female would probably consume it to meet her demands. Visor nodded in understanding, now seeing why Anne had chosen such a large and strong female as their target. It would ensure that the male bear's strength would be completely depleted. As they took a moment to rest, Anne offered Visor some healing soup. While sipping it, Visor made a dry remark about the intensity of the bear's mating. Anne chuckled and replied that this behavior was completely normal for male Balaks, but perhaps unusual for someone like Visor, joking that his imperial origins must come from a geeky country where such vigor was likely rare. Her light-hearted teasing brought a rare smile to Visor's face, and for a moment, they sat in silence, listening to the wild sounds emanating from the cave. Anne approached Visor playfully, teasing him by asking if he could perform like the ox bears. Before he could respond, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a loud noise. Anne quickly urged Visor to get ready, indicating that the female bear had just been impregnated. The female let out a fierce scream, causing the male to flee the cave in fear. Visor and Anne, hiding in a nearby tree, watched as the female chased the male away. Curious, Visor asked why the female was driving the male off. Anne explained that after mating, female ox bears become territorial and fiercely competitive predators. The scream was a warning, signaling that the male should never return to her territory. Visor observed that the male appeared exhausted, having gone without sleep for 4 days. Anne replied that the male would now seek a safe, secluded spot to rest. They planned to silently follow the male bear until he found a place to sleep, at which point they would strike. As they trailed the bear, they entered a cold, barren area. Visor commented that, despite the male's exhaustion, he was moving further than he had anticipated. Anne explained that the male was searching for the safest spot with the fewest threats, and this chilly environment provided natural protection, as mosquitoes that could drain blood or bone wouldn't survive in such conditions. Feeling the cold but unwilling to admit it, Visor shivered slightly. Anne noticed his discomfort and offered to share body warmth by pressing against him. Embarrassed, Visor declined, insisting that he was fine, even as the cold continued to nip at him. Anne cautioned Visor that if his body temperature dropped too low, it would impede their hunting efforts by making him stiff and unresponsive. Taken aback by her logical reasoning, Visor reconsidered her offer and, after a moment of hesitation, decided to accept it. He suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind, causing Anne's face to flush. Flustered, she attempted to rationalize the gesture as part of her duty as a master to look after her slave's health. She reminded herself that this was all about ensuring their success in the hunt, nothing more. Just then, Bakira, Anne's wolf, came to a halt and began to growl, sensing something ahead. Anne noticed that the ox bear's footprints had disappeared. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the male ox bear, which had been hiding nearby, let out a roar and charged at them. Back at the barbarian camp, the tribe had gathered to admire a massive boar that had been brought back from a hunt. The female hunters, though proud of their own catches of smaller prey, were clearly overshadowed by the sight of the enormous beast. A male barbarian praised Anne for his impressive kill, suggesting that he should be named the hunting commander due to his success. The female hunters expressed their doubts about Anne's decision to bring a slave along, implying that she might return empty-handed. Meanwhile, in the forest, the ox bear launched its attack with terrifying force. Visor, still holding onto Anne, yanked her out of the way just in time. The bear's powerful punch narrowly missed her face, the force of the blow whipping some of her hair away. Both Visor and Ain tumbled off Bakira's back, hitting the ground as the wolf growled and lunged at the ox bear, fiercely defending them. Visor, filled with concern, asked Ain if she was okay. She expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that his quick actions had saved her life. Visor speculated that the bear might have intentionally lured them into a trap, and Ain agreed, recognizing the bear's cunning intellect, which far exceeded that of most monsters. Understanding that they couldn't avoid a direct confrontation any longer, Ain looked at Visor with mixed emotions. She felt conflicted, realizing that she had relied on him, her slave, for assistance. Her pride as a master clashed with the growing recognition that Visor was proving himself to be far more capable than she had expected. This inner turmoil gnawed at her as they prepared to face the ox bear head-on. Suddenly, Ain steeled herself and ordered Visor to stay behind her as she took charge of the fight. She declared that she would demonstrate her dignity as his master. With determination, she mounted the wolf's back and chased after the bear. Visor jokingly commented on the unique dynamics of Balak slaves, referring to himself as a lazy slave while the master did all the work. As Ain reached a vantage point, she began firing arrows at the ox bear. She shouted with conviction, expressing her anger at the bear's indecent behavior in front of her slave and vowed that it would pay for its actions. The ox bear sought refuge behind an ice rock, trying to evade Ain's arrows. Undeterred, Ain readied another arrow and warned the bear that a good shot could pierce steel, emphasizing that its hiding wouldn't protect it from her aim. Ain released her arrow, but it became lodged in the rock, failing to penetrate. However, to the bear's surprise, a powerful blue energy beam shot through its stomach, causing it to spew blood and growl in pain. Visor was astonished by the unexpected attack, realizing that the wave of aura from the arrow had passed directly through the boulder and struck the bear. He marveled at Ain's archery skills, likening them to an art form, and recognized her exceptional hunting abilities. Visor remarked that, based on her skills alone, Ain might even surpass Kasmorg. The wounded ox bear emerged from its hiding place, bloodshot eyes blazing with rage as it charged at Ain. She swiftly shot an arrow at its eyes, but the bear pressed on, undeterred by the attack. In response to its relentless charge, Ain confidently knocked another arrow, asserting that one filled with her sincerity could break through a castle wall. She released the arrow, but to her shock, the ox bear managed to dodge the attack, leaving her bewildered. Before Ain could fully grasp the situation, the bear struck the wolf she was riding, sending her flying and tumbling to the ground. Amidst the chaos of battle, she recalled her mother's words how a beast with dulled senses can sense the killing intent of a person as it nears death. Ain realized she had underestimated the ox bear and had been careless in believing she had it perfectly cornered, despite her righteous intentions. As she fired her last arrow, Ain now faced a dangerous and formidable foe. The ox bear menaced closer, its mouth drooling and wide open, ready to bite. Overwhelmed by fear, Ain closed her eyes and braced herself for the impending attack. Just as the ox bear was about to strike, she heard a familiar voice calling out to her, asking if she was done demonstrating what a master's dignity looked like. When Ain opened her eyes, she saw Visor standing before her. He stepped forward to confront the ox bear, confidently declaring that it was now his turn to take action. Thrusting his empty hand toward the beast, it began to glow red, and soon a flame emerged from his hand with the power of Cerberus. The ox bear's head was engulfed in flames, causing it to recoil in pain. Ain watched in awe, questioning whether that powerful attack was truly fire. As she witnessed the bear's head being roasted alive, it let out a final growl before succumbing to its injuries and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As the battle ended, the bandages around Visor's body had burned away, and his previously injured eye had healed. Ain couldn't help but blush as she looked at him, feeling grateful for his timely intervention and amazed by his incredible abilities. However, her joy quickly turned to concern when she noticed Visor's face contorting in pain. He admitted that using such a powerful skill had taken a toll on his body. Visor then collapsed onto the ground, leaving Ain shocked and confused by the sudden turn of events. She called out his name in whirring, unsure of how to help him after witnessing his tremendous display of strength. That night, the barbarians gathered in a clearing, dancing around a fire in celebration. They cooked food in a massive pot and distributed it among the villagers. Anne and Visor sat off to the side, wearing traditional hats. Anne spoke about how the hunter who catches the largest prey earns the respect and admiration of the villagers. Visor, however, seemed indifferent, prompting Anne to criticize him for his lack of enthusiasm. She explained that the ox bear, being both strong and intelligent, was an honorable catch, making them the focal point of the pillaging ceremony. She compared the ox bear to a sluggish, frightened boar, emphasizing the significance of their achievement. Anne then turned to Visor, standing beside her to reinforce her point. Frustrated, she handed him a bowl, referring to him as a slave. Visor was puzzled by the small amount of meat in his bowl and asked why he didn't receive more. Anne replied that the amount of honor he gained was worth the little meat he had. She explained that it was a tradition whereby the one who contributed the most to the hunt received the least amount of meat but gained an equivalent amount of honor. In her frustration, Anne expressed a wish that she could give Visor more meat. Visor pondered the idea that gaining more honor meant receiving less meat, questioning whether the meat was better than such useless honor. Anne chuckled, finding his sour expression amusing. Clearly annoyed by his reaction, Visor looked down at his hand, contemplating the 600 kilograms hammer he had acquired from Beelzebub after catching the ox bear. He wondered if it was possible to increase his weight by 600 kilograms while holding his breath. After sipping the soup, he realized that his recovery was not the only benefit he had gained from Beelzebub absorbing the ox bear. His body had healed significantly. Anne, wanting to offer Visor more meat, handed him a bowl filled with meat, explaining that it was a hunter's right. However, Visor declined her offer, stating that he had already received a portion of meat, a bowl of blood, and a serving of intestines. Anne insisted that he should eat the additional meat, emphasizing that he needed to consume different body parts to address his weaknesses. She encouraged him, explaining that if someone had weak eyes, they should eat eyes. If the heart was weak, they should eat the heart. And if the limbs were weak, they should eat legs. Visor examined the bowl, questioning whether the long item in it was truly an intestine and if his insides were that weak. Just then, 3 barbarian girls approached. The first scolded Anne, calling her a commander and accusing her of looking after what was already hers. The second pointed out her transparent motives, while the third questioned why she would give anything to the slave. Meanwhile, Visor continued chewing the meat, finding it quite chewy, as Anne watched in excitement, pleased with how he was gulping it down. She smiled and declared that now he would be able to fulfill his duty. Visor kept chewing, wondering what more she expected from him, especially since he believed he had done his part during the hunt. As the new morning dawned, Visor found himself standing beside a large tree trunk that had been cut off at the top. He noticed the tree was slightly melting, confirming what Anne had mentioned the night before. He recalled seeing a substantial amount of meat placed there, which led him to question Anne about the offering, especially since the village was facing a food shortage. Anne clarified that the meat was a tribute to Madame Eight Legs, a gesture to seek permission to reside in the dense forest. Realizing the significance of Madame Eight Legs, Visor felt a pang of guilt for his earlier recklessness. He began to understand the villagers' cautious behavior around her and found her to be an irritating monster. As Visor made his way back to his hut, he noticed a long line of girls waiting outside. Confused, he wondered if there was another ceremony or a special event taking place. The girls chatted excitedly, expressing their eagerness to meet him. One girl mentioned she had been in line since dawn, another was pleased to be at the front, and a third proudly declared that she had stayed awake all night. The trio huddled together, discussing the possibility of one of them becoming a commoner based on the results of yesterday's pillage. They speculated that a woman from the village might soon become Visor's wife, considering his impressive feat of hunting an ox bear. Just then, Anne returned from hunting a deer and scolded the girls for trying to take what belonged to her. She reminded them that she had given Visor the stew the day before and that they had no claim over him. In response, The barbarian girls argued that Ain should have used it herself and shared some with them, calling her stingy for keeping it all to herself. Clearly annoyed, Ain challenged them to set up their own traps and catch something similar. The girls explained that they had already ventured out multiple times, even reaching the Empire's border, but had found no one like Visor. With an angry expression, Ain quipped that perhaps someone like Visor could be found in hell. The barbarian girls, frightened by her rage, quickly ran away. Concerned that the scheming girls might try to take Visor away while he was still recovering, Ain decided to feed him the ox-bear's meat, feeling it was her duty to ensure he carried out his manly responsibilities. Suddenly, she noticed Visor standing there, stuttering as he attempted to hide his intentions. Visor's face twisted in realization as he came to terms with what he had eaten the previous day. An quickly shifted the topic, mentioning that she had heard her mother call for a meeting among the elders last night. She added that Vikor, as the honorable hunter of the pillage, would have the chance to request something from her mother during the meeting. She advised him that when her mother called upon him, he should ask for what she was planning to suggest. Inside the matriarch's tent, the elders sat on one side while the young prodigies sat on the other. Vikor knelt respectfully, bowing to the matriarch as he greeted her. She acknowledged his accomplishment of capturing the ox-bear and expressed her gratitude for the good meat she had enjoyed. Vikor humbly replied that he had only done what he needed to do. The matriarch smiled, praising him and remarking on his quick recovery, which he credited to her care. As he observed the matriarch, the night fox of Aquila, Vikor recognized her as a genius archer feared by the Empire despite leading the Balak tribe with fewer than 300 members. He found her dignified, akin to Hugo, yet warm and approachable. The matriarch expressed her desire to reward him for his contributions, announcing that due to his actions the previous day, she would change his status. Vikor was no longer considered a slave but a member of the Balak family. At that moment, an elder cleared his throat, drawing Vikor's attention. He recalled that some elders were not pleased with his status change. Recognizing the elder as Alman, the Balak shaman and An's grandfather, Vikor felt a wave of unease wash over him. The matriarch stood up, reaffirming Vikor's new status as an official member of the Balak. She invited him to share his desires, stating that even though she hadn't given birth to him or raised him, she would consider his request as part of the family. She offered him the chance to choose a beautiful village maiden as his partner, promising her blessing. Alternatively, if he preferred not to have a partner, she would accept him having a slave. An made hand signs, reminding Vikor of something she had previously told him. He looked at her and closed his eyes, gathering his thoughts. With confidence, he stated that he had one request. The matriarch's interest piqued, and she encouraged him to speak comfortably. Internally, she wondered why An was signaling so urgently, questioning if she wanted him that badly. Vikor looked at the matriarch, his voice steady as he expressed his desire to bathe in the hero's spring. A shocked silence enveloped the room as everyone present processed his request, except for An, who wore a smile of approval. The matriarch's gaze hardened, and she looked at Vikor with cold eyes, clearly taken aback. She questioned whether he understood what he was asking for. Alman's voice thundered in response, directing his disdainful tone toward Vikor. He challenged Vikor's awareness of the gravity of his request and criticized his arrogance. Alman then turned to the matriarch, emphasizing that only esteemed, high-ranked Balak warriors were allowed to access the revered hero's spring, dismissing Vikor's plea as insignificant. An chimed in, echoing Alman's sentiment, asserting that the hero's spring was exclusive to those who had proven their exceptional might, condemning Vikor for his audacious inquiry. Yet, she quickly shifted her stance, speaking up for Vikor and highlighting his remarkable feat of capturing an ox-bear during the pillaging ceremony. To her, that act was a testament to Vikor's strength and determination, one that should not be overlooked. The matriarch's gaze fell upon Vikor, her expression inscrutable as she inquired about his understanding of the hero's spring. Fearless and composed, Vikor met her gaze unwaveringly and revealed his knowledge. He knew that the hero's spring was a revered shrine where only the mightiest Balak warriors were submerged, a sacred place that not just anyone could access. He explained that the spring possessed extraordinary healing properties, capable of mending both internal and external injuries through its waters. Vikor also recalled On's insights, emphasizing that access to the spring was reserved for warriors who had made significant contributions to the tribe's legacy. This knowledge fueled his conviction. He was determined to prove that he belonged among those warriors. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they considered the weight of Vikor's words. As the matriarch considered Vikor's plea, she found herself torn over the decision. The first elder voiced reservations about allowing an outsider, someone who had recently been a commoner, to visit the shrine. However, the second elder countered this by suggesting that Vikor's potential might warrant a single trip to the hero's spring for inspiration. This sparked a lively discussion among the elders. The first elder insisted on the hero's spring's exclusivity, questioning whether anyone should be permitted entry. In contrast, the second elder argued that Vikor deserved compassion, especially given his difficult circumstances and the recent discovery of his family ties. The matriarch's inner conflict was palpable as she deliberated. She wanted to fulfill Vikor's request but recognized that there wasn't a strong justification for doing so. She felt frustrated by the objections from the shaman and the guards, which only added to her sense of limitation as the atmosphere grew more tense. A sudden ringing of a bell disrupted their discussions, drawing everyone's attention. Fur's voice pierced through the uncertainty as he inquired about the bell's source, speculating if it marked the beginning of war. On clarified that the sound indicated the arrival of a guest, dismissing the notion of a conflict with the Baloks on their own land. The matriarch chose to end the meeting, instructing everyone to resume their tasks. Amon's expression changed as he watched the matriarch leave, his face reflecting his dissatisfaction. As the members of the Balok tribe gathered together, Vikor asked On if the group approaching them were the anticipated guests. On confirmed this, explaining that the newcomers were merchants bringing goods from beyond the forest. The Balok tribe looked forward to their visits. However, Vikor's mind was occupied with something else. He fixated on a symbol on one of the merchants' flags, recognizing it as the emblem of the bourgeois family, one of the 7 prominent merchant families. Vikor was confused by the merchants' arrival, as their route required passing through the territories of either the Baskerville or Mork families, which would likely deny them access. He wondered if the bourgeois family had managed to find a way to sneak through. The head merchant, resembling their leader, greeted the crowd in the Balok language with a cheerful tone. He announced the start of the 5-day market and encouraged everyone to haggle. The merchants quickly set up their stalls to display their goods. One item featured was a glass orb said to promote sweet dreams when placed beside a bed. Another merchant highlighted their range of cosmetics and grains. Vikor scrutinized the merchants' offerings, recognizing that they had brought essential items and fruit widely distributed throughout the empire. He questioned the imbalance in value, pondering why they were trading rare forest goods for what seemed like ordinary supplies. He speculated that the merchants might be exploiting the Balok's unfamiliarity with current market prices. However, Vikor chose to allow the Baloks to handle this situation on their own to avoid attracting attention to himself. Amid the lively market, Ain's frustrated voice cut through the noise as she condemned the unfairness of the trades. She questioned the logic of swapping a diamond for corn. Vikor felt reassured by her response, glad to see someone voicing a reasonable complaint. Ain's anger escalated as she insisted that she should receive at least 2 ears of corn for her diamond. An smiled as she happily accepted the 2 corns in exchange for the diamond. Fur couldn't help but feel exasperated by her actions, viewing her as quite misguided in the midst of the bargaining. Meanwhile, 3 members of the Balok tribe confronted the merchant leader in a heated exchange. The first argued for a more favorable deal for trading a pearl clam for radishes, claiming that radishes were the fair trade. The second member haggled over the quality of cabbage and ultimately agreed to 1 deer antler. The merchant leader, visibly annoyed, eventually yielded to the Balok warrior's persistence, offering additional items. While the Balok members celebrated this outcome, the merchant leader smirked internally, seeing their joy as a sign of their ignorance regarding the item's actual worth. At that moment, a small girl approached the merchant leader, sweetly asking for a glass orb. The merchant leader, exuding confidence, replied that he had plenty of glass orbs and asked what the girl could offer in exchange. The girl's face brightened with excitement as she proudly presented a sun larva, describing it as a rare, delicious, and nutritious treat. She held it out to the merchant leader as her offering, but his face contorted in disgust as he swatted her hand away, rejecting her gift with disdain. The sun larva tumbled to the ground, leaving the girl devastated as the merchant leader turned to walk away. He commented that while she might be seen as a primitive barbarian, she was quite attractive. He considered her good looks could fetch a high price as a slave. The girl gazed at the sun larva with tear-filled eyes when suddenly a hen reached out to comfort her. Fur glared at the merchant in anger, declaring that this trade was unacceptable. The merchant leader questioned whether Vikir understood the imperial language and attempted to downplay the situation, insisting it was merely a misunderstanding. However, Vikir interrupted him, asking if he was implying that he intended to sell a Balak child into slavery. Ignoring the merchant's attempts to clarify, Vikir shifted the conversation, demanding the cancellation of all unfair trades made that day. The merchant leader was taken aback, asking Vikir to elaborate on what he meant by unfair trades. Vikir boldly stated that the items were being sold at prices that were significantly higher than their actual market value. The merchant leader considered that Vikir was the only one present who could speak the imperial language. Trying to reassert his authority, the merchant leader claimed that the trades were sacred and endorsed by the Balak shaman, who was viewed as a representative of the forest god. He dismissed Vikir's interference, suggesting that his young age made him unqualified to involve himself in matters beyond his grasp. Vikir's words were sharp and deliberate as he detailed the true market values of the items being exchanged. He pointed out that the so-called corn was worth 100 gold each, while the diamond they received was valued at approximately 2 million gold. He further explained that the worth of an ox-bear horn, once fashioned into a billiard ball, was equivalent to 1 million gold, which was comparable to the goblin mushroom, a recently adopted medicinal item. The merchant leader was taken aback by Vikir's precise understanding of market prices. Vikir picked up a glass orb and explained its supposed ability to induce sweet dreams. He added that if placed near someone, it would surely envelop them in pleasant dreams. However, he revealed that the orb's surface had hidden holes that released drugs designed to induce sweet dreams, which were actually a harmful and expensive substance banned in the Empire due to the adverse effects of long-term use. Acknowledging the merchant's skillful distribution of the drug, Vikir crushed the glass orb in his hand. He exposed their scheme, leaving the merchant leader visibly shaken as their secret dealings came to light. In the midst of the turmoil, the merchant leader's companion whispered questions about the unfolding events, to which he admitted that someone had discovered their secret. Filled with rage, An confronted Vikir, seeking confirmation about the drug and its detrimental effects. Vikir affirmed her concerns, prompting An to direct her furious gaze at the merchant leader. She demanded an explanation, connecting the declining health of many individuals to their actions. Realizing he needed to extricate himself from the situation, the merchant leader tried to downplay what was happening. However, before he could continue, an arrow from Ain's bow struck him in the shoulder. He screamed in agony as An vehemently accused them of shamelessly deceiving the Balaks. His face drained of color, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead as the pain from his injury brought tears to his eyes. His only response was a bitter curse, highlighting his awareness of the gravity of his predicament. The merchants quickly mounted their horses, frantically rallying their group while shouting to gather their belongings and flee. Vikir questioned An's choice to let them escape without facing consequences, considering the merchant's reputation for avoiding losses. An explained her reasoning, comparing the situation to hunting techniques. Wounding and releasing them could lead the merchants back to their group, allowing for a more strategic approach in the future. The merchant leader, seething with rage, kept running and hurled one last curse at the Balaks. The merchants, overwhelmed with frustration and despair, eventually arrived at a camp where a band of mercenaries had settled. The merchant leader raged about the Balaks stealing their goods, rallying the mercenaries for a surprise attack under the cover of night. Overhead, a bird flew gracefully, its sharp eyes catching sight of a distant glow cutting through the dense forest. It swooped down and perched on someone's hand. Eon, with a fierce look in her eyes, stared at the bird as it landed on her hand. She delivered a chilling statement, her voice echoing her fury. The Balak had crossed a line, and in her mind, there was only one solution: eliminating their enemies. A team of mercenaries moved quietly through the thick forest, navigating under the darkness of night. The mercenary leader turned to the merchant leader beside him and mentioned the unfortunate theft of his goods by the Balak. He implied that words wouldn't be enough to handle these savage raiders, suggesting that the only solution was either to destroy them or enslave them. The merchant leader, however, warned that defeating the Balak in battle wouldn't be an easy task. The mercenary leader, unfazed, questioned why he had been hired if the merchant was so fearful, reminding him that they were meant to be a fallback if things didn't go as planned. As he struck a match to light his cigarette, he expanded on their deal, emphasizing the promise of a share in the profits for their protection services, and hinted at the possibility of claiming spoils if it came to that. The merchant leader paused in silence before reluctantly agreeing to the plan. They would ambush the Balak under the cloak of night, launching a fiery assault. As the mercenaries discussed their strategy, one passed a lit matchstick to his comrade to light a cigarette. A third mercenary asked for the match as well, sparking a conversation about battlefield superstitions, namely, the belief that only two people should share a match to avoid bad luck. Ignoring the superstition, the third mercenary confidently lit his cigarette. In an instant, an arrow struck him square in the forehead, cutting his words and life short. Before the others could react, another arrow swiftly hit the second mercenary, ending his life as well. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, the mercenary leader continued to speak with the merchant leader, recounting stories of capturing and selling barbarians into slavery. But his tale abruptly ended when he noticed the merchant leader's horrified expression. Before he could grasp the situation, an arrow embedded itself in his forehead, silencing him forever. The merchant leader shouted in alarm as the Balak warriors drew near, ordering everyone to extinguish their cigarettes immediately. From a distance, An voiced her frustration and firmly instructed her warriors to aim only for the heads of their enemies, intending to instill fear through their precision. Vikor, startled, questioned whether the Balak could truly hit their targets using only the faint light from the mercenaries' cigarettes. Ain soon arrived near Vikor, hauling barrels with him. Addressing Vikor as a slave, he was quickly corrected. Vikor was now a commoner. Ain dismissed the correction, hinting that the difference was insignificant. Among the mercenaries, one man skillfully blocked arrows with his shield, directing the mages to assemble and calling on the shield-bearers to defend against the onslaught of arrows. Users were instructed to ready themselves for a counteroffensive. Suddenly, an unusual sight caught their attention: 2 arrows lodged in nearby trees with a wooden barrel suspended between them by ropes. Moments later, the sky above the mercenaries was filled with more barrels, similarly suspended between arrows. One of the mercenaries cried out in shock, realizing the Balak had sent barrels filled with alcohol. As he grasped the full scope of the plan, his thoughts were cut short. Flaming arrows rained down, igniting the alcohol and causing a massive explosion that enveloped the area. The mercenaries were caught in the inferno, with flames claiming many lives. Amidst the panic and destruction, the cries of survivors rang out, blaming the devastating fire on the Balak's cunning trap. Taking shelter behind a tree, the merchant leader surveyed the unfolding chaos with a mixture of shock and disbelief. He realized the Balak had cleverly tied ropes to their arrows, enabling them to launch all filled barrels with precision. He couldn't help but be impressed by their unexpected ingenuity. Just then, he heard rustling behind him. Turning abruptly, fear flashed across his face as he accused the approaching figure of being one of the meddlesome Balak. Trembling, he warned that killing him would bring nothing but regret. Desperate to save himself, he pulled out a document stamped with an official seal, claiming it was an exploration permit from the newly appointed deputy consul of Underdog City. He threatened that the powerful Baskerville family would seek vengeance if any harm befell him. Vikor, intrigued by the mention of the deputy consul, asked whether the official's name was Vikor. The merchant leader confirmed. Referring to the feared infamous Vikor, with his eyes glowing red, Vikor calmly stated that he didn't recall issuing any such permit. The merchant leader, visibly startled by Vikor's altered appearance, quickly pieced together who he really was. But before he could finish speaking, Vikor loosed an arrow, swiftly ending his life. Coldly, Vikor declared that anyone forging the Baskerville seal would face execution. An arrived atop her Volf, urgently shouting at Vikor to flee, addressing him once again as a slave. Vikor corrected her firmly, reminding her that he was no longer a slave. Meanwhile, the mercenaries continued their defense, using shields to block incoming arrows. They were caught off guard when the barrage suddenly stopped. Believing that the Balak had lost confidence in their assault, the mercenaries grew emboldened. They decided to pursue the retreating Balak, eager to exact their vengeance. Just as they made their plans, something ominous descended upon the area, striking fear into the mercenaries. Their terrified cries echoed through the forest as they faced a monstrous presence. An turned her attention back to Vikor, recognizing his tactical genius, especially in his use of fire as a weapon. She remarked on how he had become a formidable Balak warrior. Vikor, with a hint of humor, quipped that he felt the same way whenever he looked at An. His gaze shifted toward Madame Eight Legs, whose menacing presence dominated the scene. With a smirk, he noted the unfolding disaster. The matriarch, smiling, granted Vikor permission to enter the hero's spring. As she looked at him, she praised his many accomplishments, solving the food shortage, winning battles without casualties, using old barrels to great effect, and discovering that the Balak warriors had been infected by cheap drugs. Resting her hand on his shoulder, the matriarch acknowledged Vikor as a brave warrior. She pointed out that it was a full moon tonight and instructed An to guide him to the hero's spring. An stood, responding respectfully with a yes, mother, and as they walked, she playfully wrapped her arm around Vicor. She commented on Almond's silence, explaining that his earlier claims of the warrior's sickness being caused by a curse had now been discredited, rendering his words powerless. Vikor recalled the merchant leader's words about the Balak shaman, the forest god's proxy, allowing sacred trade. He glanced at Almond, considering the idea of a curse. Later that night, Vikor submerged himself in the hero's spring, feeling a deep sense of peace and relaxation wash over him. As Vikor submerged in the hero's spring, he felt the purifying effects of the water seeping through his body. His broken bones and torn muscles began to heal, a testament to the spring's remarkable powers. He reflected on the old shaman's earlier concerns and understood why they had been raised. The spring's healing properties were undeniably powerful. He couldn't help but compare it to the river Styx back in Baskerville, recognizing a key difference: the spring lacked an age restriction, making it more advantageous. Fuhr glanced over at An, who had also entered the spring. With mild concern, he commented that the spring's effects might weaken if she joined him, noting that the matriarch had specifically said only he could enter. An waved off his worries, stating that true Balak didn't fret over such minor rules. She quickly changed the subject, expressing gratitude to Sir Adonai for discovering the hot spring. Curious, Vikor asked about Adonai. An described him as the only warrior capable of standing against Madame Eight Legs, emphasizing that Adonai was the mightiest figure in their legends. She advised Vikor to show respect to him. Vikor, thoughtful, agreed that if Adonai had indeed confronted the beast face to face, he was certainly worthy of respect. An, with enthusiasm, insisted she was telling the truth, but as she turned away, she muttered her frustration about how challenging it was to communicate with outsiders. An reflected on her mother's words about Vikor, recalling how she had acknowledged his shift from slave to commoner and his growing positive reputation within the village. Her mother had hinted that with Vikor's recovery through the hero's spring, he could fulfill his true potential, and even suggested that he might not be a bad choice for a husband. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, An blushed, stealing a glance at Vikor, silently resolving, "Today, I'm going to make Vikor mine." Shifting the conversation, An boldly revealed her knowledge about the merchant's dealings, hinting that she was prepared to act against him if he hadn't. Vikor responded with a knowing smile, causing An to protest in embarrassment. She insisted that she really did understand the price difference between diamonds and corn in the empire. Intrigued, Vikor asked her about the disparity. uncertain, ventured a guess that 1 diamond might be worth 20 corns. When Vikor said nothing, she quickly adjusted her estimate to 30 corns. Vikor chuckled and told her that both guesses were incorrect. He then revealed the actual number of corns that could be traded for 1 diamond. An gasped in disbelief, shocked by the staggering value of a diamond. Covering her mouth in embarrassment, she tried to recover, acting as though she had known all along. The logic in the Empire is strange, she remarked, puzzled by why they would place such value on a mere stone. Vikor told An that none of the details mattered and presented her with a choice. She could either call him by his name or continue addressing him as a slave, but he made it clear he didn't care for ambiguity. An pondered this, then stood up and moved closer to him. With a playful look, she asked if he truly disliked ambiguity. She lifted his chin with her hand, bringing his face toward hers. With a teasing smile, she declared that she didn't want to call him either slave or Vikor. Just as she leaned in to reveal her chosen name for him, their moment was cut short by the laughter and splashes of children jumping into the spring. The children, full of energy, greeted An warmly, calling her commander and referring to Vikor as her brother. Surprised, An asked how they had managed to sneak into the spring, but the children, ignoring her question, eagerly invited her to play with them. Vikor, still amused by the interrupted moment, wondered what An had intended to call him if not his name or slave. An shook her head, calling the children little rascals and warning them that if they entered the spring, its healing powers would be halved. Just then, Vikor reminded her with a smirk that someone had once said a true Balak wouldn't worry about such trivial things. 2 of the children stood behind Vikor, echoing his words and playfully calling An stingy. Laughing, An explained to the small girls that it was actually the matriarch's command for the sick children to enter the hero's spring, to help them recover from the effects of the dangerous drugs the merchants had inflicted on them. An couldn't shake the feeling that her mother had orchestrated this situation to make a fool of her. Just then An, standing behind Vikor, thanked him for helping her younger sister, who also expressed her gratitude. Feeling a sense of responsibility, An turned to Vikor and apologized for her earlier misunderstandings. Vikor simply replied with a curt yeah, but then his frustration bubbled over. He shouted that they were apologizing in front of him and questioned if that was all he had to say. Taking a breath, he calmed himself and pointed out that An seemed to harbor too much anger. An smiled at Vikor, a warmth spreading through her as she realized they still had plenty of time ahead. With a bright smile lighting up her face, she called out to Vikor, celebrating his newfound status as an official member of the Balak.